Holla, wait a minute. I'm back, got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to act. They can't imitate or replicate what I do, it's a rap. I'm turning up the price right up, yeah, you can do the math. Holla, round their yeah. Better than ya. Holla, my name. Next big thing off the yeah. Wanna be. Holla, my name. Yeah, let's get it, yeah.
Welcome in, everyone, to our third day of PUBG Mobile's PMSL America's 2025 spring season. We are live here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to determine the top three who will be moving on to the Esports World Cup in July. We've got 16 of the region's greatest PUBG Mobile teams ready to battle it out. We've had an incredibly hard-fought first couple of days of action with the Brazilian teams backing up their fearsome reputation. And we've got some great footnotes here from LATAM and North America as well. I'm your host, Power Bang, and I'll be bringing you the action today, along with none other than the 7WG and Mustache Dave joining me on the desk. 7, good to be here with you, casted once again, my friend. What did you think of the first couple of days of action? I watched it. I thought it was some banging action. Tell me all about it.
Brazil, and then a sprinkle of NA. Okay, that's what I've been thinking so far. I'm hoping we get a little bit more sprinkles of NA. Enigma yesterday was saying this is going to be like a dirt ball. They just need that momentum, and I'm hoping that's going to be the case. By the way, yeah, great working with you guys again as well. It's been a long time, especially with Mustache Dave, too.
Absolutely. Well, so glad to be back on the desk with you. And Dave, familiar face man. Once again, my friend. Good to see you. Joining me today for your first day on the desk. We're here in day 3 of our league phase, our first week of the PMSL Americas. Super awesome format. We'll get to that here shortly. But what stuck out to you so far from our first couple of days?
Hey, the Mustache Dave, right? NA, they're lucky to have me here today because, listen, we only got one chicken in the pocket, and that is from Xforce. I'm looking for the Wolves. I'm looking for Shout to Survive to get some chicken dinners here today. Shoot to Survive, that is. Get some chicken dinners here today. Now that the NA King is showing up. So let's go NA.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to shout at them to try to survive a little bit longer. But let's dive into the format and talk about how this tournament has been structured. And so with that, we've got 16 teams from the Americas regions, 5 from North America, 5 from LATAM, and 6 from the powerhouse Brazil region. And they're joining us all to compete in 2 league phases. Round 1 is this week, 3 days, and we are on the 3rd and final day of that league phase. After which, these teams are going to be securing head start points to take with them into the finals. So today's a big day. Next week, on June 15th, round 2 kicks off for 3 more days of action, and that will be another head start point opportunity for all of these teams. And then obviously we move into the finals, where we will crown our champion of the Americas region and select our top 3 teams to send through to the EWC, the Esports World Cup. And if we check out the points that are going to be accumulated by these teams, it's pretty much standard match placement points, right? 10 points for a chicken dinner, 6 points for second, 5 points for third, on down through the ranks. If you place 9th or lower, you don't get any, so teams will be looking to finish on the first page of those leaderboards each and every game. The head start points, as I mentioned, are a big deal, and today, teams will have an opportunity to lock in some head start points that they'll take with them to the finals. First place today day. Right now, Alpha 7 sitting at the top of the table. So they'll be looking to potentially take 15 points on to the finals. And 7, I gotta say, head start points massive, and it's a sport where every single point could be the difference between big cash money and perhaps slipping down one spot in those rankings.
If I'm any of those teams that's currently in top 5, that's not Alpha 7, I'm looking at that first place and I'm looking to hunt them down and do anything possible to not allow Alpha 7 to get those 15 points at the end of the day, because with the way they're playing, that's one team that you definitely don't want to go into the finals with already having a bit of an advantage, especially, I mean, they're just playing lights out and they're playing with so much confidence too. So somebody please slow them down a bit.
Absolutely. I've got a couple teams that we'll talk about here in a bit that I think have a chance to maybe take a bite out of Alpha 7. We'll see today. But Dave, the first couple of days, inconsistent for some teams, consistent for others. One of the teams that, maybe had a weaker day 1 and showed up a bit more on day 2 were the Wolves from North America. I'd love to take a peek at that squad and see kind of how things may have been a little bit different as we moved into day 2. But obviously, Coops, the highlight reel machine from this squad. What'd you notice here from the Wolves in our first couple of days?
Yeah, no chickens yet. But one thing I love about this kind of the advanced points in a league format is, honestly, you could have a bad week 1 and have a pop-off week 2, kind of like what Alpha 7 are having this time around. And come finals, you're still going to be in a good spot, when it comes to being that top 3. But looking at the Wolves, we got to be cheering for Coops. And right here, you can see as clear as day from day 1 to day 2, he was already picking up a couple more eliminations and kind of feeling himself here on day number 2. So you know what, Powerbang, if I know what math does, it goes up. And day 3, that number is going to be even higher today for Coops, all right, when it comes to the elims.
Absolutely. I want to ask 7 really quickly. When it comes to Coops, look at the utility used on day number 2, 33 versus 19. What do you make of that?
It had to be because of the positions that he put himself in, especially in Erangel. Being the last player alive, he was able to secure a lot of placement points. Not only that, he was able to also secure some elimination points as well. And you can see the big contrast there. The eliminations are up. On top of that, the placement points, the survival time is up, meaning that that's going to be securing placement points for his squad as well. I'm hoping it doesn't slow down. I'm alongside Dave right there saying that hopefully it does continue in the uptrend, because Wolves, if they want to be able to make it a chance, if they want to be able to get in form here before we end up getting to the grand finals, they need to be having Coops just firing at all cylinders.
The good news, 7, is he's trending in a positive direction, right? A little bit weaker on day 1, stronger on day 2, put the team on the back in some of those final circles. We'll see where he goes, but I'd love to hear a bit more from the man himself. So let's go to Sarpatch and get a nice little interview with the man himself, Coops.
Hey guys, here we are about to start day 3 of week 1, or first stage. Coops, we've noticed you have been fighting a lot with Alpha 7. Has that been part of the plan? Is it by chance? What's up?
We switched up our game plan, so I guess like our playstyle is kind of similar to theirs, but it's just like a coincidence that we're running into them. It's not really like we're following them, It's just a coincidence.
Coincidence, of course, but you're switching things up for today?
Like yesterday, we played good. It could be better yesterday, but today we're gonna 1 or 2 wins today, I think, that we're gonna get.
I believe. Bro, thank you very much.
Thank you.
1 or 2.
Very interesting. These guys are running into Alpha 7 a lot on the battlegrounds. Coop says it's not on purpose, and you know what, 7? I'm inclined to believe him. That's not a squad that you want to run into early on in the battlegrounds. But again, they were able to exchange some shots with Alpha 7, maybe hang a little bit with them. What do you think Coops has got to do today to keep things going?
He's saying not on purpose. I'm over here like, okay, it might not be Alpha 7. Another Brazilian team that they keep running into as well is Team Liquid, especially when we end up going to Erangel. Every single time, they seems like they're looking for a bridge camp on Team Liquid. So I'm wondering if that change of plans that they're currently doing and trying to not really fight those teams early on, if that's going to be changing here. And I'm also looking forward to seeing if Alpha 7 was able to realize as well that Wolves is kind of causing them some trouble when we end up going to Miramar, if they might end up adjusting a bit.
Well, interesting you mentioned Team Liquid, because that's definitely one of the teams that I wanted to highlight, because they were nowhere to be seen on day number 1, but they managed to rebound a bit in day 2. Similar to some of the other teams out there, let's take a peek at some of this action. 7, I'll come to you and ask, what do you think was different between Team Liquid's day 1 and day 2 performance?
Consistency in regards to them just being able to focus on their playing style, which we have seen and we have just come to love, which is this team being able to set themselves up and being able to just defend whenever teams end up pushing them. By the way, this game right here was a perfect example out of that. Yeah, they did end up having to push out. Once that happened, it did end up being a little bit of a pain in the butt for them. But whenever this team is able to set themselves up, they set themselves up for greatness. They're able to just rely on everybody that ends up fragging out, Ayala being one of them, and it comes down right there to those eliminations. If this team can just focus on that playing style, if they're not able to adjust, if they need to just center circle, those elims are going to be up. The damage is going to be up. The survival is going to be up. And the average placement is going to be up as well. I mean, 17 more elims on day 2 than they did in day 1. And the main factor for me, it's not even the elims. It's actually the placement points. This team, Dave, they were able to survive for a lot longer. And I think it had to do as well with some of the circles that we ended up getting yesterday in Erangel.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, this team in particular, they are veterans of the game. You know, they've been at lobbies like this. They've been at lanes. They know how to keep composure under this stressful situations that they might find themselves in. So from day 1 to day 2, a huge improvement, and I'm looking forward to, kind of like we're talking about Coops and the Wolves, I'm looking forward to Team Liquid to hopefully secure their first chicken here in the tournament today.
They're needing to bring their A game for sure. Let's see where they clock in on the overall standings, because Team Liquid was pretty far down there after day 1, but on day 2, they cracked the first page, number 7 overall. But we take a peek at the top of our leaderboard right now. Alpha 7 dominating right now. 4 chicken dinners already in hand, but Intense Game, Influence Rage, 9Z Globant all have given a nice challenge today, and I gotta say, it's been really tight at the top of the tables. Remember, 7, the top 3 teams are going to be moving on to the EWC, and it's not going to be set in stone. The points will reset after today, but this is a great opportunity for these squads to get some of those head start points and take with them to the finals. What do you make, though, of the parity at the top of this leaderboard?
I'm enjoying it. I'm especially enjoying the 9C Globant was actually able to get a win yesterday at the end of the day. I felt like that was just a massive statement. The first half of the day on day 2 was just lackluster from what we were expecting out of them coming into the day. But then on that second half, I mean, they ended up with second place finishes, third place finishes, and then putting that cherry on top with the win, followed by 4th in elimination. So it's not like they were just sitting patient, even though they were at one point during that Miramar. They made sure they turned on the heat when they needed to. Another team, I mean, that is kind of sticking out for me. You said, Dave, we got the NA King here with us. I mean, NA, we saw Wolves being able to step up. We saw Xforce being able to get a win as well yesterday.
Yeah, NA on that right-hand side. Hopefully today, 7, we can swap it up, because all I'm seeing right now is just straight domination from our Brazilian teams. Alpha 7, they got such a big lead as well. I'm curious if Intense Game, if 9Z can kind of close that gap in order to get those 15 advanced points here. So it's a big day number 3, but specifically for me, I'm going to be cheering for North America all damn day.
A big storyline for me is this man at the top, Revo, from Alpha 7, 7 Worlds. Dude, you've been following A7 for a long time. Big fanboy over there, calling it out now. But Revo,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sponsored. Come on. But he's a stalwart, right? He's been around forever, and it seems like each and every season that goes by, he just gets better and better, and he's a standout, right? He's doubling up the number 2 player in the lobby right now. That is insane. I don't know that we've ever seen a performance like that at PMSL Americas. What do you make of Revo so far during the spring 2025 season?
We definitely haven't, right? There's been a lot of questions in regards to Revo, especially after the performance of Alpha 7 in PMGC 2024. Very lackluster from the whole team. They have made the changes there with Squash. One thing that I do enjoy is that it's not just Revo there towards the top. We ended up seeing Squash, which for a new player there to be putting up this kind of performances, it goes to show he's not crumbling under the pressure. He's starting to become a diamond.
You love to see it. I'm thrilled to see a new member on Alpha 7 come in and be relied upon, right? He is not somebody that's trying to find his way, trying to fit in. Well, maybe he is, but his results are speaking for themselves. And so we'll have to keep an eye on Alpha 7 as they try to do it again here on Sandhawk. Getting ready for our first game of the day. It is the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited. The plane is en route. Dave, I'm going to throw it to you. tell us what we can expect here as these teams try to find a nice little spot to land on.
Yeah, and I love the calls, by the way, with Squash, the new member on the squad, trying to make a name for themselves and stick out amongst the legends, right, that are already on Alpha 7. So the fact that that player has been such a key star player in the last 2 days, it's got me feeling good for Alpha 7 moving into the next couple of rounds and into finals, and hopefully top 3 to head to the World Cup, right? So Alpha 7, strong contender from our region. But getting into game number 1, Sandhawk, all the players going to be dropping out of the plane. Got a couple squads going to Camp Alpha, Team Liquid down there in the south. Things looking pretty tame here so far, 7. Have we seen any like early game Sandhawk clashes, 7, the last 2 days?
Yes, we have, and this is why I was kind of a bit surprised that, yeah, we're going to be getting this one right here with IG and S2S. I'm intrigued to see who's going to be winning this one, as IG is going to be able to strike first with those shotguns coming around. The flashbangs, not only flashing the player, but also flashing me. Darklight trying to make sure he's fence off some of these players here from IG. As long as they don't line up for him, he should be able to take care of this. But Gloss is able to come around and just ends up surprising 2 players from IG. IG now trying to fight back. These players, I mean, these teams are just going to be hindering each other for their performance. But IG is going to end up coming out on top. And something that I wanted to mention that we have seen in the first 2 days of Sandhawk has been a hot drop that has been happening at boot camp, and it happened none other between Infra's Rage and Xforce. Xforce now not going to be doing the hot drop, but with that second location that they're going to be dropping at, guess who they're going to be running into? None other than Alpha 7 Powerbang.
Oh, this is a tough one, man. Alpha 7's not a squad that you want to tussle with early on in the match because they're just so dang good. But as the plane was going in, I noticed that Alpha 7 actually changed up their drop location a little bit. I wonder if it was based off scouting efforts from our first couple of days of action. Yesterday, they were dropping and taking up the entire part of the southwest of the map, or southeast rather. And today, they're immediately snapping to this compound and taking out Xforce, who I'm sure they look at as an inferior team, putting 4 points in their tally already, in the game. So really smart heads-up play here from Alpha 7. But I want to rewind it back just a moment to that fight that we just saw with Shoot to Survive and IG. So efficient from IG. Both squads put up about 460 damage, but you saw a complete wipe come out from Intense Game. It just shows you how well that team is working together, and it's very clear why they're at the top of the leaderboard right now, only behind Alpha 7. So, Dave,
guys, I'm the
this
bad
is
luck.
crazy action so far, kicking it off.
Dude, I come in here like, NA on top, and literally the first minute of day number 3, we lose 2 NA squads. Oh, man, it's just, that's rough. And the one thing that I'm hopeful for moving into the, next couple of games here tonight is I hope for Xforce and Shoot to Survive that this doesn't tilt them, right? Because think about it. You go over the VODs last night, you're getting pumped up, you're drinking your coffee, you're jacked up, you're ready to game here today. You drop into the match, instantly die. Like, that is just going to stop the momentum. So hopefully for Xforce and Shoot to Survive, they can forget about game number 1 and just keep their eye on the prize here moving forward.
Yeah, the good thing that is it's only Sandhawk, right? We're only going to be playing this match one time. They did try to make an adjustment to the previous 2 days. It doesn't end up working out in their favor. And it's not like it was just any other team. Alpha 7, I mean, this is a team that you mentioned in Powerbank too, a team that ended up switching a little bit of their locations. I think they might have saw Xforce and was like, we don't want that team being that close to us because they really haven't been challenged that early on in Sandhawk. And one of the reasons too, what I felt like they maybe try to make an adjustments was just trying to wait for that first circle. Yesterday, they got absolutely screwed when it came to the circle. They ended up rotating in super late, and stuff like that is just something that you want to be able to adjust. So good to see that Alpha 7, even though they're currently in first place with a 30-point lead coming into today, they're still trying to make those adjustments.
Absolutely. I mean, you flash back to the interview yesterday. The line that I took away from the A7 interview was, "We good." And that was it. So, I mean, they're playing really, really confident. But just like you mentioned, it's great to see a team that's dominating the lobby right now at the top of the standings, still making adjustments and trying to improve their play. It's showing, right? Come out and immediately eliminate Xforce. And Xforce was a team, I don't want to say they were riding high, but they felt a little bit of confidence yesterday picking up their first chicken dinner on, I believe, map 4 yesterday. So really, really good for Xforce. And they got to be disappointed that they didn't even get a chance to shoot the rifles. You know, like they want to warm up the guns here on Sandhawk, but it didn't even happen, Dave.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. Hopefully that doesn't kind of deflate the balloon and put a stop to their momentum coming into day number 3. And like Seven said, Sandhawk, you know, you just wash it away here. So hopefully for those two teams, they can recognize, hey, we're not going to drop here again. We don't want to contest them. Looks like they did change up their spots to maybe proactively take us down early. So just play a little safer. But look at this. We saw Ayala from Team Liquid and Mythic. They were snaking their way up here in the grass, and looks like they are able to get a elimination. Cardozo in the back line is going to be bleeding on out, but they're going to get this elimination and just, you know, walk away, you know, double on back right there. I think Cardozo's probably going to bleed out. So 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, not a bad compromise there from Team Liquid. Instead of having to fully push, they're deciding to be the smart team, I guess, in a way. They saw 9C starting to back off, and they're like, you know what, this is actually not worth it. We're currently super exposed, and we don't want to set ourselves up here for any third party, considering that they're currently within the center of that circle. Let's focus up on these buildings. Let's try to set up at least with 3 players and see what we're going to be able to do. And for 9C, I mean, this is a team that we were kind of hyping up there at the beginning of the day too, and talking about how great they were able to do, how I'm hoping they're going to be able to maintain that top 3 position, at least at the end of the day, so they can also get those bonus points when we end up going to grand finals. Not how you want to start your day, but at least it's damage control. It's only 1 player that's going to be eliminated.
Yeah, save a little bit of face. Save it for a little bit later on in the game. You love to see it. You know, of course, it was Colgoat that got eliminated too from 9Z Globant, not the player that they wanted to go out early. Yeah. Man, they have been impressive. I've got my eye on 9Z over the past couple of days. They've had some really, really good moments, and they're a team that I think could challenge for one of those top 3 spots for sure. They get a little bit of momentum going, and who's to say that they wouldn't be one of those teams punching their ticket through to the EWC? I'm rooting for them, but, you know, they're going to lose one early, and now they're going to really have to earn it if they're going to make it into those final circles, Dave.
Yeah, we saw right there, Royals of War, a top 6 team. They're going to be playing nice and slow up there on the northwest island, still in play. They got IG behind them, and possibly Wolves looking to rotate in their direction, so they might be in a nice little spot to potentially get a couple more limbs from teams kind of rotating in that northern half. But they're going to be content for the time being over there in their current position, as it does look like Victic is going to be swimming across, actually. So I would have, I mean, 7, Royals of War, I would have stayed back there a little longer, in my opinion. We're seeing them make the rotate across the channel here. I guess being proactive, but they're in the zone here on the edge.
Yeah, I think with that zone and that edge, I personally feel like it might be the right play, just because of how much of the southern island is going to be a play. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where they more than likely are aware that there is still a team on the north of them with some of the scouting that they did earlier on. And they don't want to have to put themselves in a situation where they're not only going to be having to fight to get into the zone, on top of that, you have to go through that crazy terrain, which is one of the worst things when it comes to Sandhawk, having to go through that body of water with a lot of teams just looking at you. And on top of that, you're going to have possibly Wolves maybe trying to hunt you down as they try to make their path in. So it's a little bit early. I see what you're talking about, but I'm actually okay with this push that they're currently making.
Yeah, for Sandhawk, I like kind of securing some early game eliminations, right? Instead of positioning, because you just never know who might be on the other side of the hill. But I think that was a great call, like you mentioned, especially now. I was looking at the Wolves and IG, but it looks like Loops actually did a nice little rotate over here as well, just north of that current position we were talking about from Worlds of War. And by the way, Loops are posturing. Well, they're looking for some additional loot, but they're looking for a potential fight here, PB.
This is crazy. I mean, things are developing in a wild way right now. I'd love to pull up the map if we can at some point to look at kind of how this zone is developing, because it is wild. The whole left side of it is wide open right now, and there's a massive wall of teams in the middle. So if this zone shifts to the left, if it goes west at all, this is going to be absolute chaos on the map right now. Alpha 7 made a beautiful rotation to secure the southern part of the circle. Thought they were going to clash with VG there for just a minute, but it did not come to pass. But now we'll watch as this zone closes in and see where these teams are having to go. The Royals of War on that northern tip, they did try to make it across that channel, but you can see it's crowded. There's a lot of opposition no matter where you're at right now, and things are about to get really hot here in about a minute.
Yeah, not much room to work with, especially now that Loops has been able to push up as well. They're going to be keeping an eye on who's going to be crossing this bridge and who's going to be getting near them too. Something to keep in mind as well too is with that current circle that we're working with, no team has wanted to go to Ruins. And to be fair, I am absolutely in agreement with all those teams not wanting to go to Ruins, because if for some reason it does end up shifting away from Ruins, it is one of the most pain in the butt places to get out of. So we'll see if it does end up going to Ruins, which team is going to be the first one crashing in, and more than likely just taking full control of that, because just as it is hard to get out of there, it is hard to crash into, because you might have other teams like iNCO Gaming or whoever's on top of the glyph just keeping a close eye on what's going to happen here, Dave.
Yes, sir. But you do got that juicy care package a little west of that there. So hopefully a team could pick up that level 3 gear. I did see VIP. They are big chilling. They're going to be playing this one nice and slow down there in the east, maybe even backfilling Alpha 7, who are currently in a really strong position down there in the south. I mean, they got that whole
They're taking it.
southern part just
winning,
to
Dave.
themselves. Yeah, I mean, the Alpha 7 are in such a good position, and they already have 4 eliminations, so they kind of already got that that checkbox, checked off, as we try to get as many points as possible here on Sandhawk, obviously. And looks like they're going to be opting for a 2-2 split for the time being. So they're setting up. They're setting up shop here, fellas.
7, I gotta ask. The Alpha 7 squad was the farthest team away from the circle. And they've rotated in and they've basically secured the biggest swath of that circle, but things are about to get hot. Everyone's starting to close in and take that southern compound and position down there. But what makes all of these teams want to stay to the east so bad? No, I mean, obviously Ruins you want to stay away from. There's a giant moat around it that makes it difficult to leave. But why is everyone so afraid of that west coast?
It's just that terrain change that you're going to be having there. I thought maybe Wolves early on, when we saw them going towards the north, I thought maybe that we're going to be going for something that Dave absolutely loves, and that is going to be a botation. It would have been the perfect time. I thought that was maybe what they were going to be scouting for, and maybe going for it, but they decided not to. And the whole west was wide open. And for Alpha 7, they are going to continue doing this 2-2 splits. It's something that we have seen them being able to do a lot more this season, and a lot more confidence just because of Squash being able to actually perform. It seems like the players are able to rely a little bit more on him, and this is one of the things that some of the other teams didn't want to have to deal with, that rotation. If you wait too long, you're just gonna end up getting picked apart. But to be completely honest, I'm hoping that Coop survives here, because if there's ever a player that you want to be alive in your team, it's gonna be Coops.
I absolutely destroyed NA. I'm taking the blame here for game number 1. But listen, after this game, it's on you, right? After this game, it's on them. I'll take the blame for this game. But yeah, shout out to Coops right there. I saw he's got that mustache going. I might need to call him Mustache Coops here one day. But Influence Rage, Diego behind the boulder. I believe it's a 2v1 situation. He did get a knock. His teammates are trying to group up. Law is going to be behind the tree, on his knees, bleeding on out here, looking for some type of smokes, looking for some type of support. They want to pick up Law here, but it looks like United or Gaming, they're down to their last remaining member.
That was a really nice off angle from Joabko
And
here.
he's gone.
Unfortunately, gets shot in the ear on the way out. But, he did a decent job keeping his team in the fight there. But Influence Rage not having any of it. That's going to secure a few more elimination points for them. You'll love to see it. They have moved into 3rd place, and oh man, A7 though, that is a squad. I've been watching them on the rotation, and now 9Z's on top of them, VIP's on top of them.
What are your rotations for Row?
iNCO gets the zone though. They are blessed, and they've been chilling there for a while. So iNCO's going to be on defense. Everyone else crashing in right now. VIOUS has gone north to compete with Loops. And Coops is just trying to stay alive right now. Poor Coops, Dave. I don't know what you've done to jinx him, but he's got him versus the world right now.
I'm going to take the blame game number 1 for NA, but after this, it's on them. But I'm looking at Alpha 7. I want to really see what VIP can do. VIP all the way down there at the bottom leaderboards. They're in a good spot to maybe like spring a trap and backstab Alpha 7. And also VIOUS Gaming actually over here. So VIP, let's see. We see them rolling up in the vehicle over there downrange. But yeah, PB and 7 Coops, man, right there on the edge as a solo.
Yeah, VIOUS Gaming just going to be chilling. They only have Manor right now. I'm actually surprised that Alpha 7 and some of the other teams are deciding not to make a rotation. They do have a bit of a tough stretch, and I think this might be why Alpha 7 is just waiting out. Coops might be making them think that it could be more players because Alpha 7, with the vehicles that they have, they could end up making a rotation towards the south. There is some compounds that are going to be open if they do decide to end up scouting. And Wolves, Coops, I mentioned it earlier. If you want a player to be alive, this is going to be the player. He already is up to 1 elimination. He's more than likely going to be making the live of Alpha 7 and some of the other teams a little bit harder. You were wondering what VIP was going to be doing. VIP decided to go a little bit higher and go for an actual just full crash on 9C, and is currently backfiring, Dave.
Absolutely wild, man. I mean, I saw them going up towards the north, and it looks like they doubled back around. Poppy Sour behind the boulder with the M4, going for that spray down. Can we connect on the remix as well and make this worth? Because right now he's the last one alive. The blue zone going to be chunking him down. There goes his teammate bleeding on out right there. So Poppy Sour, last one for their squad. But like you said, TB, here comes Alpha 7.
Tough one from Squash out on the rear, guarding that flank, but he's going to get picked up here. The only thing they got to worry about right now is Poppy Sour coming over that ridge. I think they know someone is there, but Alpha 7 regroups, and once they take care of Poppy Sour, or Poppy Sour goes after the blue, they will control alone the southern part of this zone. Now, you guys asked what VIP was going to do. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking they're going to go beat some points for somebody. But that's not what I was rooting for. But that's kind of what I thought was going to happen. But here we are at the ruins. Coops finally goes out, but not before securing a couple points there for the Wolves. Here we go, though. It's kicking off at the ruins. These are always some of my favorite fights right now. We've got Influence, Rage, Royals of War going head-to-head right now. Law trying to pick up little boy here to get back into this fight, 7.
We knew it was going to be bound to happen. Some teams were going to have to crash here in ruins just to at least secure some placement, secure some terrain, as Law now being one of the players, one of the only 2 players that's alive. Diego more than likely is going to end up getting picked up. Law now trying to heal up, and Royals of War trying to do a bit of a reset here, trying to see if they can make it a 2 versus 3, but right now it is going to be a 1 versus 3. Aragod waiting a little bit too long there. He's going to be able to get off the revive, and he's going to be holding those angles, trying to see if he can heal off. And right now, Royals of War is just gonna be on the aggression. There you go, Tonka getting the shotgun out, being able to connect with one shot. Aragod trying to see if he can connect with Little Boy, but Little Boy just holding that angle for him, and it's gonna be too much for Royals of War as Influence Rage sends them back to the lobby, and it's gonna be even harder to get out of ruins now, especially with the circle that we're working with.
Yeah, really good fight, though, for both squads. Hey, 7, that's your favorite spot, man. You were talking about ruins, looking forward to eat up, and that was a nice fight just to kind of sit back and spectate. Tonka almost getting that last DBS shot off to kind of get the win, but Influence coming out on top. But look at that. That whole fight kind of got the attention of Loops, who are going to be just straight up gatekeeping Influence now. So we'll have to stay up to date with that one, because look at this. Team Liquid looking to make a move. They heard the action over there as well.
VIP goes out in 9th place, managing to secure a couple of more spots, but not able to get into the rank points for this game. Intense game, laying down the law from the top, and just as expected, Influence Rage unable to make it out of ruins. They will go out. It was a beautiful fight, though. Man, it was a close one. Every millimeter counted in that one. Every millisecond counted in that one. The retreat was just at the right moment. He held on to the revive, which I thought he might let it go to try to defend. Really impressive fight, though, at the ruins there for Influence Rage, but they will go out here, but not before securing some points. So you love to see it. They're going to move up a bit, a little padding there between them and 4th place right now. But we look at the circle here as it collapses. And look at that. Only one compound left in this one. And it's Intense Game going out in 6th place here, Dave.
Yeah, a couple elimination points, though, so they're going to be pretty happy. 6 to be exact. So looking over here at Loops, they're going to be making the push, but Team Liquid right behind them, looking to get that sandwich action, looking to get up close and personal within grenade range. Looks like Loops already prepared. They heard and saw the vehicle, so now they're looking for the initial knock, and we're gonna have a all-out utility war right now in the northern half of well, this isn't in the zone anymore. So nice knock onto Ayala, but it looks like they had a nice little trade, little Molotov spread over here. Gonna be forcing Loops to pump their brakes, not making the initial pull up after that knock. But Team Liquid, they're just getting beat apart.
They are. Not only are they having to worry about loops here, they also have to worry about iNCO, because iNCO now, remember, they were sitting in that compound in the center of the circle for so long. That's no longer going to be within the circle. They're going to be ready for a third party if possible, because it's just going to give them full control. VTeen's going to be able to find Mythic right there from Team Liquid, and it's none other than Cardoso now being the last player alive for Team Liquid. And as I was mentioning, as I was setting it up, iNCO is just waiting for him to make it towards them. And then on top of that, that allowed the opening for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 taking full advantage here of iNCO getting just slightly distracted, trying to third party to find that is going to allow them to push up. And if Alpha 7 wins this, oh man, it's going to be scary for all the other teams left alive, for Savage and for Loops.
Savage Esports right now is the final boss. They're content to chill in the cabins, awaiting who wins the outside right now, and it looks to be Alpha 7 with all of the momentum. They push up the hillside, taking down a couple of iNCO players. 2-on-4 is the current situation. Bruno's in on the ridge here. He is trying to hold Alpha 7 off, being incredibly patient. He's got to be beaten 100 times a minute right now. His heart rate, man, absolutely crazy, but he hasn't given himself away just yet. Incredible patience here, Dave, from Brunozen.
Yeah, it looks like they might have heard something. They're trying to mow down the grass, but homie is right here. I mean, he can smell them. You see Squash trying to get that jump going, trying to spot out the snake over here. Now here comes the blue zone. Here comes the spring of the trap, and there goes two, but Revo from downtown taking him out.
That's right, Alpha 7 being surprised there by Bruno. Let's see if they're going to be able to maybe get somewhat of a reset here. It's going to be a bit of a stretch, or maybe they're just going to be rotating in regards to just switching each other heals and whatnot. Savage has been sitting pretty for the longest time, and they're giving way too much time to Alpha 7 here to recover. This is not what you want to be able to do. This is not how you want to be able to handle this, and it's going to end up being a 4 versus 2 situation. Savage parking the bus in a way I honestly don't love it, Dave. You want to see a little bit more action out of a team, especially with all the fighting that was going on. They waited way too long, and it looks like they're just going to be denying the point. They're giving the win to Alpha 7.
Yeah.
They said you already have 30 points. You don't need any more points than that.
Long team name. Listen, guys, honestly, right there, Savage, they were in a good spot, but I saw one member, and we might see it in the highlights. I think one member from Loops really just destroyed them in that compound, and that was the moment that Savage should have pushed out to Alpha 7, right? When Alpha 7 were down on their knees, bleeding on out, maybe toss out some utility, because up until that point, Savage, they were just big chilling. So you have to assume their meds, their armor, their utility, everything was pristine, right? So unfortunate for them, the timing just wasn't there, and they were so close to getting that win. But Alpha 7, another win in the books because they need more chicken, all right?
They really do. I don't know if you guys noticed what happened there at the end. Carrillo had to go back and pick up his 2 down teammates. It was a beautiful, patient play from Bruno there to almost turn that fight, but Revo was basically like, hey, Carrillo, you go pick them up. I got this. And he just headed into that team fight by himself, and he starts knocking people left and right. No big deal. You know, we called that one, I think, with 15 teams left alive when the zone kind of started to go to the south. They're like, A7's got this, and lo and behold, they pick it up. They get the chicken dinner here in our first game of the day. And 7, that's just more padding for them on the top of the table right now. I want to go take a peek at the action from our first game. Incredible stuff. Take us through how this thing started.
I mean, this was a surprise. Out of all the hot drops that I was expecting, I really thought we were going to get another bootcamp hot drop. And then we ended up seeing instead Xforce just being absolutely crashed on by Alpha 7. Alpha 7 turning on the heat. And then from there, just great rotations by Alpha 7. I got to call it out. You called it out too, PB. At the moment when it was happening, the way that they were able to just take full control of the South, that was impressive. And the way that they were just aggressive. One thing that this team is doing so well this season, and that I keep giving them props on because of just how well they're doing it, is they're always there for the trade. It's really hard to actually get rid of players from Alpha 7 unless they get caught in a rotation where they didn't get enough time to go loot. As you see, Team Liquid just getting absolutely demolished by Loops Esports. But every single time you see a player from Alpha 7 in a situation like this, the team is always going to be there for the trade and always going to be setting themselves up to see if they can possibly go back and get that revive to have those 4 players alive as late as possible.
Man, incredible stuff. And scenes from Sao Paulo there as Alpha 7 is going to casually celebrate once again. That's one of the things that I always enjoy watching is kind of like how teams react after they win a game. Yesterday, we flashed back to, I believe it was Xforce, and you could see the weight kind of coming off their shoulders, like getting that first one in the bag. But then you look at a team like Alpha 7 who's like, yeah, guys, let's just casual dap up. You know, you got to get their attention to even like pull them out of the zone for a second. They're so locked in. And Dave, it really shows how a class above this squad is.
And the thing is with Alpha 7 too, I'm going to say it right now, they won phase number 1. They won this week, right? So going into the later half of today, there's no risk. There's no risk, you know? So they're going to be just straight up gaming while other teams are trying to play catch up still, right? So Alpha 7 is a team that I would want to stay far and clear from if I'm any of these other teams on the hunt, especially our North America teams who they're just looking to get some chicken here, you know, some chicken for Dave. So Alpha 7, 12 eliminations. Guys, we're gonna be talking about them all day because they're gonna be just a main focal point, right? When it comes to constantly being involved in fights because they have nothing to lose at this point, in my opinion, at least when it comes to phase 1 here.
Well, PB, you even mentioned it too. You mentioned everything besides Alpha 7 in regards to the leaderboard. Everything just looks so close. And if Alpha 7 does continue to be this top heavy, right, being able to just soak up so many points from the lobby, it's going to allow it to just get even closer and closer, especially if some of those teams don't end up performing towards the top. So I'm all for it. You know what? Alpha 7, I'm with you, Dave. I don't think anybody's going to be knocking them off that first place. I think they're going to be getting that first place, at least for phase 1.
Yeah.
But how is it going to stack for the other teams that are fighting as well for those extra points?
Absolutely. Let's take a, I guess a flash forward here on the format, right? After today, points reset, right? We're starting again in week 2 next week, where Alpha 7's going to have to go prove it again and try to secure those head start points. But, they're doing incredible so far. They've gotten 5 chicken dinners in the first 2 days, plus 1 game. Incredible stuff, 5 for 13. I'll take those odds anyway at bagging chicken dinners. So with that, we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game 2 here momentarily.
Victory, and we have our friends from North America playing for LATAM now. Congratulations on the victory. It was a long way coming. You were up there a lot of the times, top 2, top 3, and finally you get it. Is it a load off? How are you feeling?
Nos sentimos bien, ya que obviamente nosotros no tuvimos mucho tiempo como para estar juntos jugando. Tuvimos 1 mes y medio más o menos, ya que me implementaron en el equipo de la salida de Xforce. Entonces, pues, no hemos jugado mucho y la comunicación nos ha molestado mucho. Y ahora es que nos estamos acoplando más y por eso fue que ganamos la partida.
He says that they haven't had that much time together. He was in Xforce, then he moved over there just a month and a half ago, so they're still getting used to each other. Communication hasn't been that good, but it's been better, and now we got the match. You left Xforce, you went to 9C, first time playing with a Latin American team. You were always in North America. How's that been for you?
Me siento bien, ya que en NA es un diferente modo de juego a LATAM, entonces es un poquito más complicado. Igual estoy con jugadores profesionales mundiales, el cual eso hace que el modo de juego cambie, ya que tienen un poquito más de experiencia. Pero realmente estoy muy agradecido como en NA como en LATAM, pero me gustaría haberme quedado en NA.
Interesting. He says that he is very grateful to be there. He's playing with players who are very experienced and they play differently. He's getting adapted to that. But that he would have liked to stay in NA. That's pretty interesting. Any words for Xforce? They got a win today.
Realmente que jugaron muy bien. No me lo esperaba esa win. Pero realmente es un buen equipo. No me salí de ese equipo solo porque no hubieron razones por salirme del equipo, sino que pues vi un punto más de vista y pienso que con 9Z puede tal vez yo ir a una PMGC o algo un poquito más lejos que lo que es PMSL América.
He said that he didn't expect it, but it was a good win. They're a good team. I didn't leave Xforce for any bad reasons, just that I thought that maybe I could go a bit further with them, that I could be with Xforce, not just at PMSL Americas. Sir, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow. Let's go.
And welcome back. We're here with the PUBG Mobile PMSL America's Spring 2025 season. It is underway. We're on day 3. It's our final day of the first week, after which we will be giving away some head start points to our top teams in the lobby. My name's Powerbang. I'm your host for today's show, and I'm going to be here alongside 7 Worlds Gaming, the 7WG, and Mustache Dave all day long here. Gentlemen, we had an amazing first game on Sandhawk, and the tournament favorite Alpha 7 stamps another chicken dinner in their win column. 7 Worlds, tell me, what did you think about that first game? I mean, we expected, Alpha 7 to be strong, but did you expect him to win in that dominant fashion?
I'll get to that in a bit. I'm just channeling my inner Alpha 7 fanboy here, right? Everybody in the chat saying Alpha 7, just give him the trophy. I'm over here like kind of, okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 wins already. We already got some more here today. I mean, this team is looking unstoppable. What can we talk about this team? I was not expecting them to get a win here, actually, to be completely honest, with that Sandhawk, especially with the rotation that they had to in. It kind of reminded me a lot of what we saw yesterday where they ended up getting a little bit screwed with the way the circle went. But here, early rotation on, Dave, and it was on point too. I mean, they took care of Xforce quickly, and then on top of that, they went south and up.
Yeah, and they took care. They took care of everybody. Honestly, I mean, 12 eliminations going their way, and I think that's one thing that I really like about the 2 rounds and then the finals. So Alpha 7, week number 1, probably gonna get those 15 advantage points, right? But that really, like PB mentioned, we reset going into next week, so that opens it up for another team to really dominate and get this large point lead at the end of week 2, right? So. Will that happen? I don't know. With the way Alpha 7 are playing, probably not, but there's always that chance, right? At least with this format, it's not like Alpha 7 straight running away for the next 2 weeks, right? Because right now, other teams have a shot still. And honestly, Loops looked pretty good game number 1. They had 12 eliminations, then a Bete. I mean, everybody on the team was getting some eliminations and some damage on the board. So we are starting to see other teams kind of pick up the slack and really pop off as well. So it is going to make the lobby that much more challenging for these teams at the bottom, struggling, because they're just going to be getting farmed all day. Hopefully not, but that's what it's looking like right now for our top teams, unless they change it up.
Let's talk about that a little bit. Sandhawk is out of the way. It's behind us now, done for the day, and now we focus on some of the more traditional PUBG Mobile maps. Erangel coming up next for 3 maps, 2, 3, and 4, all going to be played in a row on Erangel. And this is a map that teams like Shoot to Survive, like Xforce, can actually, feel pretty confident in going into, because that's kind of their map. I don't know if it will translate at the highest level, but I want to keep an eye on where these NA teams sit in the standings, because, we got to see what they got to do to get into that top 3. So check out the rankings here. Alpha 7 obviously putting quite a gap between them and number 2. But things after that getting pretty close. I would say our top 5 right now are all in strong contention for those top 3 spots. And remember, top 3 is where you want to be if you want to move on to the EWC. But today, it's all about securing the head start points. So any position up the leaderboard that you can climb is a valuable 1-7.
Yeah, it is going to be a valuable, and I was just scaling at myself at how big that lead is just becoming. And for Intense Game, even though they did end up getting some eliminations there early on in the previous Sandhawk, they're at least able to maintain that second place. 90 Globant is going to end up going down. Now, you mentioned it, going over to Shoot to Survive here, going into the Erangel. That is one team that I'm hoping to see a little bit more of what we saw yesterday in one of the Erangels. They ended up with a 4th place finish, being able to at least back it up with some eliminations. But the main one for me is going to be Xforce. Can they actually end up focusing once again on their just own playing style, not getting distracted by all the other flashy stuff that Brazil is doing, and securing another win?
Well, look at the top teams right now. The top 5 have all of the chicken dinners. And then, Dave, turn your attention over to that second column. Xforce has snuck one chicken dinner away from them, so they can do it. They've proven it. They had a brilliant game yesterday to secure their first chicken dinner. What does a team like Xforce have to do to get that momentum going here on this third and final day of the first week?
Yeah, I mean, looking at Alpha 7 and looking at all the teams on the right-hand side, Alpha 7 almost have 100 more points, right? So it's going to be a challenge, but what teams have to do, I mean, we kind of saw it yesterday from Xforce. Just get that first chicken, get that first chicken, kind of get that confidence going. You're here, you're at land. After you get that first chicken, I mean, I can only imagine like the stress just kind of off-lifted from your shoulders at that point. And then from there, just continue with that momentum, take it one day at a time. So momentum, we got to get the momentum meter out here later on. But yeah, all those teams on that right-hand side, one chicken today, get that momentum flowing.
Speaking of other NA teams, the Wolves trying to get things going on their end. We keep noticing Coops by himself late in the game trying to claw just one or two more elims, maybe get, one or two places more up the leaderboard. Seven, what do the Wolves have to do to stay alive and give Coops some support as they push into the later stages of the game?
Just focusing on their positioning, kind of along the lines of what I was talking about there with the Xforce. This is the team that just needs to make sure they avoid any early fights, unless obviously you have to take those fights. If you can put Coops in a situation where he's going to be able to excel, this team yesterday, they were able to take full advantage when it came down to Erangel, backing it up with the third place finish for eliminations. That was a lot thanks to Coops because he was the only player alive for that team. But then they follow it up with the fourth place finish, 10 eliminations, and that was because they had a lot more of the players set up and they decided to focus more in regards to their positioning, to later circles, to just worrying about how are we going to win this match. And I'm hoping that's the Wolves we're going to be seeing here in these three Erangels that we're going to be looking at today.
Got a Southern Plain path right now. Maybe we get another Millie Zone like we saw yesterday. I'm always a huge fan of those, but this leaves the entire northern portion of this map wide open, and I think it will pay significant dividends for the teams that rotate early and secure that map position. So we'll keep an eye on where this first circle pops, but the teams are starting to dive in right now. I want to pay attention to where these teams land and see if it's consistent with their day one and day two drop locations. We did see some changes on Sandhawk, both from Alpha 7 and several other teams in the lobby, so we'll see if the scouting reports maybe aren't accurate because teams are deciding to do something different, Dave.
Yeah, especially with teams that have such a nice little comfortable point lead in the second, third, first. They can really flex here and try ultimate drop spots. So right here, some shots. VIP Esports team in dead last right now. Going to be dropping right away. Getting some guns, lacking the ammunition. Give that last shot. Let them know what's up. So that's going to be VIOUS out there in the distance driving on away. And I believe Savage Esports up there in the north. So we got three teams kind of all hovering around this area right here on the east coast of Milta Power, looking for a early skirmish and looking for some elimination points. I mean, you already know Savage Esports, they are pissed after not getting that win in game number one. They had that compound. They were big chilling the whole time. They're like, listen, we got this, boys. We're going to get the win here. And then a member from Loops shoots them through the window and just kind of takes that dream away from them. So Savage Esports, definitely feeling good still because of their placement points, but looking for a win. They were so close game number one. They're looking for that win here in game number two.
Seven, I feel like Savage needs a siren on that car. It was more like an ambulance, taking their team to the hospital.
Yeah, a team that definitely has a good marriage in regards to placement points and elimination points. And I'm with you, Dave. I definitely hope that at some point here, hopefully today, we'll end up getting a win from them. And I mean, if they're going to be able to set up here towards Milta Power, that would be just amazing, especially with the circle that we're currently working with. The playing path, you guys mentioned it, very southern, allowing some of the teams to kind of fight a little bit closer and a little bit faster to IG. Now looking to fight into iNCO Gaming. iNCO Gaming already has 3 players knocked. It's going to be none other than McGrellin. We know that he has experience. He's going to be able to get one. Can he get another one? He's going to start pushing up. He's able to get the second one. And he turns around and gets the third one, making it an easy 1 versus 3. McGrellin now having to fend up, shoot to survive. There's just too many people, but McGrellin almost clutching up all those eliminations, and from all that hard work, he's only gonna end up with just 1 as Shoot to Survive is gonna come in and steal some eliminations.
Oh man, Dave, that was one of those times when I don't want to see the third party come in. Normally I'm rooting for it, but I was like, let's see what this man can do. Impressive flick shots there with the pump shotty. Man, that was a bummer that he got third party there.
Yeah, Dave. I mean, listen, the opponent's rolling up on a horse. I mean, that's confidence right there. But McGrellan, I'm going to count that as a small win, even though they got third party. Now we got Frady out here in the wide open, 17 bullets. I don't know about the med situation, but I mean, we are just fighting for the scraps out here, fellas. Frady going to be over here trying to get these shots, but remember, 17 bullets trying to avoid the Uzi spray down right now. Swapping over to the shotgun, so I don't know if that's going to hit this far away. Oh, the third party.
Seven, this looks like one of my pub lobbies right now. You know, just cars zooming around, people running around in the open. Things are crazy right now. And it all comes down, I think, to that early plane path where all these teams are grouped together and just trying to find some open space. But unfortunately, they're all on top of each other, fighting in the open, runovers. Everything's going nuts. I mean, pump shotty fights in an open field is not where you want to be, but that's unfortunately where 4 or 5 of these teams are at this moment in time.
It's a struggle out here, man.
So these are the kind of lobbies that we would just end up excelling at with all this mayhem. And I think McGrellan played this out so perfect too against IG. A player that has that experience, a player that was able to win PMWC last year with Alpha 7, ends up getting dropped after a lackluster performance that we saw at PMGC. Now is showing up why he was in Alpha 7 at one point. Good kind of confidence booster for him. Even though he didn't get most of those eliminations because they did end up being stolen, that's still a good confidence boost for a player of that caliber, especially for iNCO Gaming. We didn't really get a chance to see much out of them on that first Sandhawk. Yeah, they were able to control a lot, but we want to see a lot more out of this team, especially because it's been one of the NA teams that has been performing quite well. And then Dave, talking about NA teams, we're going to be going over towards Wolves versus Sloops.
Got him. Here we go. Pulling up in the hovercraft. Yeah, imagine if that McGrellan 1v3 was on Alpha 7. That would have been something else. But yeah, shout out to McGrellan, honestly, right there. Really clutch play. I mean, this is straight up early game, so the armor, everything is just dirt cheap right there. So for him to be able to come out clutch right there and hit them shots, that was beautiful. But the third party just getting the better half of him. So after that knock here, 7 and PB, do we continue to hunt down Loops? We got an Inabete, we got a confirmation. We know they're going to be a man down. I feel like this is their opportunity to continue the hunt. But they're not.
With this team,
but they're not.
With what they're doing right now, I'm hoping they don't. As I was saying when we were coming into this one, I'm hoping that this team kind of starts focusing a little bit more into positioning. Yeah, you were able to get at least one elimination. That's awesome. Get out of there. Don't even try to go for it. As Loops is currently having troubles here.
That's my
car troubles, trying to figure out what they're going to be doing. Yeah, you know what?
That's some NA driving right
Rafinha,
there.
I don't think that's going to happen, but hopefully it does.
I'm going to put this muscle car on my back, and we're going to squat it. No big deal. Trying to get out of a jam here. We got some interesting driving going on this game, I will say. This is absolute chaos right now on Erangel. But, boys, I got to say I'm disappointed. McGrellan missed a golden opportunity. He could have called it. Man, through the legs, we're going to get a between-the-leg horsey shot here for the Elam, and it just didn't materialize. So I wanted to see it. But that's a good one for the highlight reel for sure. Team Liquid now zooming around the map and trying to figure out where they're going to go, because this circle getting ready to make a move here in just a few moments. We got a center zone right now, and no one really having to challenge, but we still got people driving around like chickens with their heads cut off. This is absolutely crazy, Dave.
Yeah, we might have a little bridge action here, depending on where this next circle goes. I see All Glory Gaming down there by Nova, and then Vicious VG right up there towards the north. So we'll have to pay attention to that. But right now, we got Team Liquid kind of just scouting over here south of Potato Hill. I believe receiving some shots from 9Z and Loops. It looks like Team Liquid just trying to find a spot to hunker down for the early part of this match. But man, the early game, I'm not gonna lie, the early action we saw, it got me too pumped up for this early on in game number 2. Like, I need to pump the brakes out here because I'm looking for things to slow down. But as I say that, shoot to survive as well, doing some scouting over here. So that's crazy. I mean, we've been seeing some nice action, and the funny thing is, like, we didn't lose a team yet, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, just losing a lot of players there from a lot of these teams. I mean, iNCO still has one player alive. Xforce, one thing that we have been noticing from this team is they have been enjoying this hovercrafts. The hovercraft meta that we saw at PMGC, it followed towards to NA, and they're trying to take full advantage of it. There you go. Fate being able to connect with the hovercraft. Gonna be end up running them over, and more than likely, I don't think the action is going to stop, PB. I think the action is going to continue on because of how close these teams are now being forced to be. And on top of that, the circle is going to be closing in and is going to be going all the way to the west.
Yeah, it was a great circle shift there for some squads like Xforce here, as they are already in it. And the good thing is they can now finish this fight, or at least take care of the players that are left stranded by Royals of War. They leave behind Victex here. He's going to do his best, but his team pieced out to try to secure that better position from the city and maybe support him from distance. But you know he's feeling a little bit lonely right now, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, if he could blow himself up, he won't have to worry about Xforce blowing him up. I mean, there's some sketch grenades being tossed out right there. And, well, Xforce kind of just circling their prey right now. The thing is with Xforce is I don't want to see them commit so much time to this. You know, you're either going to take the fight, go for the elim, or you're going to reposition and focus on just moving forward, looking ahead, right? So really curious to see what they can accomplish here in this little window that they have, because right now I don't really see a team third partying them in this engagement, but that might close here soon. So let's see if they can get another point on the board.
Loops is just going to be chilling in the middle of the map. I mean, remember, they lost a player earlier on to Wolves. Wolves decided not to hunt them down. Loops being able to take full advantage of that, and now making sure that if any team tries to think about maybe crashing onto them, tries to think about getting close to them, it's just not going to happen. And more hovercrafts coming along the way, as All Glory Gaming is also going to be having one. And All Glory Gaming, I mean, you're currently outside of the circle. How much do you actually want to deal with this fight here? Okay, you're going back to pick up your teammates. You're going back to make sure you guys full reset and then make a push over towards main island. All right, I'm not against it, and I think they don't want to end up going on that eastern bridge, because VIOUS Gaming is just waiting patiently for them. So they're gonna do the smart thing, and they're gonna start heading over to that western bridge.
Pretty good thoughts there from All Glory Gaming. You know, I gotta say, these teams snagging those hovercrafts, it's just such a game changer as Bruno gets gunned down from behind. And iNCO, finally the first team to go out of this lobby. It seemed like so many teams were getting beaten up along the way, but no one had gone out just yet. iNCO finally does so, and that is not the position that they hoped for coming into our second game of the day. Intense game. Another standout team also clinging to life right now with just one player left alive right now. So IG also a team that's just trying to make the best of it. It's Silence that's trying to hang on. We got 9Z on the southern part of this map, and they look like they might be getting into it here with Coops. Coops on the scout once again. He's definitely another people there after that grenade, Dave.
Yeah, Coop's doing a little bit of scouting. I like Kolgo's position on the cliffs over there, looking for any teams that might be crossing that water. So 9Z really setting up in a good position to kind of cover all their bases and be proactive, you know, when it comes to looking to get some knocks and maybe some picks on rotates. Ooh. Next circle goes up, and I think the 9Z position is even that much more stronger, right, when it comes to just looking down there towards the south and to the east. But we are going to be seeing them pop their vehicles. They know there's a team right beneath them. That's going to be the Wolves. So we'll have to pay attention, as a lot of these players now in their vehicles looking for a quick rotate with the new circle shift. A hard shift, by the way, out there to the west.
That's right. A lot of space to work with here when he goes towards the west. None of those teams were currently taking any positions. You can see Xforce now trying to go for it. And with how many hovercrafts are going to be at play, with all the madness that's going to be at play, I know everybody that makes memes for the PUBG Mobile esports community is going to be happy. Memes by Kynat, I mean, they're going to be just waiting for something crazy to happen or something silly to happen so they can just clip it and share it for them. Just make sure you use the hashtag PMSL Americas 2025, because we definitely want to be able to see him. And as I say that, 24K ends up getting picked apart from far away by Team Liquid, but luckily he is going to end up getting picked up. One thing I want to point out, AGG didn't want to go for that western rotation on the western bridge. I'm really surprised by that. That team decided to wait even longer and just fully commit to the eastern side. That's one thing,
wild.
Dave. I feel like it's definitely going to backfire for this team.
They're going to go back and watch the VOD and look at the map and be like, oh my goodness, they could have had a clean rotate in the south right up there on that west side, and that would have been like a guaranteed top 5 position. But instead, they're taking out the calculators, going for that big brain play and hovering the blue, and they're going to be wrapping around all the way to the north. So, hey, AGG, best of luck. I salute you. We'll see how far you can make it. Meanwhile, Silence, though, from Intense Game, the last one alive, trying to avoid the grenades here, PB, from Team Liquid.
He's hunkered down, man. He's just trying to keep it quiet, stay alive, keep that pulse going. Just rubbing it in here. The iNCO went out early. We got another notification that they are gone from the lobby. That indeed they are. Interesting note on AGG. You're absolutely right. If they had taken the Western Bridge, not only would they have been able to make it to Circle much more easily, they would have had a third to half of the Circle to themselves. Granted, that western part of the Circle, there's not a lot of places to hide. It's all open fields, so maybe that's what they were kind of looking at, but Circle is closing in right now. Xforce still riding that momentum. 2 elims right now to their name, and they're trying to secure a third here against Savage. And we'll see if that comes to pass here shortly. But yeah, things are about to get a bit dicey as this next zone is due to arrive in 15 seconds. And currently, you know, a third of the Circle is unoccupied right now. So all these teams are going to be stepping on each other. There's still 15 of them left alive, Seven.
Yeah, I think we're finally getting a bit of a break here that we were expecting to have at the beginning of the match. Now we're getting finally that pause in fight as teams are just trying to figure out which way they're going to be rotating that Circle. Wow. Shifting left, shifting right. It's
Look
just
at
doing some salsa moves here throughout this whole match, psyching out all the players around as Royals of War is going to get into a fight here versus Shoot to Survive. Shoot to Survive, a team that definitely needs those points. Remember, you were talking about them wanting to take advantage of Erangel. Let's see if they're going to be able to, but they're going to have to fend off Erigod and David from row 19. It's easier said than done. I know they have the numbers advantage, but trust me, it is still hard, especially with this type of plays that you're going to be working with. And there you go. Erigod shows exactly why I'm talking about that, why it is that hard to be able to do that. And they're going on the offense. They don't want to slow down. They want to make sure they take full advantage of that knock. Is it going to end up working now for Royals of War, or is it going to end up backfiring as David's not going to be able to connect with those shots right there? And it's going to just come down to Erigod being the last one alive. And not only that, they have VIOUS Gaming trying to third-party this fight, Dave.
Oh my goodness, the third party coming in clutch. I hear the bombs out here as well. Erigod back against the wall. Oh, one of the C4s actually took out a member. Erigod, though, the bounce off the wall, perfectly cooked to perfection. Eliminated right there. VIOUS Gaming, beautiful third party right there. The timing was just on point. 3 eliminations. They're going to get a hovercraft. They're going to get a ton of loot after this engagement, and just in time too, because the blue zone is going to start to close on in, and they need to reposition here just a little bit. But fellas, I mean, these zones, at least in this game, I mean, it's more bipolar than my grandma. It's going left, it's going right, it's going all over the place right now, and it's making it pretty spicy. And I think PB, you were looking at Alpha 7 down there in the south right before this that fight erupted.
I've watched them snake their way through this entire Circle, and so far, you know, they've got 3 elims, but they have avoided a lot of fights right now as they've weaved their way through traffic, and ultimately they find themselves with cover with the ridges in the center of the Circle. I mean, incredible zone work from them, but they also get blessed a bit. We'll see if that continues to happen. But I want to shout out VIOUS Gaming on that third party. Incredible stuff, and also a tip of the cap to Erigod on that grenade out the window. I don't know that I've ever seen that actually executed before. A lot of people have tried, but that was an incredible nade from him to give that team a chance in that fight.
Yeah, Xforce just getting picked apart right there by 9C. Not something that we wanted to see out of them. Once again, this team may be taking a little bit too long to just focus in an area in the Circle, and gonna be having to just rotate Fate, hoping that he's gonna be able to make it somehow into this Circle, somehow into an area where he can maybe clutch up some more points for his squad. 9C is gonna be on the offense, and on top of that, VIOUS, I mean, you mentioned it, PB. They were able to third-party that fight. On top of that, they were able to get some of that hovercraft. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that hovercraft ended up belonging to Xforce for them to be able to get that now. Depending on what kind of Circle gets here, we end up getting, it could be worth it. Because so far, we have seen the hovercraft being used at the end of the match as cover over and over again. And if it does happen to be an area where it's just completely out in the open, that vehicle is going to come into play.
Yeah, the hovercraft is legit like the 5th member of the squad too, right? And sometimes we see teams, they get 2 hovercrafts. So it's absolutely wild, as we do have a skirmish erupting up in the north, PB.
You know, sightlines are looking pretty good for Alpha 7 in the south once again. They do secure the southeastern part of the zone, but 2 compounds left in play right now, currently owned by, it looks like, Team Liquid in the middle. So they're going to be on the defense right now, and VIOUS running into the buzzsaw of Influence Rage. Influence Rage, again, impressive so far. They're sitting 4th in the lobby right now in the standings, trying to get those bonus points as we move into our 2nd week of action. But VIOUS on the run right now. They are scurrying, are they not, Seven?
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how they're going to be fend off this aggressiveness from Influence Rage. I think Influence Rage ended up sucking them out a bit. They made them seem like they weren't really going to be going for it, and they said, you know what, we actually want to have this fight. We want to be able to just clear this team from the northeast and northwest and just have full control of it. But it's easier said than done. VIOUS Gaming now being able to settle down a little bit, and with all this commotion going in between these 2 teams, it has allowed some of the other teams being able to move up, so they need to be careful. Loops Esports is looking to third party this fight. Loops Esports is looking for an opening, and if they're able to engage with this, not only are they going to be able to get just the northwest, as VIOUS Gaming is defending there massively against Influence Rage, and that is it. Influence Rage gets eliminated 11th place, and it comes to that third party. Can Loops Esports capitalize on this, or are they going to be a little bit too patient? Are they going to be playing this a little bit too slow?
Absolutely wild. I think Law getting a little too aggressive right there was the first one taken out. And I saw the play, man. They were trying to get the run over. Diego trying to get the drive by, get the initial knock. But PB, like Seven was saying, a loops, just the timing so good with the third party from behind.
I'm really impressed right now with VIOUS Gaming. Menor here, he was chilling at the tree. And, you know, there was a crazy push there that was coming in, and actually it might have been Marlon that was there. But the push initially came, a significant, like, wall put up, defense was made, and then obviously Influence Rage has the intel. They're like, okay, he's at the tree, but he falls back in that moment, and all of the nades that came in where Influence Rage thought they had the upper hand, they did not land. They sent the vehicles thinking they had the upper hand, and unfortunately for them, they ran into, you know, a full-strength squad who had already relocated, and they're out of the lobby just like that. So they went from a position of, you know, hey, this looks like a good push to, oh man, what the heck happened? And now Loops is about to ask the same thing because they are currently on fire, Seven.
Yeah, Reflections had this team, VIOUS Gaming, in just such a high regard, especially because of the explosiveness of all the action that we got a chance to see out of this team. But you know what? It's only Loops. Loops no longer is the one third party in. It's actually going to be Wolf trying to go for this third party, as Vitin is going to be hiding behind that tree. He's going to be able to connect with one. There goes one knock. Coops is going to get spotted. Vitin, somebody stop this man. He's just making sure he gets every single one. Can he actually cure it? He's not going to be able to, but his team should be able to, and they're not going to be able to, as VIOUS Gaming making that push. VIOUS Gaming, I feel like, might be one of the biggest pests of the North. Everybody tried to fight them, and everybody ended up paying for it.
Yo, did you guys see that one member from AGG just trying to roll up and get some runovers? There was an AGG squad mate like, hey, there's a fight. Let me pull up and see what were his teammates saying in that situation. Holy cow, we might see that in the replay.
Fiesta.
Yeah, Fiesta. Hey, there's some points over here. Maybe might as well go out. But yeah, the Wolves kind of getting picked apart right there. But these fights are not over yet. I mean, this is just a hotbed for action right now. Everybody wants a piece of VIOUS Gaming, currently with 10 eliminations. Looks like 2 of their squad mates.
Are they going to survive this too?
Nunez trying to connect. There's one.
Oh my.
Got the confirmation. Oh, was that the vehicle explosion?
Yes.
It was. The vehicle explodes. VIOUS Gaming goes out. I thought they were going to clutch a 4th or 5th fight in a row. It was not meant to be, though. But my goodness, what a game from VIOUS Gaming as they put up 12 eliminations. Are you kidding me? Incredible stuff from them. And as it sits right now, Team Liquid still chilling in the middle of this zone with a nice bit of hard cover to hide behind. What a game so far. But, you know, who's lurking in the the distance, it's Alpha 7. They've got themselves that ridge. They're trying to find a way out because they now have to move, but Remix and 9Z are not going to try to let it happen, 7.
Yeah, and for this team, one thing you don't want to end up doing with Alpha 7 is you just don't want to allow them to get super close to you. This is a team that currently has the most grenade eliminations, up to 13. And if they're able to get close enough, they will be making you pay. Luckily for 9C, I mean, Alpha 7 currently only has 3 players, as Carrillo did end up getting eliminated earlier on. There you go, Revo not only being the scout, being the one that's going to be head fronting this fight. Can he spot one? He's going to have to lay down. The grenade's going to be coming in. Grenade's going to be affecting him, but he's also trying to make sure he fights back with it. Is he going to connect here? There you go. 9C realizing that those grenades are a little bit too close for our liking, and they're starting to do damage. Let's back up a little bit. Let's see if we can set up the zone here, because they are going to at least have one player within the zone. Alpha 7. Just really, how many grenades do they have, baby?
It's crazy. They got endless grenades right now. They haven't been in many fights so far as they've been securing position. Finally, Revo goes down, and it's going to be up to the rest of the team to try to pick him up. It's down to Mafioso and Squash, and it is thin pickings right now. Just a few HP left for Alpha 7. This might be the end of their road as 9Z on the push. They get the run over, and just like that, we're into the top 4. Alpha 7 goes out in 5th place, but honestly, they shouldn't have ever been here. A really masterful job of them navigating those zones, even to put themselves in this position. Relentless pressure came out from them, but 9Z is able to persevere as they head into the top 4, Dave, with a full squad.
Yeah, that fight deserves to be studied too, because I love the smoke wall that both teams were kind of placing right smack in the middle, which allowed both teams some flexibility to move around without overexposing themselves to, say, some gunshots right there. And it really just allowed that whole fight to just straight up be all out utility, right? Because they were just trying to YOLO it, try to get that knock. And once when we saw Alpha 7 had a lot of their members knocked out, that's when 9Z, they're like, okay, now it's time, lock and load, get in the vehicles, and let's full send right through those smokes. So those smokes kind of dividing that fight straight down the middle. That was just a nice fight from both sides, honestly.
I'm really enjoying what we saw there from Team Liquid, being able to do this side to just back off from the buildings that were closer to the player in IG and starting to switch their focus here towards 9C as they know that a fight was going on. I mean, how could you not know with how many grenades were thrown between those two teams? And they're hoping that if there is a push from 9C, which would be absolutely crazy, they're going to be ready for it. But 9C deciding to not go for that push towards Team Liquid and instead having to do that long rotation towards the north. They're going to end up going up against a player there, Joaco there from Unite for Gaming. Easy pick, especially when you have the numbers advantage. But you need to make sure that you don't end up overextending, and that's exactly what Remix does. And IG ends up making them pay for it. And just like that, Team Liquid realizes that 9C ended up making the push towards the north, and they switched their focus once again to the other side. Team Liquid just playing this amazingly.
It's textbook. Absolutely brilliant from Team Liquid. I will say it was a decent push from 9Z, but they just got a little loose with it, right? You saw Milos marking the guy that he spotted, and the rest of the squad's like, all right, we're going to send the cavalry. Everybody head in. They did a great job, isolating a solo. They got him taken down, and then they also wrap around and take down Silence there. And now they've got a 3v4 here with Team Liquid, who occupies the compound. They're going to grab some high ground now that it's just a 2-team show here. Chief is not having to worry about the flank anymore. So this has gotten really, really difficult for 9Z, and it's looking, all signs point to Team Liquid here to take this win, Dave.
Yeah, I remember Silence was hunkered down since like circle number 2, right? So for Silence to be able to make it for IG top 3 situation, much needed points. I'll take that small victory. But yeah, going back to your point, Team Liquid, another knock right there. After that knock, they'll be looking to close the gap. They're going to be using this terrain to their advantage. We can see Cardozen right there on the edge of the play zone with his teammates on the high ground from behind, really providing that support. Looks like they're going to send Mythic up here as well. And the UAS, they're looking to close this one out here, fellas.
Milos holding on to the grenade a little bit too long, and it seems like this team is just wanting to do the same thing that the previous teams have done. They want to make sure they stop any of these teams collecting points, blowing themselves up, dying to the play zone, whatever the case might be. Team Liquid, they didn't really have to do much, but whenever they did, they were able to play the cards right. Not really an insane win, especially when it comes down to eliminations, but it is still a win under their name, and this is a team that definitely needed it. Not only after day one, great bounce back yesterday on day two, and backing it up here today once again with the win.
Absolutely. Incredible game, too. We saw in iNCO the zones, like Dave was saying, he couldn't predict it better than his grandma or something of the sort. They were all over the place. I saw at least 3 hard shifts there. But the good thing was Team Liquid was able to secure that compound, and those hard shifts just kind of kept bouncing back and forth, and they were always in the zone. So they didn't have to move, they didn't have to do much, and their focus was spectacular. They were looking out the right windows that they needed to make sure that they were able to play defense. They didn't go outside and give the opponents any opportunities to gun one of them down early, and it wasn't until they were able to full focus on 9Z that you saw Chief hit the roof, secure that high ground, and made 9Z essentially just tap out. So really brilliant job from Team Liquid here, securing some much needed points. Let's go back to the beginning of this one, 7. Absolute chaos to start this game.
Yeah, that's not their playing path. Hear me out. I'm usually not a big fan of it, but if this is going to be the case for the next 3 matches, please giving us crazy playing paths like that are just going to be forcing all these teams to fight very early on. Not only just crash into other people, but just force them to do silly stuff. I mean, Juancho, this was a play. I know you were wondering about it there, Dave. I felt like it was the right play. Ultimately, I don't know how he ended up playing out there for Wolves. But for Loops, they really didn't have to worry about Wolves there for a long time. And one thing that I didn't see during this whole during this whole Erangel is we didn't see that much fighting between Alpha 7 and Wolves Esports. So I wonder if there was a bit of a change there from Alpha 7's side as well.
Yeah, this was VIOUS Gaming game though, right? I mean, this was their map. 12 eliminations, everybody. And right before this, didn't they get that third party to kind of steal that hovercraft? So, I mean, they were just on point here in game number 2. And everybody was like a moth attracted to that light, right? And well, they almost had it in the pocket. By the way, fellas, McGrellin, the 1v3, I know, you know, he got wiped out and didn't get a lot of the points, but would you say that's like a top 5 play in the tournament so far, or at least the last 3 days? Would you call that a top 5 play, or am I think so. Gassing it up too much here?
No,
I think so.
I think
top
it
5
is.
play. All right, there it is.
It didn't land him points, right? I mean, that's where it's not going to be a number 1 play, but the flick shots, the control that he had in that situation, and not only that, just getting pressured by multiple squads. Really impressive stuff there. We take a peek here at our stats of our winning team for the round. It is none other than Team Liquid, and the interesting thing for me is look at the elims, guys. 0, 0, 0. And Ayala picking up 2. They didn't even have to fight the final fight, right? 9Z voluntarily taps out, goes out. And so you see a chicken dinner with only 2 elims. Really kind of rare, but, you know, Team Liquid will take it. They're going to pick up 10 points for their rank points there. And we'll see how that looks on the leaderboard as 9Z picking up more points than them. And all the way down in 6th place, VIOUS Gaming, Dave, you nailed it. They are the team that takes home the most points for this game.
Yes, sir.
VIOUS just absolutely a wrecking ball this game. They ruined the chances of multiple teams that had momentum. I even thought Juancho was going to do some things for Wolves, trying to get them back into the fight. But VIOUS Gaming had other plans here as they topped the charts here on points for our second game of the day. Taking a peek at stage 2, though. 7, shoot to survive. I thought they might get things going here. They had a nice little fight, but they do get eliminated down in the compound. And, you know, iNCO Gaming, they were down to 1 player early. They go out, and then on the flip side of that, intense game, down to 1 player early. They finish in 3rd place. So, and pretty incredible stuff. Thoughts on game 2 and the overall standings? Walk us through it, 7.
Yeah, I mean, for just looking at all this, I'm going to be looking at Team Liquid. Usually we end up seeing a team being able to jump up massively, especially after they get a win. But with only 2 eliminations, they're at least going to be able to secure that 6th place spot. 9C now getting back into the top 4 influence range. We saw what happened between them and VIOUS, just third party after third party after third party. And VIOUS being able to take advantage, they do end up moving up on the leaderboard. Dave, On the other side, though, NA, I really want to see Xforce just start focusing a little bit more towards those center circle areas, because when this team is able to set themselves up in the center and the circle does end up going away, they're just able to frag out. I mean, they have the elims for it.
Yeah.
They currently have a lot more elims than Savage Esports that's above them.
We're getting close, Ben. We're getting close, right? Wolves, they had 5 eliminations. Xforce with 3. And then Shoot to Survive with 4. And real quick, like another point on to Team Liquid, I love that we have player cams, right? We saw the player cams from the squad right there, and you can tell they got the win, but they're like, it's not the win they wanted, with a bunch of elimination points. So yeah, they got the win and winner chicken dinner, but I love that we get those player cams, because to me, they're not satisfied. That's what I saw from those camps. They are not satisfied. So they got that drive, that hunger to get another win with a bunch of elimination points. You could feel it from those player cams. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Team Liquid can continue to accomplish here tonight.
I couldn't agree more. We've got a big milestone that was just achieved, though. I don't know if you guys saw it, but 100 elims in the bag for Alpha 7. So really incredible work from them so far this tournament. Another great game here in our second game of day 3. But before we head to a break, I want to hit you guys with an interview from Alpha 7. We've got Carrillo live with Sour Patch.
Day 3, match 1. Here we are with the GOAT, Carrillo. Starting the way that you usually do start. I want to talk about the format. What do you think about it? I told you, hey, maybe you can win just 2 matches on the final day. Hey, we haven't won anything, but it would be fun. Que se acha do formato, né? Em geral, como que se acha disso?
Eu acredito que não seja um formato tão bom para nós que jogamos, mas para o pessoal que está assistindo é um formato que dá uma emoção, uma ansiedade ao mesmo tempo. É bem diferente. E, bom, para o público é bom, mas para nós não é.
He says that for us, it's not a good format for the way that we play. For the people watching it, it's different, it's fun, it can be more exciting, but for us, not that much. Coach, thank you very much. Let's go.
And welcome back to PUBG Mobile's PMSL Americas. It's the spring 2025 season, and we are counting it down to the finals, where the top 3 teams are going to be moving on to the Esports World Cup that's happening later on in July the 24th through August 2nd. That is where PMWC is going down, the World Championship. All of the greatest teams in the world, and this region will be sending 3 to compete and try to take home the World Championship. So excited to see who that is going to be. Today, we are competing for some head start points that are going to take these teams with them into the finals and see if they can punch their ticket to the EWC. So exciting. Let's bring back in our casters. We've got Mustache Dave and D7WG. Gentlemen, we've got 2 games under our belt so far, one on Sandhawk, one on Erangel. We've got 2 more Erangel games left to go, and man, I don't know if we're going to be able to match the chaos of that first one, because that was pretty incredible stuff all the way around. But even if we don't, I imagine we're going to see some high-octane action. What did we see in game number 1 here on Erangel that's going to need to either change for a team or some teams trying to do the same thing? Seven, I'll come to you first.
It's going to be for any team that's not Alpha 7. See if they can maybe stop Alpha 7 so they can get a chance at getting those points. We saw that perfectly kind of working out there for 9C at the end of that match. Only 3 players of Alpha 7. Okay, that's manageable. Even if they do have the most eliminations with grenades, whatever the case might be, just make sure they end up getting handicapped very early on. I doubt that by the way, for all the viewers, I doubt that anybody's going to try to hot drop them. Okay, please don't be crazy like that. But
don't be crazy.
if you're able to take advantage of the situation, if you're able to maybe catch them in a rotation like Wolves has in the past, especially when we end up going to Miramar, take advantage of that. Make sure they get handicapped. That way you can start working up on the leaderboard, because you mentioned it, PB. They are fighting for those extra points in the grand finals, and it could be massive considering how good this team is currently playing.
Want to talk about that a little bit too, because the parity again in the top 2 through 6, somewhere in that range, the teams are relatively close, right? Intense Game leads that bunch in second place right now, and they've been performing pretty well. Let's say Alpha 7 though finishes on top of the tables after today. They're going to get 15 of those head start points to take with them to the PMSL Americas finals. Now, Dave, second place, gets a whopping 12 points, and third place falls all the way down to 9. So it's a big difference finishing in second place versus third place. And so that 2 through 6 range, that's where I think the competition really has to start to heat up. And there's a lot legitimately on the line, because 3 points, we've seen this time and time again. It comes down to 1 point oftentimes for teams to either move on or to secure a bit more of the prize pool. What do you think that means today, and what do teams need to do to kind of stay focused here over these final 4 games?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like 9 out of 10 tournaments, like you said, come down to 1 or 2 points. Is actually wild. So if you're one of these teams in second, third, or fourth, really looking to get these head start points, like today's the day. We got 4 more games to go. Alpha 7 already kind of booking that ticket, at least for round number 1 when it comes to securing the 15 points. They only had 4 eliminations this last game, but they have such a large point lead between them and second place. So I like what you're saying, PB, kind of shifting gears to look at those teams that are trying to qualify top 4, for example. And I think for teams to really, you asked what can we do on Erangel, really focus up. And for example, AGG straight up overthinking their rotates right there. I mean, they overthought that one to the max. If they would have just went straight forward, they would have been in it, top 5 situation for sure. So I think if teams can kind of just evaluate the zones a little more and not try to go for those big brain rotations, sometimes the easiest path is the right path, right? And AGG was a prime example of that. So we still got some more Erangels, and I'm looking for some more mix-ups, because VIOUS Gaming, I wasn't expecting them to get 12 eliminations here in that game, right? So, I mean, it could be anybody's game to kind of have a similar performance here.
That was definitely a wild game. We saw some chaos for sure. VIOUS Gaming at the center of a lot of it. They were in 4 or 5 different squad fights where they came out on top on all but the last one. So tip of the cap to VIOUS Gaming. We'll see if they can bring it back here in our 3rd game of the day. 7, we're going to Erangel once again. I haven't done predictions today with any of you guys, and I want to do that here for the next game. Talk to me. Who do you see winning this game? You can't say Alpha 7. Give me one other team that you think has a shot to take home this winner chicken dinner.
I wasn't even planning on it because more than likely it's going to happen. So I'm not even going to mention their name. All right. One thing I am going to be looking at is I'm going to be sticking with NA. I want to see what the Wolves Esports got. You mentioned it to me during the break. I mean, if it wasn't for VT and on Loops Esports, they would have been able to set up perfectly. It didn't end up working out. So let's see what Wolves Esports can do here in the second go.
I love it. And Dave, give me your call for this game 3. Who's taking it home?
Yeah, I'm typing this Amazon code real quick. Okay, got it. So I'm looking. I was gonna go with the Wolves Esports like 7, but I feel like 2 of us. I got to go for something else here. I'm gonna go for Loops. Let's go. Let's go Loops. 0 points or not many points that last game, but they've been doing pretty well in my opinion tonight on the up. So Loops Esports, my pick. What about you, PB?
Love it. Well, we got a middle plane path here. Everybody's kind of going to have their run of the mill that take whatever they want, and it's going to be a comfortable drop this time around. But my pick for this one, I really like the pressure that was absorbed and then counterattacked by 9Z Globant last game. They took on an onslaught from Alpha 7, the best team in the lobby, and they were able to say, you know what, that's nice, but we got something up our sleeve too. They were able to counter push and get those vehicle runovers to win the day and ultimately secure second place. So I'm liking the momentum that 9Z is riding on. We'll see if Colgo can lead them to victory this time around.
I'm liking it too. I mean, I'm with you there. 19 has been able to put up good performances. It's a team that's currently there within the top 4 yesterday and then out within the top 3. So we know that all those players are firing, but can they start firing at all cylinders? Can they actually start doing even a little bit more to get within the top 2? Because ultimately, you mentioned it, it's when we go to the grand finals, the top 3 are the ones that are going to be going towards that PMWC, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh 2025. They need to make it. And with this circle right here, my goodness, if you're Team Liquid, you better start moving quickly. And if you're Wolves Esports, you better start focusing on this zone.
Yeah, looks like Influence
Dave,
gonna have first pickings here. But yeah, PB.
You picked out VIOUS Gaming last time on their bridge camp, right? On that eastern bridge, and ultimately chaos ensued. We didn't really see a whole lot of action on the bridge, but we did see them, sticking around, getting in some fights. This time, though, that zone's way far north.
Yes,
the likes of All Glory Gaming, Team Liquid, they're likely going to choose to rotate early. And with the plane path being on the western side of the map, I expect that eastern bridge to be busy this time around. So what do you think? Are we going to get a bridge camp? You can see them heading that direction right now.
Yeah, I mean, they might hold out for a little bit, but with the circle, like you mentioned, being up there in the north, I don't know how much time they'll commit. The only reason they would commit is because they predict AGG to maybe utilize that bridge. But if I'm AGG, I'm looting Nova super quick. I'm jumping in a boat. I'm going for that boat tate all the way up to the north before anybody else can kind of claim that as their own. Especially after the last game, I think AGG kind of learned their lesson not to kind of hover over here for an extended period of time, because we saw them. They show up in the mid game with the solo trying to get that run over we were talking about, but AGG, I think, learning a couple lessons here from last match. So,
Dave, they got 14 points. I mean,
sure.
It wasn't all bad, right?
Wasn't all bad, man. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's it. That's all you need in life. But I'm looking at VIP and Zarky. I mean, Zarky's a spot that we don't really talk about all that much. You got them up in Zarky. You got A7 North George, IG South George. So same for VIP. Like, get that Zarky loot. Why not? Get that loot real quick and then reposition, though, right, to a nice, comfortable spot in the north, because with the plane path,
Severny,
the north is just wide open right now.
Seven. I want to ask
would
you,
be one of them.
Is this VIP Esports' game? Like, is this their time to shine? They've got the northern part of that circle. They went super far north. The whole upper part of the map's wide open. Is this put up or shut up time for VIP?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen for VIP, especially with the way they've been playing. I want to be as positive as I can be, but I can't be positive when the team hasn't really been able to show me anything so far. Sometimes they do get a chance to get maybe in a situation where they could end up getting eliminations. The team becomes timid and doesn't really want to take into engagements. I'm hoping that I'm going to be wrong. I'm hoping that, as Dave was saying, they do end up getting that loot in Sarky. But as I was saying too, I'm hoping they don't take too long there, because look at who's going to end up gatekeeping them. It's going to be none other than Alpha 7. That is a team that you don't want to have to worry about, and you don't want to have to fight through when it comes down to the first circle. You end up taking a little bit too long in Sarki when maybe other places are open. You might want to split up, maybe send somebody scouting like Alpha 7 is going to start doing. They make sure that they get their loot in North George, and automatically, if you got your loot, start going out. See what you can find. This Carrillo's already out. You can see Squash now trying to get information. People are sending me messages telling me to tell Alpha 7 to slow down. I don't want them to slow down. I want them to continue dominating like this, because there's been a lot of questions about this team, especially after the awful performance in PMGC 2024. We want to see more out of them, and we want them to be able to defend that championship at PMWC.
100%. I say head to Stalber, Dave. The mountain's in play.
Let's go.
Let's send it. There's no one up there. Let's hit Stalber. Let's secure our spot on the mountainside, and try to hold the high ground. That's my vote.
Is that in this circle though? Is that like your favorite spot? I got to get a temperature check.
Absolutely
right now.
not.
For me, it would be school apartments. If I'm here, I'm going school apartments. Why not? We never see that anymore. I remember when the game first came out, everybody loved the school apartments. No love. Talk about love. That horse, holy cow, dodging some bullets with that jump downtown. Bros of War, trying to get some shots down range, but just can't hit that target. I mean, the horses are just so quick, so agile.
It's my favorite vehicle in the game, if we can call it that. To answer your question, though, I'm a Severny guy in this circle. I like to well, not for the placement, but for the rotation. Making sure that there's nobody behind you on the way into the zone. Like, you're still sitting basically in the center, and you can work your way in. Because, I don't know, with where it's sitting so far north, I doubt it's going to end up on school or apartments, maybe. But in all likelihood, you have to move out from there as well. Team Liquid, though, starting to get gunned down here by Milos from 9Z. They're starting to build that momentum. I think 9Z's, they're on a bit of a run right now as they move into third place in the overall.
They are. How long are they going to be willing to keep on this bridge camp in a way, or just this hold? They were able to get one elimination there from Team Liquid. Start moving up towards the north. You don't want to wait until this circle closing in. We already seen it over and over again. By the way, once again, I'm enjoying this early action that we've been getting in Erangel, and it doesn't feel like it's just today. It felt like it was the previous days as well. Usually we tend to start seeing a bit of a slow play. Teams are wanting not to engage, but everybody so far from what we've been seeing, PB, if they see an option to get an elimination, they're going for it, and I'm all here for it too.
Yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of passive play from really anyone. The only player that I've seen play passively today was out of necessity, and that was Intense Game and Silence, being silent as the only member of his team, but he made it to third place. But other than that, everyone's been fighting, every game. If you see some people, they're taking shots, and that's what I love to see as well. So we'll see how that continues to develop as the game goes on.
Yes,
Luke's down a member right now, trying to get him back in the fight, but Nilzada headed to zone. You're about to stumble on to Influence Rage, though, and they found him.
Hello. Yep, there's a team over there. There's a team over there. I love the fan, though. I mean, my guy's, his hair is blowing right there. But talking about teams looking for like their fourth cup of coffee, AGG in the blue, fellas. And I'm looking at the map. They're considering going across that bridge instead of like an early boat tape. I mean, the boat tape option is out the picture here right now. So we see VG, they're camping it, they're holding it down. They had those 12 eliminations last game, so they're pretty confident. They're feeling good with, I think, PB, you talk about their flow state. So VG definitely in that mindset still after their last game's performance. So if I'm AG, I'm stressing right now. I am stressing. I'm stressing for them because they're spending so much time down there.
They're just going to be
There's
waiting.
that northern
VIOUS
shift.
is
Waiting to die,
VIOUS
though,
is just
right?
currently holding them down
Waiting
too.
to die.
PB, dang.
Yeah, man. I mean, they're like, listen, we are committed. I don't care if the circle goes to Severny. We're gonna sit on this bridge, and we are gonna wait for some action here. They know All Glory Gaming hasn't rotated just yet, and this man needs to get out of first gear. I don't know if they taught him how to shift in school, what's going on, but he's burning up his engine.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. They decided to try to go pick up VT. It didn't end up working out. And then for Wolves, a team that I wanted to see something out of this match, they end up losing their star player in Coop. So not how you wanted to see their star of Erangel, even though we're already almost 9 minutes in. Actually, we're past 9 minutes in. you don't want to lose Coops. You don't want to lose him in a situation where you couldn't even be there for that trade, as now they're getting closer and closer to Influence Rage, and Influence Rage is not going to allow them to get too close. That's a team that's going to be willing to take the fight. So Wolves Esports having a man disadvantage towards Influence Rage, they need to make sure they're being a little bit careful here, which I'm all for it, Dave.
Yeah, one of these days, by the way, I want all three of us to have like that fan in our camera on desk, just, you know, blowing at us. I mean, we need the caster fan. But yeah, Wolves kind of.
I need to grow my hair out first, Dave.
Hey, whatever keeps us cool, all right? But here comes AGG with the hovercraft underneath the bridge. It's going to be VIOUS above them, really trying to hold this one down. Stage 2 right now. Circle's almost closed in, about 50% there. We're going to be doubling back, though. Yeah, we're doubling back, all right? We went under the bridge. We're like, hey, they're definitely still there, like we predicted. But let's just double this one back. Let's just cruise all the way to the west side here. Ultra late. I mean, by the time they show up, it's going to be like circle number 5. And well, the thing is with that is your utility when it comes to meds, it's going to be completely gone, you know, depleted, right? So I'm not a big fan of the whole play slow, play the blue, show up in the late game style anymore. Personally, I just don't feel like it's meta. You know, it's just not, it doesn't work. You know, it doesn't work. You got to be proactive with your rotations. You got to be proactive with finding good spots early on before anybody else. I mean, that's what like 95% of the lobby does. And they do that for a reason here, fellas.
And for AGG, it's just becoming a bit of just indecisiveness. I mean, this team is not really deciding to whether they want to go towards the eastern bridge, towards the western bridge. Back-to-back games, too, that we see a little bit of indecisiveness from there. And ultimately, guess what? They are forced to end up going towards the west. So AGG, if for some reason you are watching this, please make up your mind a little bit sooner, because I'm with you, Dave. I mean, you don't want to be playing like this. You don't want to be showing up later on, because not only are you going to be taking all the heals that you were looting for, you're not gonna have that much. On top of that, you're gonna be forced, PB, to just crush into compounds
like 2021
blindly.
Strats.
Severny is the circle. If you had gone to Severny, like I told you, you'd be good right now. But AGG is still on the southern island. We're in the final zone, basically, in Severny, and they're just now making their way north. So, incredible stuff from them. The interesting thing about that fight is the second that they engaged, they left. Nice shots here from Reyes. 9Z starting to build some momentum, and Alim's just going to go feed him some. I don't know what's going on right now, boys. This didn't seem to be incredibly strategic from my point of view. Yeah, maybe. That's a good summary right there. Back to the bridge, though.
What happened
VIOUS, the second they engaged with AGG, fired some shots, and then they just left, and then AGG had to go all the way to the western bridge anyway. So the eastern bridge was free, but just like that, the strategy pays off for VIOUS. Now they got to find a spot in the zone, and they've got some work to do to get there, as they're scouting ahead right now. They're about to run in to shoot to survive and influence Rage. We'll see if they get pinched, but center zone, once again, we've got Team Liquid. So Team Liquid is looking to go back-to-back here. Maybe this time put up some more elims. They're still sitting on 0 right now. Only 3 members left alive, but they got that zone position 7.
Yeah, and for me, for VIOS, I once again, alongside the lines of what I was talking about, AGG, I'm hoping they end up rotating even sooner. Yeah, you don't end up losing any players, but you're just being forced to rotate so late. And with this circle and the terrain that you're going to have to work with, there's no way you're going to make a full push all the way up to Severny. There's no way that you're going to be able to crash into any compounds, because more than likely, everything is already going to be taken. You could have rotated earlier on. You didn't have to use up all those heals. And it's a team that, I mean, is currently in 10th place. AGG currently in 15th place. There's a reason why they're currently in those positions, especially for AGG. The decision making, I know I'm being harsh here, and I mean to do it. It's because they need to make that decision making a little bit faster. They need to start focusing up more, like the whole rest of the lobby is, like all those top teams towards the top are doing. Focus towards the center. Stop worrying about little fights here and there. Unless you have to fight it, stop doing it.
Yeah, if AGG
we got some NA on NA violence here.
Yeah, I'll never question them again, though.
It's wolves and shoot to survive, Dave. And they are shooting to survive.
Little seat swap action right there. Dark Light from the back seat, going to be picking up 1 NA on NA violence, like you said, up here in the north. Here comes AGG looking at meds. Okay, oh, hello. There we go. Yep, rolling up. Guy behind a boulder takes him out. And you know why? Because Worlds of War, they are set up to defend. They are ready. They hear the vehicles. They see them from afar, from the blue, already soaking up the damage. So AGG, they're already going to be low when it comes to health. So it's not going to take many bullets to take them out. And like Seven said, I think use week number 1 as a learning experience, because the leaderboards, they reset. We got week number 2, where you have the possibility of getting some advantage points, you know, come the finals. So just go back, do some VOD review, and just say, hey, this just ain't it. You know, it's not the strat here, fellas. So I like where they dropped, though, you know, because if we had a military circle, well, they're big chilling down there. But when the circles are so far away from a military base, you just got to be quicker on the jump. That's it.
Look at this. They're going to be forced to fight now. Savage, easy pickings for this team. Ends up getting eliminated. Yeah, congratulations, HG. You're able to get 1 elimination.
All that
not
work.
really able to do much after that, with Savage being able to pick them apart, PB.
You know, that's a tough one. They were so far away from the play zone. And somehow, some way, they still go out first. All of the other teams not really getting into... This is quite a different game from last game. Let's put it that way. Not as much fighting happening yet. But with that circle starting to form up, we've got it centered on the shooting range right now. 9Z is going to try to defend it. They've got the zone right now, and it looks like they've got a full squad as well. Three elims so far, so some momentum on their side. I like that, but the reason I called out Severny earlier, I actually thought shooting range might be the play, but I feel like shooting range is impossible to defend. So, like, if you're there, it's one of those places where it's like a late rotate in, and, you know, use those berms around the outskirts of shooting range to the best of your ability, because it is a nightmare with all of the squads on the outside looking in. You just kind of got to hide. So I want to see what 9Z does with this opportunity, Dave.
I love the berms, man. Good call out right there. And honestly, let's see, because that cover is going to be crucial, especially with all these teams kind of surrounding them from all angles. So shoot to survive. Oh, whoa. From behind, iNCO Gaming pulling up, taking them down and out. There goes another confirmation. Darklight eliminated right there. Looks like McGrellin. Teamwork.
You got to pick them up, bro.
Yeah, I mean, the zone's not too far from them, so you could pick them up, run to the zone, but nah, McGrellin's got this. He's sticking with the revive. He should get it here. Popping over here to Worlds of War. Doing some scouting, looking downrange. VIOUS, that was a nice opportunity to toss some utility, but we only got 1 grenade, so they were just stacked in that little bowl down there. And honestly, if I'm Worlds of War, we know there's a team in that little dip. It's your time to just start chucking out grenades right there. But instead, they're going to be content. So might be a missed opportunity. But VIP, the Zarky bros, right over that ledge here. iNCO Gaming in their vehicles, doing some posturing themselves. Going to be pushed off here. VIP still surviving and thriving here, fellas. But look at this. Loops with the pull-up.
Loops is going to be going up against United for Gaming. I mean, Nene Bete trying to figure out something here, as Rafinha is going to end up getting knocked. United for Gaming, a team that needs points if they want to be able to rack up even more points for the grand finals. Just advantage. This is what you want. This is what you want to be able to do, but it's currently not working out, as Loops now with just 2 players alive. One of them knocked. He's going to be able to connect. He's not going to be able to. Hate is going to be connecting instead, and it's going to come down to Nene Bete. Can Nene Bete actually connect? And you know what? With all that, the third parties continue, baby, as none other than Savage is going to be pulling up to this, and he's going to be allowing Nene Bete to just get into the action as well. Meanwhile, Nene Bete being calm, cool, calm, and collected here, throwing up those smokes, throwing up all that stuff. And the third party from Savage, now they're gonna have to worry about IG as he just keeps scaring down team after team. I'm getting reminded of what happened in that last match, PB, with VIOUS.
It's getting chaotic, and Loops is just chilling in the same compound. They're in a different structure right now. Big chillin', waiting to see what happens here. We'll see if the third party comes in, but Silence taking down Monty there from Savage Esports, and just like that, intense game with a full squad able to move in and get to safety, but it is not safe for long. Both of these teams need to move. The zone has shifted north. It is centering up right on top of shooting range, but it's very likely that these teams will have to fight before they leave. Silence, though, heads ahead and sees if he can scout out a safe place for their squad to land. Nene Bete, though, letting them know, hey, we're here. It's about to go down, and the nades about to come in, Dave.
Yeah, I love the spray down with the AKM and a bit. They had, moments ago, was able to pick up that red dot right there at the end, but shots from downtown, from behind, will be taking them down and out. Loops, I was looking for that winner chicken dinner. They walk away here, 2 elimination points in the pocket. Just a challenging game. I mean, these zones, once again, just putting these players through the ringer, you know, through the meat grinder, with the plane path, first of all, and then the far northern shift. So we'll have to see what they could chuck up here in the next match. VIP, though, I'm getting worried. I hope they don't lock themselves in this tomb over here. I see those vehicles kind of blocking the entrance, but all it takes is like 24K, blow them up with some grenades, and that's gonna kind of take away their exit strategy a little bit. And then you got iNCO in shooting range as well. So VIP, they got the cover, but hopefully that cover doesn't take them out here.
I think it was an entrance strategy. They intended to go in there and chill. They did want to entomb themselves, and that is the move. So I think they're executing wonderfully on their strategy.
Let's see how far they make it.
Yeah, the only problem is that with that team
still over here. I mean, we got a lot of teams still over here too. When this fight is done, I guarantee you one of these teams who wins this, they're probably going to wrap around the north, and that's going to be the deciding factor if VIP survive or not.
Yeah, I just hope with VIP, I mean, that was the major concern, right, PB, earlier when you asked me, could this be their game? It's just that sometimes they're a little bit too passive when they maybe need to be aggressive, when they maybe need to be able to find angles in here, in that positioning, have somebody out, have somebody scouting, see what can happen, as Alpha 7 Squash is going to end up getting knocked by Team Liquid. This is a team that we have seen them fight over and over again. How is Alpha 7 going to be able to start making that push up? How much utility is left as well? And can Carrillo ultimately end up finding that little snake angle on those last 2 players from TL? VIP still chilling. I'm okay with it, but they need to start focusing on what's going to be happening here between some of these fights. There you go. Carrillo finally ends up moving up, and he's able to clear those 2 players from Team Liquid. Alpha 7 gonna have a lot of room to work with, and on top of that, VIP, what are you gonna be doing here? Are you gonna continue to be passive, or are you gonna start being a little bit more aggressive and take the fight towards iNCO Gaming?
Looks like they got their desired position. This little divot, one of the strongest positions at shooting range. Very minimal sightlines into it. The main one is from up on the ridge, and it's Royals of War and 19 Esports up on that ridge. And luckily for them, they're shorthanded, right? Only 3 members of that squad. It's not likely they're going to want to engage from up there, but we'll see what choices they actually have as the circles are continuing to shrink. We're in stage 6 right now, and zone's about to start shrinking here shortly towards stage 7. Alpha 7, though, one of 2 squads with full team members left alive right now, the other being VIP, who is buried underground at the moment. All comes down to this: very few players inside of shooting range right now, namely iNCO, chilling in the compounds. But other than that, everyone else on the outskirts, Dave.
Yeah, great call out. Still 9 teams, though. Still 9 teams in stage number 6. Looks like VIP, they might be a little skeptical that there might be an opponent behind that tree in the 24K. They'd be just lurking in the shadows, waiting for them to kind of pile out of their cave and maybe have a grenade or a Molotov and really capitalize on that here. So 24K.
That's why you don't want to be in shooting range.
24K has a huge come-up opportunity. But yeah, 9Z, another solid game, though, fellas, where they're showing up in the late game.
Yeah, with 9C, I mean, this is the thing that we've been seeing out of this team, right? They're able to show up, especially they're put in a position where they can actually end up fragging out. Right now, all you have to be doing is exactly what they're doing. You mentioned it perfect too, PB. You don't really want to be inside shooting range because of the circle that we're currently working with. Row still has such a height advantage, and for VIP, they're still taking a little bit too long. They didn't really fully clear, and Force, none other 24K from Xforce made them pay, costing some damage them towards that team, and on top of that, allowing Alpha 7 just to kind of find some positioning. Now you have Rebel trying to find some angles. Now the whole team from Alpha 7 is starting to push up, and for something that VIP had to do earlier on, now they're finally having to do it because they have to. This is the proactiveness in the future that I want to see out of VIP. I want them to be a little bit more proactive, not just go for the safer play, especially because you're currently in 16th place. You need those points. You got absolutely nothing to lose. Do you agree with that, Dave, or do you not? I know sometimes for these teams, I mean, you gotta be a little bit more proactive.
And I'm looking at Zarky Bros to really pull up here and get some points. Yeah, they lost one, but they still got 3 here. 3 eliminations too, by the way. They're gonna be using this ridge line of shooting range to really maneuver around. And I like that they're going towards the west because they knew that there's gonna be a squad over there in the form of Alpha 7. So they're gonna be avoiding them for the time being. So I do like that play. It could have been a little more aggressive, but they're looking to survive. And well, talking about surviving, Royals of War pulling up in this shed here, right there on the edge in the south. So they're going to have some time to kind of pump the brakes and regroup as next circle does shift. But they should have a couple pathways in here with their vehicles. They really only got to worry about 9Z. Honestly, if they could take out Remix and Reyes, they're going to have a free and clear path here for some cover.
I like them fixing up those vehicles too.
Yeah.
I got Car Mechanico David.
Yeah.
He's getting busy.
Everybody
Tires, fixing that suspension, getting those gear ratios dialed in for that final push. But we got a near final circle coming up. 5 teams left alive. And this one, we've got 9Z, we've got Alpha 7, VIP still alive despite not really capitalizing on their early position. They were late to rotate in, had to hide for a while. But they do have 3 elims to their name right now. So not bad. Frady, though, about to catch the business into some lead from up on that ridge. Royals of War kind of lurking right now. We'll see. But they have had their attention shifted. 9Z on the push right now. And Royals of War is in trouble. Tonka and David getting torn up. So not able to make use of that vehicle that was newly fixed up.
Yeah.
This is the chance for VIP right here. For them, just see that fight. You're going to be able to collect just so much data in regards to, okay, this is where the 9C players are at. You currently have 3 players from VIP to work with. Have somebody still keep an eye on towards the top of the mountain, because more than likely, usually, you know that somebody's going to be there. And you know what? Somebody that's going to be taking on the aggression is going to be Alpha 7, iNCO Gaming as well, realizing we're going to have to move up. We can't wait any longer, because if we do, we're just going to end up getting picked apart. I think they might have even waited a little bit too long as Alpha 7, making sure they controlled everybody. And remember, Alpha 7, the Squash did end up getting knocked, but this team is so good at just reviving their players so far this season. They're always there for the trade. They're always there to just back each other up. And right now, iNCO's not looking good, as they have already lost 1 player, and it looks like they might end up losing another one, with VIP on the horizon starting to be a little bit more proactive. There you go, VIP. This is what I want to see out of you.
I love that the circle is forcing our players inside of shooting range. It's almost like a mini game within the game, or like a little TDM match, right? You got the cover. We're going to see a lot of lean peaks, and it's really going to come down to just the map knowledge and where players might be hiding behind these corners. And we're going to see Alpha 7 toss out some grenades, but the blue zone doing some damage and a couple knocks on their side in the corner over there. Revo very low, was able to find and connect onto McGrellin. A huge knock right there. It's going to allow Alpha 7 to hopefully get another pickup. But I do see Reyes looking to reposition, possibly within grenade range. Looks like they did get him up, though. Fortunate for him. Still 5 teams remain. VIP on the outskirts.
That is a wild card up there. That Victex up on the ridge, he is by himself, but he is absolutely making it difficult for every one of these squads to, commit and, isolate their opponents inside of the shooting range, because Victex has got Overwatch right now, and he's just trying to pick up some elim points. Like, obviously, this zone's going to push him out here shortly, but if he can, maybe pick up 1 or 2 elims, he's going to be in good shape. But his time seems to have run out. He's pinned down. And just like that, not only does he go out, but Alpha 7 picks up another elim point that's absolutely huge for them.
And now currently sitting up to 6 eliminations, trying to get there within the brand. Mafioso overextending a little bit too much there, getting caught by one of the players, none other than Rayers from 9C Globant, and Rebel is just playing impatient. All that armor that he had, absolutely gone. Mafioso is going to end up getting eliminated. He's going to come down to Squash and Rebel. Let's see what this duo can do. Alpha 7 sometimes is known for also having great duo players, and I mean, this is definitely 2 of those. Can they end up connecting here with 9C? Remix being able to get the off angle. On top of that, Reyes trying to get an angle as well on Squash and Rebel. The terrain, though, currently not working with them. Meanwhile, iNCO, Brunosen, I saw him still being able to be the only player alive. That team is currently up to 6 eliminations. This is what I've been wanting to see out of iNCO as well. Even if you end up getting eliminated here, Brunosen, you have been doing your job, securing some more extra placement points. And VIP, 9C, you were talking earlier about that player that was on top of the mountain, PB. 9C is just making this difficult for not only Alpha 7, but for iNCO as well, as iNCO gets eliminated.
Is VIP gonna big chill their way to victory right here? I mean, they're just now starting to engage for the first time. They missed Colgo here. If that had landed from Hayuya, that would have been trouble for 9Z. Right now, Alpha 7 is clearly a threat on the inside of shooting range, but you've got VIP on the outside looking to make things a bit mixy here. But Poppy Sour goes down. Revo getting the gun busy. And VIP going to try to get him back in. It looks like they will be able to revive here unless any nades come flying in. But 7, do you think VIP's got what it takes to clutch?
I think for VIP, if there was ever a time for them to be a little bit patient, is when you do have a lot of ground to work with. But right now that you're starting to see this fight, there you go, Freddy. Take that fight to them. Make sure you third-party this, and this is perfect. This is what VIP needs to do. Now, from all that passiveness that we saw earlier, they need to start engaging. They need to move up, and they're playing this wonderful. You can see them now getting off the ground. No longer proning, trying to see if they can capitalize, not only just in eliminations. For 9C, it's only going to be Colgo left alive. 9C, though, great match for this team as well. Up to 9 eliminations. Colgo trying to see if he can maybe end up getting more. Revo ends up getting eliminated, fully flushed out by Colgo as he was healing. But Freddy, I mean, trying to get the angle, distracting the other player as well. That is going to be it for Colgo. Colgo somehow staying alive and Squash now starting to make a comeback here. I don't know what's going to happen here. It's 2 singles versus 3 players of VIP. Can VIP actually clutch it up?
Yeah, VIP really tunnel vision right there, but finding out the hard way, there's still going to be at least one opponent right above them on the grass, getting within grenade range. So they're really trying to take out Colgo, all 3 of them actually, but now Squash going to be crawling on up. No more grenades, but has the M4 lock and loaded level 3 gear, is bruised up. Colgo Flash going to be tossed to that one, allowing him to push up just a little further. But VIP, they have some nice cover to work with and really flex their muscles, essentially. Will Brady spot out Squash, though? That's the question.
Oh my goodness, what an insane end to that one. Oh my gosh, Alpha 7 had them dead to rights, but none of the S12K shots land. But we got a little salsa action going on VIP Esports.
There it is.
With the winner chicken dinner dance. I was holding my breath at the end of that game because no matter who won, it was going to be an incredibly clutch finish. You saw 9Z and Colgo down on the inside of shooting range, getting down to he literally looked dead on the health bar on the in-game there. No HP left, and all of a sudden he's down to just not even first aids. He had bandages to try to get back into that fight. Incredible job though from all 3 of those squads. But VIP walking away with their first winner chicken dinner. 7, you said they couldn't do it. I asked you early in the game, is this their game? And you're like, nah, bro, no. It was. They got it. Their first winner chicken dinner. How are you feeling about this one for VIP Esports?
I'm good with it, baby. I am an NA fan after all. Have me eat my words, please, VIP, because if you can start playing like this, but if you can actually continue it, not just make it a one-time thing, I'm all for it. A team that's currently last has absolutely nothing to lose. Just be a little bit more proactive. That's all I'm asking out of this team. You could see it there at the end. Whenever they saw an opportunity to start striking, they went for it. Whenever they saw Alpha 7 versus 9C starting to fight against each other, they started going for it. If this team would have played like how they have played in previous days, where in situations like that, they would have just kept on laying down, waiting for the fight to just finish and then make a reaction for it. That's not the case. But you know what? For VIP, congratulations. You do end up winning, and you do end up dancing on the Brazilian players as well. But we pause a little bit. You got to remember where we are on the overall.
Hey, man, I'm dancing, all right? I'm going to change the team name to Zarky Bros, by the way, because that's all they need is a Zarky drop right there. But I was with you, 7. I was getting sketched out because we saw they were so tunnel vision onto Colgo within shooting range that they kind of lost sight of that little corridor. That corridor that Remix was right there. And that corridor was crucial because it provides a lot of cover in that little trench for teams to maneuver. And there was a vehicle kind of right smack in the middle. So I was getting worried that Alpha 7 were going to use that terrain to really push up and get within grenade range and take the fight. But hey, they came out on top, and we talk about confidence, we talk about momentum. I mean, right there, that winner chicken dinner, that's a feels good.
Absolutely. We take a peek at the stats here to wrap up match 15 of our league phase. Frady leading the way with 4 elims for VIP Esports. And I will say they might have got a little bit lucky on that one because I counted 5 shotgun blasts from Alpha 7 at the very end there. All of them missed. And man, oh man, good for VIP though. They'll take home the winner chicken dinner with 6 elims. The camp inside of that bunker, hey, it worked out for him, 7. We'll take a peek at the overalls here. Lots of teams picking up a decent amount of points here. 5 teams in double digits. Royals of War had a pretty decent game. iNCO survived as long as they could. I predicted 9Z would win that one, and they almost did, but shooting range, an incredibly hard place to defend. And with that circle centered up on shooting range that entire time, lots of teams struggled to try to keep that in their control. What'd you think, though, of our match 3 today?
Honestly, with 9C, I'm with you. I'm actually impressed at how Colgo decided to just, have the confidence. He's like, I did not want to be near Remix. I did not want to be near my other teammate as well. I want to go do my own thing and also make sure that I hold some off angles on that. With that kind of aggressiveness, I mean, for this team, being able to put up that amount of points as well. And on top of that, for 9C, just continuing on a good trend here. One more team I got to call out that I've been wanting to see a little bit more out of today. iNCO Gaming. That team, even though they didn't end up winning, they still got 6 eliminations, 4 placement points. This is a good pick-me-up for a team that had so far, at least after 2 days, was the best NA team. Right now, it's not looking like it as other teams are starting to wake up, but for iNCO, good for them to secure some points.
Absolutely. We take a peek at our overall rankings as it sits right now for the league phase. Remember, this is day 3 of week 1, and the rankings here will reset after today, but not before some head start points are awarded. 15 head start points will go to our number 1 team, which currently is Alpha 7. It looks to stay that way. 12 head start points will go to number 2, and 9 will go to number 3. So number 2 is a big deal for these teams, and 9Z right now riding a lot of momentum, Dave.
Yeah, 9Z looking pretty good when it comes to trying to get that second place and just kind of stick with the topic, like you said, like the teams looking to break and bridge the gap in that second, third, and fourth. Influence Rage slowly making their way. They've still got some work to put in if they really want to get a good finish here after today, but 5 elimination points going their way, especially with Team Liquid hot on their trail with 0 points that game when it comes to eliminations. So you got to take advantage of that too. When teams are right behind you on the overall and you see they get eliminated early, like that's your signal to just juice it up and try your best to really strengthen that gap behind those teams behind you, essentially. So wow, what a game. I was getting a little skeptical too of 9Z. They had 2 in shooting range, 2 on the outskirts, but I gotta say, like 7, you mentioned, it did work out. I mean, 10 elimination points. That's a small win for me here.
Yeah, even if we rewind it a little bit more, right? Whenever we saw VIP just at the center of that tunnel, and then we saw, I think it was 24K, if I'm not mistaken, from Xforce just chilling for the longest time, I was like, okay, this is when you need to be able to kind of like branch out. Yeah, they do end up winning this with 6 eliminations, but imagine if they would have made sure that they scouted that area that they were currently in, you would still have 4 players. You would have maybe even been able to get more points. For this team, though, congratulations. You're currently not in last place anymore, especially after that win.
You mentioned what I was just about to bring up, VIP Esports out of the cellar. They pass All Glory Gaming, and as we look ahead to our next match, which is also Erangel, we got to look at the bottom of the table right now to see the teams like All Glory Gaming. Are they going to mix it up, or are they going to big chill down on that southern island for a half an hour, it seems like, while all of the action heads north to Severny? I want to see if strategies are going to shift from game to game. It's the interesting thing about this format where we play 3 of the same map back to back. And we'll see if that is a factor for these teams, that they have an opportunity to review their last game and make immediate changes while it's still fresh in their mind. So with that, we are going to head to a quick break. Amazing action so far on day 3 of our week 1 league action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, guys, here we are with Ayala after match 2. They got the winner chicken dinner over 9C. Ayala, a good match here. Now you played great on the map. You moved perfectly. You haven't been doing that good, though, and everybody expects the best from you guys. What had been going on, and have you done anything to change it? no les ha estado yendo tan bien, ¿no? Y todo el mundo espera mucho de ustedes porque son uno de los mejores equipos. ¿Qué es lo que ahora ha estado pasando y han cambiado alguna cosa?
Bueno, el primer día fue muy malo, fue horrible. Después el día de ayer fue dentro de todo bien, mucho mejor que el primero. Y comenzamos en la primera partida, hicimos algunas kills, fue zafable. En la segunda hora ganamos, aunque con 2 kills al menos ganamos, pero fue mal igualmente por haber matado tan poco. Y lo que se espera es que juguemos bien estas últimas partidas de esta semana para terminar en la semana dentro de lo más alto posible que se pueda para sumar puntos en la final y en las próximas semanas jugar mejor.
Yeah, first day was horrible. Yesterday was a bit better. Now we did get the win, but only with 2 kills is not enough. But we are trying to do better on the next days, especially on this week, so that we can get better in the finals. You said something to the boys of 9C. They're right behind you. What did you say to them? ¿Qué le dijiste a los muchachos de 9Z?
Les pregunté por qué se mataron. Es que yo no me di cuenta que la zona lo estaba apretando y que tenía que salir. Y les pregunté por qué se mataron, estábamos sin kill, le digo. Y de nada, nos reíamos nomás porque nos llevamos bien.
Yeah, he said that he didn't notice that the sun was pushing on him, but they denied the kills to deny the points. That's it. Gracias, Ayalita.
Gracias.
Coachito de la TAM. Let's go.
And welcome back in, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile PMSL America's Spring 2025 League season, and we are in the thick of it. Coming to a close is our Week 1, where we will tally up our head start points at the end of today. So everyone vying for each position they can find on the overall leaderboard. Right now, Alpha 7 is in control, but everything else up for grabs as we head into our 4th map of the day. Let's bring back in Mustache Dave and the 7WG, and we will talk about some of the action that we've seen so far. Right now, we've got one team on the warpath up the leaderboard. That is 9Z Globant. They have had a pretty impressive last couple of games, and they're looking to do it again on Erangel. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible, but I would love to see maybe a couple of their players side by side and see how they're performing exactly. So, Seven, talk to me a little bit. We've got Milos on your left, Colgoat on your right. Everybody knows the name Colgoat, but Milos maybe not as familiar to this region. But look at that. He's actually leading the team right now in elims, a couple more than Colgoat.
Yeah, you're going to have two teammates that have been playing together. I mean, last year they were part of Team Queso. This year, now deciding to mix it up here with 9C Colgoat, the player that got the MVP of Fall Split for PMSL Americas 2024. So it's good to see him starting to perform. This was always the big question mark. They have made some changes within that roster, and it's always intriguing to see how they're going to be doing with those new players. But for them to at least continue to play together, even after Team Queso, that's what you want to see. One thing that I do want to point out that is very, very impressive is not only the average survival time from Colgoat, even though Milos is being able to have a little bit more, is the utility use that Colgoat is currently being able to put up, Dave, because 79 compared to 33, this man is just putting himself in situations where he's forced to use those smokes, where he's forced to use those grenades.
Yeah, just give me the grenades is what he's saying right there. And not only do you have these two players, but also Rias and Remix. They're still putting in work, right? They're still putting in work. They're clocking on in. And honestly, that last game, super impressed with Colgo. My dude was behind like the smallest of cover, had like 4 different people shooting at him, and he was still giving them a run for their money. So right there, that just shows the skill sets of being in these pressure situations before and not letting it really affect your play style, making any micro mistakes. So Colgo, my dude, locked in, representing Argentina here in this event.
Man, the utility usage was mind-boggling there. I feel like with 280 damage per game versus 260 for Milos, I feel like Colgoat's getting all his damage from grenades, right? When does he have time to do any shooting? He's got to be chucking that utility to, have those kind of stats. 79, utility use, that is absolutely bananas. But hey, that's why he's one of the best players. I feel like in PUBG Mobile, a lot of the greatest players use a lot of utility. I know for me, when I'm playing, I can't even carry that many grenades in my bag because I got to load up on 400 rounds of extra ammunition for all the shots that I miss. But these guys, really impressive. Their loot management and the utility that they're able to put down as these fights go on. Notably, we look back at the fight that they had 2 maps ago on iNCO with Alpha 7. 7, how many grenades do you think got chucked back and forth between Alpha 7 and 9Z?
I'm just going to say a solid 25. All right, because that's what it seemed like. It seemed like they just put up a red zone up there. At one point I was saying, I wonder if Team Liquid's going to know that there's teams fighting over there. Yeah, I think so. They probably felt the ground shaking with how many grenades were being thrown within that team. And I know we talk about this team a lot, but it's because they're currently performing so freaking good. Alpha 7, being able to follow up that performance with another good performance. They took on Team Liquid, which that was impressive. That was a fight that I've been wanting to see. Carrillo being smart, being able to get that off angle, and then surprising the last 2 players from Team Liquid. I'm just wanting to see which team is actually maybe switch it up a bit. And I mentioned this earlier too. I got to mention it again. I want to see if anybody's going to try to challenge Alpha 7 early on. You saw it in the last match too. You saw VIP being very close to them. It's not the first time it happens. It happens a lot. They do end up going to Sarky, like Dave was saying, the Sarky bros.
The Sarky
I
bros.
just want to see a team being able to challenge them, whether it's in a rotation or whether it's maybe on their drop.
We're going to see if anybody does challenge them. But before we do that, we got another Amazon code for you guys. So get your fingers ready, type that sucker in, and go
Dave,
redeem that Amazon gift card. We hate free money around here. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, hey, it ain't me. It ain't me, right? I got nothing to type that stuff in, but it's going to be you guys in chat as we get ready for our next game. I will point out, we've been hoping that NA is going to turn things around. This is map number 4. It's Erangel. And as you can see, our 3 winners today, distinct. We've got 1 for each map so far. Alpha 7's going to be looking to repeat here. Revo, 47 elims right now, leads the lobby. Number 2 has 27, also from Alpha 7. That's Squash. And Pedrinho also tied at 27 with Intense Game. The interesting thing, though, shortly behind them, just a little bit behind, is Coops. Coops has got 23 right now. He's looks like tied for 4th right now. In the lobby for Elims, Dave, got to ask you, what are your thoughts on Coop sitting at 4th in the lobby?
Ooh, Coops, man, doing Coops things, man. I mean, you can't underestimate Coops and all his experience worldwide. I mean, this guy is Mr. Worldwide out here at Pitbull. Better watch your title, because Coops has been all over, has all the experience needed, and I think really a good mindset to kind of provide some insights like Wancho, Baton, Doran, and try to elevate the Wolves roster as a whole. So hopefully Wolves can get some decent points here moving on into the second half of day number 3 here, fellas, because hey, we are only halfway done with day number 3, and we still got a lot more PUBG Mobile to be had.
Got another interesting circle here, Seven.
Yeah.
I feel like this one's pretty far to the west, and so if things go to the east at all, I'm looking at Milta Power, Mansion, Prison, those types of locations, you're going to see a lot of interesting rotations, and I feel like the southern island could get used by some teams. We'll see. I'm going to keep an eye on that first circle, but as of right now, teams are going to have to travel to try to loot up over at Yasnaya, perhaps at Mansion, Prison, and Shelter. We'll see where that wraps up. But as it sits right now, teams starting to depart, and looks like Alpha 7 has gone to North and South George. They're all over the place right now, and apparently they feel comfortable just solo looting up. Pretty impressive.
Darky bros.
This is what I'm saying. Nobody wants to challenge that team, so they're just gonna be sticking with it. Usually when we end up going to a global event, oh my goodness, as we just get an Eastern Circle, I'm hoping we end up getting some Lipovka action. Not gonna lie, Dave, what are you feeling?
I'm looking at Team Liquid with the potential early skirmish against AGG. They know AGG, the only team that drops on this military base island. They know AGG have kind of been having a rough go of things here today. So why not kick them while they're down, essentially? You know, their gun skills might be a little, off here, just because who knows, the team mentality might be a little on the tilted side here tonight. So if I'm Team Liquid, I might opt to just get some weapons, and honestly go on the offensive here right away to really try to strengthen your lead and close that gap, right? Because 6th place, if we were to end right now, that'd be what, 6 advancement points. You go up to 5th, that's 7. 4th place, really, that's your goal here, trying to get those 8 advancement points. And it all starts with just early skirmishes where you're not going to be third party. So it really comes down to just your team communication and your gun skills, and we know Team Liquid, they got both.
If I'm AGG, you talked about Team Liquid taking an early fight. If I'm AGG, knowing where that plane path is and knowing where they dropped, they're not going to have time to set up a bridge camp. I am heading straight up to that northern part of the island, taking that eastern bridge, and I'm going all the way to like Milta Power to loot up, and then working my way in from the edge. Not even worrying about a fight on the southern island, because ultimately they're going to put themselves in a position to potentially get gate kept again. So we'll see how that works out. But while we're looting up, let's go ahead and hear from Hayuya, as he's got a nice little interview with Sarpatch.
Chicken dinner for VIP. Bro, congratulations. That was very hype. Have you changed something? I talked to a legend earlier today. He said they weren't going to change something. Have you changed something? He didn't tell me what. Can you tell me what? ¿Qué han cambiado? ¿Sí? Felicitaciones, fue muy buena la partida. Muy hype. ¿Qué han cambiado para el día de hoy?
Cambiamos unas cositas que teníamos que jugar más suelto, más confiados, y eso fue que nos ayudó. Y más mi dupla shirt, que lo quiero mucho. Y pues vamos para adelante, vamos para la siguiente partida y vamos a ganar la otra.
Hey, he says that we just worked together. He's gave a shout out to the coach Chair, that he loves him a lot, and they just want to win another one, bro. Vamos, una más, papi, una más.
Unamas is right. They will shoot for another one here, and VIP, though, has the farthest out of any team to travel to get to that safe zone. They are again looting up Zarky. That's okay. We take a peek at Hayuya here. He's getting all kinds of meds. All good as we see Shoot to Survive driving by Bruno, and Bruno's been busy boy today. And and the headshot right out of the gate there. Beautiful aim there from Brunozen from iNCO Gaming. Bruno, though, showing incredible patience all day long, not risking his own position or his own life by any means, but still laying down the lead when it matters. right there, no different. Lands the headshot on the passing squad and not able to knock him out of the vehicle, but they are going to be in pursuit here shortly.
Yeah, Bruno,
7?
one of those breakthrough players when he came down to PMGC last year. He was playing with the VIOUS, a team that you definitely enjoy looking at PB in the past. Bruno, I mean, continuing on that confidence. Also, I want to go back to what VIP on that interview, what Hayuya ended up saying too. He ended up saying that they are playing a bit more loose as well. And I wonder if that kind of allows there to what we saw towards the end, realizing, you know what, we kind of can't play as timid. We can't play as strict as we're used to seeing. And maybe that's when we saw them wanting to go for that fight there between 9Z and Alpha 7. I'm hoping it continues, honestly. For NA, we need to continue to see this team being a little bit more comfortable, being a little bit more confident. And talking about NA, we have Shoot to Survive now having to fend off one of the LATAM teams as United for Gaming is going to make it a crash. And they're going to try to find Darklight as a surprise. And they are going to be able to Shoot to Survive a little bit too spread out there for our likings, Dave, as they're now trying to go back. Two grenades barely missing that knock.
Yeah, Klaus only had one grenade too. I mean, he got some good damage, hit the flash, going to be pulling back to his squad mates. But every single time we pan over, it's always Darklight kind of getting eliminated by themselves over there. Just not really grouped up with the squad, just far enough to get an instant flush. So now it looks like both squads going to have their respected compounds. But like you said, we are going to be down a member. I see Bob. The lean peek action through the window with the M4, but United for Gaming currently in 13th overall. They will have the numbers advantage here in this engagement.
Tough fight there for Shoot to Survive. I feel like all day long they've just been a little bit out of sync with each other. I don't know if it's a new member causing chemistry issues or something like that, but if you guys have been following them through the qualifiers, which through the Titan series, they played as Dauntless, and you know, they look like a different team here right now at PMSL Americas. Haven't been able to get on the same page. Every time they switch over, or we switch to view them, it seems like they're getting knocked, you know, one at a time, and that's ultimately not what you're trying to accomplish. Klaus, though, able to land a Car 98 shot on Joaco. Beautifully done from him as we take a peek over at the Wolves. And they are chasing Team Liquid right now, and they've got them on the run. Things are looking a bit dire right now for Team Liquid as they try to stay alive here. Cardozan and Mythic peeping out those mountains, but they are going to be in trouble here shortly as Doran approaches.
Doran's going to be looking to find Mythic there. Mythic just barely being able to escape Doran from his sides. But with this team, you still have somebody else close by. Hopefully Doran doesn't get fully distracted by that. So he's gonna try to connect there, not being able to. Very, very close though. And if I know anything about this team, if I know anything about North America, they're gonna be looking to actually secure that knock, especially where Doran is currently at. And Coops is making sure he goes for it. There you go. Ends up getting knocked, ends up getting wide, but he ends up overextending. As I was saying, Cardozan was so close. Luckily for Coops, Doran is close by. Can they actually recover Coops? He might be a little bit too far away.
They're going to lose him. I knew when Coops jumped off that, you know, he was going to be in trouble. And he's gone. So close. Man, they have to be frustrated with that. They lose their best player. Shot in the back. But honestly, I felt like that was maybe a bit overzealous from Coops there to just jump off the cliff like that. I don't know if they thought there was just one player left. But, you know, good angles from Team Liquid there to secure a point on their way out of the lobby. Or I guess they've got a couple players left, just not with the squad right now. As the zone does come further south right now, that bridge still in play, but look at the mess on the northern half of the circle right now. Nothing at Farm, Milta, or further south. Nothing at Milta Power, but this is going to be a mad dash to secure some position in the south and eastern parts of this Circle 7.
Yeah, that's right. And one thing I'm going to be looking there towards the south is I'm going to be looking at AGG. What is that team going to be doing? They're looking like they're going now towards the west. We might end up getting the fight that we thought we were going to get earlier on between them and Team Liquid. Or is this team going to end up going back, dancing a little bit of salsa, going back to the east? We'll have to wait and see what AGG, if they finally end up making their mind, and how quickly can they actually make up their minds. As Fran, let's see. Are you going to call out? Are you going to be able to spot that Team Liquid might be close by? There you see the vehicle. Commit to it. Commit to it.
Oh, by the way, got confirmation. Coops at Mustache Energy. You know, that's what it was. You know, you just get that Mustache Energy going, and you just go all out. And yeah, Team Liquid, they did have two of their members still on the military base island across the channel, so they really weren't in a good position to take that fight. But both teams are just hurting out here with the blue zone. Chief getting
Dave.
a confirmation.
What is this team doing, Dave? I was saying commit to the
What is going
rotation,
on?
not to the
Donating.
fight outside the circle. Come on, AGG.
They're headed the wrong way, Seven.
Donating
They're
points.
going southwest and the circle's northeast. What are we doing?
I'm gonna watch what I say about this team because I definitely want to be here on Sunday because right now, man, this team is just playing absolutely awful. And for everybody watching in the chat, please let us know what you guys think of this rotation by All Glory Gaming.
unnecessary.
Decided to not go for the main island and instead going for 2 players and then losing a player when they didn't even have to.
I feel like this was such an easy play for them to rotate early. Remember we called it out on the southern island. If they had just taken the bridge, they had half of the zone to themselves. They would have had center position with no one behind them, and instead we're getting picked off in 4 miles into the blue zone. I don't know what's going on with them, but they definitely got to start working on some tactics here and overall strategy to get themselves back out of the bottom of the leaderboard. But hey, I think they're earning their spot there right now. Well, hopefully they can turn it around if we take our attention over to United for Gaming as they're peering onto Influence Rage at the prison. Both of these squads trying to secure a position. Prison very well might be in play right now based on this next circle shift. We'll know more in 15 seconds or so. But United for Gaming trying to zoom around and be a bit nimble to rotate where they need to go. Alpha 7, in the meantime, has rotated all the way to the south. And you can see them securing a position there. We'll see if they're granted zone, but that was a bold move by them to get down there.
Yeah, and I said it earlier too. By the way, like, AGG, I know we're harping on them a lot, but this is round 1, week 1. If they come in after the little break and completely change up their strategies week 2, I think that's exactly, what this structure of tournament allows you to do, right? It's like a nice little mini reset to really self-reflect and figure out what worked and what didn't work. And, well, we know for a fact, everybody knows for a fact, what AGG, the rotates, just not working. So if these kind of tighten up next week, there's still a good shot, right, that they qualify and get some good points into the finals, right? So it's definitely not over yet here, 7.
The thing, I appreciate you trying to be positive there. I'm trying to be as positive as I can be towards that team. But my goodness, it's not even the strategy. It's just little call outs here. Like, they had the right strategy on going towards the western bridge, but then absolutely gets distracted. It's like when you tell a dog squirrel and then they automatically look that way. That's what's happening with AGG right now. Somebody tells them squirrel and then they just focus on that time, forget about everything else that they were doing. Look at this. They allowed the last 2 players from Team Liquid to get out of there, and Team Liquid somehow ends up getting towards the main island first before AGG does. So yeah, I do hope that they end up taking the time, VOD review, and just fix up those mistakes here and there. But the main thing is that the mistakes are stuff that is like fundamentals for this team that is going to be really hard to improve on just 1 day off.
Just watch that VOD review on mute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't listen to us because you're gonna hate us. Don't watch the VOD review.
I don't know. Maybe they can take a note from the ignorant casters here, but at the same time,
True.
Team Liquid able to make it off of the southern island and secure some more elims. So props to them for doing so. Poppy Sour goes down, and now we turn our attention over to United for Gaming. They're getting into it with Loops, and Netabenta goes down. And this is going to be a key engagement here for Loops as they try to move into the top 3. They're currently just outside of the top 4. Vitin clutch once again. They lose 2 players, though. It's now Rafinha and Vitin, and that's it. But 4 elims in their bag as United for Gaming is eliminated first. They're the first team out of this lobby. And here comes Xforce. Valak trying to secure position. They crash onto the compound, and now Loops has even more to worry about, 7.
Yeah, for Loops, currently down 2 players, having to deal with Xforce. I do appreciate that Xforce decided to just close up and actually have all the teams, all their players close by in case they need something with the trade. But they need to be aware that a lot of the other teams are going to be circling in them, are going to be looking for a place where they can maybe third-partying. For Xforce, you mentioned it earlier, PB too, like whenever we're looking at the plane, not even the plane pad, just the map itself. They are in a good position. They just need to be able to keep all those 4 players alive. And that is usually the main struggle with this team. Now you're there within the zone. Now you need to figure out what you're going to be wanting to do here with this fight. Do you want to commit to it, or do you just want to back off and make sure that you don't end up getting crashed? Because on day 1 in this same location, Xforce ended up being surprised by a completely different team crashing on behind them, and they were not aware. So I'm wondering if they have maybe learned that mistake. Yesterday, it looked like it. Hopefully today, they'll keep that in mind.
It's a great call
yeah,
out,
we'll
too.
see. Dave, the Xforce right now has 4 players in 4 different buildings in 4 different locations with 3 squads right on top of them. So it is entirely possible that they get picked off, 3v1, 4v1. We'll see how that works out for them, but go ahead.
No, yeah, great call out because right here we do have teams on that west side. We got the Zarky Bros, VIP, you got Influence, you got Bros of War. And I'm making it a thing, but you got them on the west side.
It's a thing.
Who, they might look into Xforce and have the third party, the fourth party potential to try to take some shots in the back line. So they will have to be really on their P's and Q's and just looking 360 around the farm location and make sure they don't get picked apart one by one here, like Seven was mentioning here, PB.
Absolutely. Lobby starting to shake itself out just a little bit. Some of the bottom teams have taken that early exit. United for Gaming, Shoot to Survive, and All Glory Gaming all out of the lobby at this point. Everyone else pretty healthy. Got a few squads missing some players like Team Liquid and Loops. Got VIOUS Gaming as well with 2 players. But other than that, things are about to start getting pretty dicey. We got 44 players left remaining. Circle's starting to shrink up with not a ton of places to hide. So these compounds are super, super valuable, and that's why you see so many teams circling them, swarming, trying to secure that hard cover as the circles and the stages move on. So Royals of War moving in now to the action. They've got themselves a compound, and they'll look on from the outside. And here comes the nade in from Rafina. He takes down Fate. And now Xforce is in trouble because Fate is isolated from his team, and this is what I was worried about from them. How will they respond and keep him alive?
I thought Xforce was maybe going to end up staying a little bit longer there within the building. They decide to split up, and it's making Loops Esports is just making them pay here. And on top of that, you have VIOUS Gaming that is on the horizon too, looking to see if they can maybe find anybody over peaking or just overextending and catching them off guard. Loops Esports with those 2 players, there you go. Fate is going to end up getting eliminated. Not a player for Xforce that you want out there. Luckily for this team, Valak did ended up showing up massively yesterday on the win they had. This player ended up with 5 eliminations, and he's looking to repeat a performance like that. He's going to be able to collect all this stuff here from his teammate. Team Liquid, by the way, Team Liquid stomach. With those 2 players, were able to get towards the middle of the circle. Ayala, there you go. Ayala ends up dying, but at least one of the players is going to still be alive. AGG, no. Some little things here and there like that. Just want to point it out. Team Liquid, good job on getting towards the middle of the circle. Row 19, now wanting to see what's going to happen with this. And with this, I mean, just wait it. Wait it out. Don't push anything, Xforce, that you don't have to. Wait to see what the next circle is going to be giving you guys.
Yeah, they did lose one. I did appreciate Rafina using that utility to get that 1 knock and that elimination, trying to predict the pickup from Xforce and really not allowing it to occur. That's why we see Fate done and dusted right there. So being just a duo right now, Loops Esports currently sitting on 6 eliminations altogether. They're doing exactly what they need to be doing, and that's getting every single point possible when all the cards are just essentially stacked against you over there in farm. So we'll have to keep tabs on them because the team that we've been talking about gassing up 9Z, well, they're getting put through the blender, and that's by Chief, one of the members from Team Liquid from downtown in the shack, trying to get that vehicle explosion here. The last one alive here. Not scared to continue to get some points on the board. See other teams, they might have a solo and they're going to be snaking it. They're going to be hiding. They're not going to be moving a muscle, right? But nah. With Team Liquid, still looking to be proactive. And that's why they are one of the best teams, in my opinion, in this lobby.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Agreed in regards to that. Team Liquid is one of the best teams in this lobby. That's why we were so surprised after what happened in day 1. They've been able to bounce back from it. And if this team is able to position, I always say, if that team is able to position themselves anywhere near the center of the circle, especially towards the later stages of the circle, after like 4, 5, 6, all of that, that is one scary team. Rafinha now starting to use this smoke. They want to take the fight towards Loops, but he needs to be careful. He's going to end up overextending, and this is what I was talking about with Rowe and all of the rest of the teams nearby. They're just looking for opportunities. They're just looking for a team to be able to expose themselves long enough where they're going to be able to connect. And now Xforce absolutely blessed there. Not only do they not have to worry about loops being so close anymore, now they can pay attention to some of the other teams that were towards the west, like VIP. Maybe keep an eye on what Influence Rage might end up doing. For right now, though, those two teams, Row, Xforce, currently still within the zone.
Curious to know if they even know that that team was eliminated, because they got shot from an entirely different squad. So we'll see if they're able to focus a bit. But now we've got Wolves. A beautiful aerial shot here is Wolves and Alpha 7 about to go head-to-head again. I don't know that they know it is each other, but Baton, Juancho under attack here from Revo, and Revo is the man you do not want to see in the open field right now. This dude, twice as many elims as even the second place person in the entire lobby, so Revo is not to be trifled with during this PMSL Americas. So Juancho hunkered down here, and I expect some grenades to come through that window at any moment to surprise him, but keep an eye on this as it develops. Juancho takes Revo takes down Doran, and he is quickly exited from the lobby, and now Mafioso coming to support. The Wolves have some blood in the water, and Alpha 7 smells it, Dave.
Yeah, not only that, you can see the confidence from A7 with that 2-2 split. So Revo was pushing in the front lines. Meanwhile, his squad mates were still in the south on the edge, you know, when he was looking to get the initial knock-in engagement. But Xforce, 24K, looking for the Molotov follow-up here. So this is going to be Xforce down to just a duo up against Royals of War, who they were looking good just moments ago, but now with their rotation, they're getting just pieced up and creased up from multiple angles. We'll be losing a squad mate in the process over there to VG.
They're so close they can hear each other and give a little shot at the wall.
There goes 24K getting pushed by two members of Royals of War and immediately thirsted. So just getting sandwiched essentially from multiple angles and really not able to, you know, provide the initial support for each other in that final engagement. So Xforce eliminated with 3 elimination points right there.
Xforce deciding to split there at the last second. Influence Rage, this is what I was saying. That team, I mean, they were just waiting for the right opening. Now they're looking to take care of Row. And if they're going to be able to, I mean, they're just going to have a lot of room to work with. On top of that, they still had the vehicles that they were able to use for this rotation up on Row. This team could end up setting themselves up great. 9Z, Globant gets eliminated with just 1 elim. Influence Rage looking to show why they are currently one of the top teams. But Lorison being able to cut off guard there by the last player of Row 19. Let's see if they're going to be able to pick him up. Aslaw is going to be looking to jump down the window. Luckily for Influence Rage, he hasn't been fully flushed out yet. Not being able to fully spot him. They might be able to reset here with Lorison as they just keep switching. They're playing a cat and mouse game here.
Spider-Man action
what
right there.
An effort. Holy goodness, man. Victex has been the last man alive all day long for Royals of War, and he is really trying hard here, not able to get it done, but impressively played by him. He has got to be kicking himself that he couldn't pick up that extra point on Loras, and he got the knock jumping out the window, but not enough there for Royals of War as they exit the lobby. Now we're down to our top 5, and once again, Alpha 7 makes an appearance. They're trying to get back into this fight as Revo gets blown up with a vehicle. Mafioso already out, but Revo will get picked up, and once again, 4 elims already to his name this game. They are cruising. Still left in the lobby as well. Got to point out Team Liquid making their way north with just 2 players, and they still have 1 alive in the top 5-7.
Yeah, Chief, I mean, making the right decision. Currently with 2 eliminations, now he's being able to start clutching up. By the way, this player has been here since we had 13 teams still left alive. And one other thing that we didn't get a chance to see, because we were just seeing the amazing action going on over in Farm between Xforce, between Influence Rage, Row 19, was Alpha 7 was able to take care of Wolves, and Alpha 7 was able to stop a third party from iNCO Gaming as well. They did end up losing Mafioso, but now how are they going to be able to react to this push that Savage is going to be making towards them? Rebel wanting to move around, wanting to get some off angles. Carrillo is going to end up getting knocked by a wonderful grenade there. And there goes Squash as well. We see you down. Can they recover from this as Rebel's going to jump up by Arcty? Jumps out faster and he's able to spot him. There goes Alpha 7 Savage, now controlling the eastern side of the map.
That's a feels
That
good.
was crazy, Dave. Was that play of the day? Getting the nade knock on Carrillo, pushing through with the vehicle, jumping out, 360 shot onto Revo of all people.
Yes, sir.
Are you kidding me?
I think that's one. It's the play of the day because it's from Savage Esports, a team that I wouldn't have expected it to come from, right? So Savage Esports, they almost had a winner chicken dinner earlier on here today. Now is their moment, really. I mean, they take out Alpha 7. They're feeling good. They got the loot. They need to take out Influence Rage, in my opinion, the final boss. Yeah, we still got 2 solos, but I'm not worried about the solo right now. Influence Rage currently sitting on 5 elimination points after their beautiful compound crash moments ago as well. So Savage Esports in a prime position to get a winner chicken dinner, especially after that engagement, like you said, PB, up against Alpha 7.
I want to put a pin in that one because that all 4 players survived. They did it against Alpha 7 to survive in the top 5. They charged against Chief. They're now into the top 3.
Oh,
and it might be a little bit dicey from here for them. Oh, unfortunate. Just like that, down to 2. I thought they might have a shot at taking a victory here, but it looks like it's going to be Influence Rage 7. They are starting to push the pressure on.
Influence Rage is going to take full advantage there of Chief kind of hindering the power that Savage had. Octi, a player that was able to clutch up. There you go. He's going to want to clutch up once again. Influence Rage being a little bit too aggressive, and they're making sure that they end up paying for it.
No way.
Not only just by Savage, but by VIOUS. VIOUS is still alive. We totally forgot about that player. Igor has just been chilling this whole time, and it's still just 2 players there from Savage. I honestly don't know who's going to take it, boys. It went from
Savage
maybe being
zoned
Savage
now, too.
to them being influenced to now Savage having zone. This is absolute madness.
Oh, that was incredible. We totally forgot about VIOUS Gaming. And just like that, they are able to take down Influence Rage's 2 people from the back. And now it's a 2v2v1 with Savage having zone position right now. So incredible turn of events here. They still have a shot to win it. And they've got this man right here to thank, Dave.
Yeah, Savage definitely need to pump the brakes after the engagement 2 moments ago, but it does look like they're going to continue to chuck out the utility, try to get a knock on to Influence over here. Little boy does have this concrete wall, though, for cover, and the Dacia as well. So I think Savage, just kind of catch your breath because we are in stage number 8, and there's a good chance the next circle will shift to them as well. So Savage Esports, they just need to set up. That way they can gatekeep teams once when the blue zone starts to force them out of their cover. So this is honestly Savage's game to win, but they just need to pump the brakes a little bit and recognize they have the advantage here right now.
They've got to be patient right here. They cannot get knocked from inside here. They got to let Igor and Lawrenson and the rest of Influence Rage fight this out because right now they are there by a stroke of luck. 7. They crashed out there solely to take out Chief, and then they got zone blessed. So, I mean, luckily for them, Chief attracted their attention. It looked really dicey for them for a moment, but now they're sitting in a power position. They just got to be careful not to get knocked.
Yeah, I'm just over here scratching my head at some of the plays that some of these teams are doing. For Igor, I mean, Igor has been playing this perfectly. He has nothing to lose here. And on top of that, he's been able to just secure even more points for his squad. There you go, Igor, 5 points. On top of that, Batat 3. Your teammates aren't going to be hating you for that. Influence Rage had the main advantage. And for some reason, they just decided to go with a 2-2 split. They didn't want to fully commit because of the previous circle. And now the vehicles that they had earlier that they were able to drive towards Savage. Savage is going to end up using those as cover. Savage, with their positioning here, Dave, you mentioned it too. I mean, at this point, it's theirs to lose, but you never know when you have the likes of Little Boy and Lawrence from Influence Rage.
Yeah, without doubt. And Savage, they're kind of smoking their position as well. It's getting me a little bit nervous because that's going to eliminate their own sight lines, right? I mean, it's not what you want to have, especially when you have the advantage. So Little Boy, LaRosen, trying to crawl up here just a little bit. They have a little dip to work with, and Blue Savage, they are going to be aware where their opponents might be. Oh no, did they get stuck in the tree? No. Okay, that got tossed pretty far. That's kind of money right there, but not really doing no damage. Little Boy, though, going to continue to crawl up. And look at those smokes here, fellas. Blocking the sight lines of Savage.
Ooh, clutch shots, though, in from Octi. Once again, this man has been absolutely insane. It comes down to a 1v1. It's Nax versus Lil Boy. Lil Boy on the push right now, gets the first shots off, but the hard cover belongs to Nax. And just like that, nades are out now. Both players with the hard cover. Nades are in. Will they connect? A little bit short there from Snacks. Now Lil Boy. They're going to take a quick pause here. And Seven, what do you make of this? We got a 1v1. Who's taking it?
Oh, I'm looking at what just happened there with Little Boy. He ended up getting 4 grenades out of that box that was on the ground. Can he actually end up connecting with one? Oh, barely missing out on Snacks. And Snacks, I mean, he's been using a lot of utility early on. Oh, there you go, Little Boy with the play. The magical box that was on the ground, giving him 4 grenades, ends up being the winning play for him as he uses it to his advantage. Ultimately, Influence Rage. Wow, I'm impressed that you guys were even able to come back after that 2-2 split. Congratulations, and I'm happy to see Influence Rage finally get a win as well. This team has been kind of quiet today.
They have. The interesting thing about that, like, Bless at the very end, picking up those grenades, is that was their own team's grenades.
Yes,
that was from their 2 crates that they sent out there earlier, getting gunned down in the back by Igor. They left some beautiful loot for their teammates at the very end, able to pick up those grenades. Absolutely clutch. But what about the game from Savage Esports, Dave? I thought they might do it all the way up to second place, so they got to be happy with that, led by Octi.
Definitely happy with that, but you can kind of see like that inexperience still kind of showing itself right there. Snacks was really choosing to be inside that little shed compared to playing the outskirts of the shed. That really provides him a lot more maneuverability, right? To kind of lean peek the right, lean peek the left, and get some vision. Instead, often to go inside the compound for that little shack the whole time, I think was a mistake in my opinion. But hey, Savage Esports, 6 eliminations, a second place. That's still a nice come up on the overall leaderboards here, fellas.
You love to see it. Incredible stuff all the way around. Again, on Erangel, as we wrap up this map for the day. Pretty intense action. Oof. And the zones have honestly presented some challenges here today. Here's the play, though, from Octi with the run over. He turns around quick, busts Alpha 7 right in the chops, so that they get all the way to the final circle here. Chaos for sure, but the third party helps out at the end. Octi able to hold his ground against Diego. And man, if he had won that fight right there against Lil Boy, things might have been a bit different. But the grenades rain in, take down Snacks, and that's all she wrote as Influence Rage celebrates their way to victory. Once again, we take a peek at the stats. What's standing out to you besides Lil Boy's elims there, Seven?
What's standing out for me with this here is just that how the other players really didn't end up getting that many elims. Today, so far, I feel like we are getting good matches, but a lot of the teams with everybody just kind of starting to get a lot of eliminations. Even Alpha 7, I think at one point they ended up this match with 8 eliminations too. We're not really seeing the double-digit wins that I kind of got used to seeing in day 1 and day 2. And from the replay there, something that kind of popped into my head that I thought it was right, and I was able to confirm it, was that Team Liquid, Chief, he was able to just throw a grenade before he got eliminated, and that's what ended up hindering Savage Esports. But I mean, for Savage, they're not gonna be mad, PB. They end up with 12 points at Influence Rage, ends up with 17.
I think they'll take it for sure. They were one of the teams sitting near the bottom of the leaderboards, and to have a game like that, and not only to end up in second place, but they earned it. Yes, they made some mistakes, they showed some inexperience, but they also showed some gun skills, man. They saw some great nades, some runovers, some flick shots there from Savage Esports. They secure a second place in this game, but Influence Rage laughing their way to the bank on those nades from Lil Boy here. Take a peeking at the bottom right now, and unfortunately, for Shoot to Survive, for Xforce, they're just not finishing where they hoped to, and I'm disappointed on Xforce on this particular game, only because they had such great position, but I felt like it was just a bit misplayed. That's okay, though. They did what they could, picked up 3 elims in the process, so at least they didn't leave empty-handed here. But overall, a really strong Erangel all day long today. We take a peek at the overalls here after Erangel wraps, and we got Alpha 7 distancing themselves once again on the top of the tables. 5 chicken dinners to their name today. But the interesting thing, Dave, we don't have any repeat chicken dinner winners today. It's been somebody new each and every game, spreading things out and starting to get some more people on the top of that podium. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, talking about the podium, it's still looking pretty similar to where we started the day. It's just Brazil straight up dominating. Yeah, you got Argentina in the mix with 9Z as well, but Brazil, I mean, the top of the tables here. And well, after that winner where chicken dinner influence did go up a notch, and we'll bump down to loops here with 2 more games to go. Fellas, I feel like Brazil is going to just capitalize and take all the juicy advantage points here tonight, because I'm looking at teams like Rosa War, iNCO seen here and there, but really all those teams on that right-hand side, we really haven't seen any glimmers of light here for like a team, in my opinion, that can have like a massive come up, right? To really shake things up here as we head into the last 2 games of week number 1.
Yeah, and I'm with you, PB, in regards to what you said there for Xforce in the last match. I am also a little bit disappointed with that performance, because they did have great positioning. They were just seemed to be split out at times when they just didn't need to. If they could have just maybe maintained that building, they were being very proactive whenever they were in that actual building, making sure that nobody got close enough, making sure that they didn't maybe end up getting grenaded, and then Fate went out. And then Valak went out. One player by one just ended up getting eliminated. And then when it was a duo, they were still split as well. Just little plays like that here and there. That's stuff that this team needs to fix. And that's stuff that they can actually more than likely fix once they end up being done with this phase.
Yeah, it's tough when you're splitting, 4 players, each of them, maintaining their own building or watching their own angle. When one player gets in a problem, it makes it difficult to return fire and actually counter some of that pressure. So maybe splitting more 2-2 is better for them. I don't know. I'm just a dumb caster here, but we are through 4 out of our 6 games today. We've seen some amazing action so far. Aaron Gell was absolutely crazy. We saw some awesome plays in the jungle on Sandhawk, but my favorite map is up next. That's Miramar. We're heading to the desert next. Make sure you guys keep it locked right here. Game 5 coming up next. We are back. It's the PMSL America's 2025 spring season, and we are almost through our first week, but it's not over just yet. We're back with myself, Power Bang. We got the 7WG and Mustache Dave on the desk today, covering all the action, and it has been dicey today. Not gonna lie, some teams doing really, really well, consistent, like the Alpha 7s that are out there, and we've got some surprises as well so far today. So I want to key in on what's coming up next. We've got 2 maps of Miramar that remain. That's my favorite map. We're going to the desert. What do teams need to do? How do we shift focus when we're going into Miramar, in order to see success, Dave?
Teams at the bottom, look at that. I mean, AGG muting me, man, because they don't like my criticism on those rotates. But what I was saying is teams at the bottom, just forget, I know I say this a lot, but forget about, the first half of today and just focus up on Miramar, try to get that, your favorite word, PB, that momentum going, because I'm looking at the bottom leaderboards. We need that momentum right now. We got Miramar, completely new map. If you get a nice little Miramar game in the pocket, just carry over to the second Miramar of the evening, right? So listen, fellas, I'm still a believer that these bottom teams got enough juice in the tank to have a pop-off performance. I believe.
Absolutely. We saw Influence Rage start to get things going last game. Lil Boy finding some success late on in the circles. And they've been a team that's done decent on Miramar in the past as well. What do we think on Miramar? Are there teams that stand out to you, Seven? Who is looking to actually deliver here as we head to this new map?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at not even some of the teams at the top, because I feel like we're just going to keep on talking about them for the longest time possible with the way that they're currently performing. I'm going to be looking at VIOUS Gaming. This team yesterday, they were able to secure a 3rd place finish on the last Miramar match. But the only problem with that 3rd place finish is that they ended up with 0, a big old donut when it came to elimination. So I'm hoping that that's not the case today. I'm hoping that they do end up putting themselves in a situation where they are top 3, like it was here in that last Erangel, and they can also start fragging out. I mean, Igor by himself, he had 5 elims. I'm hoping that's the case for this team, because they have showcased it today. They have had multiple matches where they've been able to back it up with elims.
That's a great call out. I mean, VIOUS Gaming has been a team that's been active all day long, first and foremost. So their guns are most certainly warm at this point in the day. If we remember back to game 2, Erangel, chaos, and I feel like they were in team fight after team fight after team fight, and they kept winning. So I feel like 0 and goose eggs is not in the cards for VIOUS today. I could be wrong. We'll wait and see what happens, but clearly they've been active. So we'll keep tabs on that. Another squad that's been active but haven't always ended up on the right side of the fight have been the Wolves. I'm looking at Coops right now. He's currently sitting 6th overall in elims with 23 overall, so he's getting it done. But the team seems a bit disjointed right now, and they haven't been able to kind of get that momentum building. They seem to be getting third-partied, caught off guard, or just straight up losing fights right now. And I want to see them build that momentum. I think Miramar is a good change of pace, a good opportunity for them to start to build on things and perhaps, maybe, start to claw their way up those advantage points, because, again, 2 more maps remain before the points completely reset. Everybody gets that fresh restart, but getting those advantage points is everything, because as we all know, any point, it could come down to 1 point, 2 points for the right to move on to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Only 3 teams are moving on from this, and that will be determined here in the next couple of weeks, Dave.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed out Coops. I mean, the dude, Mustache Coops, I'm calling him, he's definitely cooking, right? But we saw last game, sometimes he just gets a little too confident, and I want to see Coops kind of pull back just a little bit and allow his squad mates to be able to be in a good position to support him to really excel with these confident plays. We saw that last game. He jumped over the ridge and got knocked, right? And that didn't need to happen, right? If his teammates were pushed up a couple more centimeters closer within range to support him, he would have been alive, right? So Coops feeling it. Yeah, Power Bang, top damage, top of limbs for, the entirety of the tournament, but needs to make sure his squad mates are in a proper position to support him, to allow him to continue to do Coop things.
That's a great point, Dave. I will say, Coops has got to know how important he is to his team. He's got to be alive later on in the match to be able to make those plays, picking off 2 or 3 early on, it doesn't really mean much in the overall standings. And that's why you see them sitting, down in, I believe, 11th or 12th place right now. Maybe a couple spots higher than that, but still not on the first page. And that's ultimately where the Wolves are targeting. And they got to be looking at top 3 because they desperately want to move on to the next stage. And I feel like they are North America's best shot at doing so. So Miramar coming up next, match 17 and 18 of the league phase. Remember, this is the final couple of games of week 1 where we will be getting some advantage points distributed, and 15 go to the top squad, 12 for second place, 9 for third, and then on down from there. Everybody's going to be picking up at least one, so nobody feels left out as we go into the next stage. So everybody's going to be getting one of those points. As I'm looking at the stats here, I got to point out that, Squash Boo, Pedrinho, they're at 29 and 28 elims respectively. They're almost going to crack the big 3-0. But I also got to mention Revo. He's got 51. He's crossed 50 last game, so that's pretty cool. And on the damage side, Mafioso, Rafinha, and Pedrinho all closing in on 6,000 damage. Mafioso leading the way with 5,700 damage. And then there's Revo in a category of his own. He's crossed 9,000 damage going into this game. So, just a cool 3,500 point lead on damage going in. A one-man wrecking crew for Alpha 7. So that is going to do it. Give me your predictions, Seven and Dave, rapid fire for who's taking this map. Go with you, Seven.
I'm going to be looking at Alpha 7, especially because of what you just mentioned there. This team was also able to get a win yesterday in Miramar, bouncing back from the awful first day in Miramar. So more than likely, they're looking to close it out as well with another win.
Influence,
I love it, Dave.
Rage, representing Brazil here, feeling good after their last match performance. They're going to carry on onto this Miramar with that momentum, fellas. Match 17.
How about you, PB?
I like it. I'm going 9Z. I'm going to run it back.
Like it.
Run it back, baby.
I picked them before, and they got all the way up to top 3. Almost won it. That one could have gone any which way. I think if it had been elsewhere besides shooting range, I think 9Z takes it. But we'll watch as they drop to the south. This game, plane path, dead center across Miramar. Now we'll see if we see any funky zones. Will it go to the eastern islands? I've seen that a couple of times recently, and I've been on the desk for both of them. So that's pretty cool. Maybe we get another one. Or, as it went yesterday, kind of down to the south. So we'll take a peek at that zone here shortly. But we're on board with United for Gaming and Mystic as they loot up early on in this one, Seven.
Yeah, I'm still going to be pushing for that crazy, very toxic circle all the way to the islands to the east.
Ooh.
Just give me those, all right? We got a one-time.
This isn't bad.
We got a one-time. It happened where was it that it happened? It happened in PMGC finals. That's right, on that final match. And it almost happened yesterday.
The last game.
And then talking about it, guess what? We don't want water. We just want to go all the way up to the north, which is good because Alpha 7 is not going to end up rotating into Wolves, and Wolves needs to be careful because they might end up rotating to Alpha 7. One of those fights, I mean, we heard Coops talk about it earlier on as well, saying that they weren't really trying to target them, but they know those rotations. Everybody knows those rotations that Alpha 7 ends up doing. With what you said, Dave, earlier, I do hope that if these two teams end up fighting, Coops stays alive.
Yeah, and kind of going back because it's a unique topic. When we're looking at Coops, we're looking at North America. It's a strategy that, 7 PB, you guys can probably recall, but we saw implemented back on the Pittsburgh Knights way back in the day, where it was always Coops in the front line, running and gunning, popping off, getting the points, but his teammates were always in a position to provide support from all the angles to allow Coops to have the freedom to move around and make those highlight plays happen. So I think they might be kind of opting to kind of go for that same strategy almost. At least that's what I'm seeing here tonight. But the timing just a little off. If they can perfect it, top 5, top 3 team without a doubt.
Got some blasts from the past there, shouting out the Knights.
That's where Coops really made a name for himself.
Yeah, 100%.
So, it's kind of like going back to pre-mustache Coops. I'm almost seeing here in the gameplay. So,
back before he could throw one.
Even when he ended up going to Enigma Galaxy, and then he ended up going to Twisted Minds as well, a bit more of a global site. it was still the same play. It was always let him do his thing, and that's kind of a lot of the stuff that the global teams are starting to do. If there is a player, for example, Doc, currently on CSA, that player just ends up doing his own thing and then just decides to back off whenever the team tells him to. But sometimes with a player doing that, they do end up overextending themselves and overexposing. And that's when you need to have a stern player within the team saying, hey, you need to slow down. You might not need to risk it all the time because we need you later on.
Absolutely. Well, we watch intense game here as they loot up, and they're going to be trying to secure that position. Pretty slow going usually on, except for this man. He's got his pedal to the metal. Take a peek over at Xforce looting up as well, and they're trying to rebound again from a disappointing game in Game 4 today. Would love to hear a little bit more about what they have to say about it. We do have Valak for an interview between the games. Let's go ahead and go to Sarpatch for that little broadcast there.
All right, here we are after match 4 with Valak. Valak, that was a tough match. 2 teams just went after you. It felt like it didn't went your way. That's how you feel?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2 teams crashing us, that's we already lost, man. That's basically, I mean, it's an 8v3, right? We're trying to defend warehouse, 2-story, 2 1-stacks. So yeah, it's definitely it was definitely a hard, hold for us.
We're done with our Angels. How's Miramar looking?
I mean, going in day 1 and day 2, we definitely struggled on Miramar the most. So, I mean, we did a lot of VOD review on Miramar, so we're hoping, our Miramar gameplay is going to be a lot more better than day 1 and day 2.
Sure. Let's hope that.
Of course.
Bro, let's go get it.
I like what I'm hearing there, Seven. The VOD review on Miramar specifically, so definitely going to be keeping my eye on Xforce and seeing if that paid off. They've got position right now and looking right down on top of Influence Game, it looks like. Valak with the Mini. And love seeing a Mini 8 times out in the hands of somebody that's capable.
Yeah, I mean,
Level
for
1
Xforce,
helmet, though.
Yeah, that's one of those things, right? As long as he doesn't end up getting caught here, as long as he's very careful, doesn't end up overextending, he should be fine. But I'm with Valak right there. I'm glad that they are aware enough and they're not shying away from saying, you know what, this is one of our worst maps. So far, on the 4 matches that they have played there for Miramar, they have gotten a total of just 6 eliminations. Not something that you want to see, not something that you want to continue to say. And from that interview, something else that I ended up picking up from him saying is that, yeah, we had a lot of teams crash onto us. And it sounded like they felt like they still have to defend all those buildings, all that area in farm. I wish they would have just, like, when they're doing VOD review, I hope they realize, okay, if they crash onto us, let's try to narrow down a bit the area that we do want to cover. Let's just adjust to what we're having to deal with here, especially when you have 2 teams just getting so close to you.
Made it. By the way,
Where
shout
there
out
is
to
a will,
Southpaw.
there is a way.
Yeah, he made it. Shout out to Southpaw, though, because honestly, I feel like he has some of the best interviews. For myself, I might sit on the fence, I might skirt around it, but he's like, hey, you guys are doing horrible. How are we coming back? And I really feel like we get some real answers, really get into the mindset of the players. Like, yeah, we know we're doing bad, and this is what we plan to do to kind of bounce back. So legendary interviews, and it really gives us a nice glimpse into the boots on the ground, what's happening at the LAN, how the players are feeling, and so much context behind it. So shout out to Southpaw for those interviews.
You know what the difference is, Dave? I agree with you 100%. But
yes, sir.
Now, the difference is this. He's on location, and after he says, yo, you guys suck last round, he can end with a dap and a let's get it, That's what I'm saying. It's like, you get that friendly little send-off, whereas us Nimrod sitting at home halfway across the planet just talking some crap, they look at that and they're like, oh, these idiots don't know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's a different vibe, but I like that you can close some criticism with a nice little dap up and say, hey, man, still a fan, and I am as well. I mean, I look at Valak, and I think he's a great kid and talented player, and I obviously really hope that these guys perform to their capability. It's one of those things where it's just, we hope to see more. That's all we're saying from the booth here.
That's right, 100%. I mean, and they already showcased that they have what it takes to be able to get a win. So we just got to be able to find a way, whatever the circle might end up giving you, to try to mimic that. Try to have them just focus on themselves, focus on making sure that if they are to split out, to get closer and do it quickly, as we're going to be getting a circle closing in here. A lot of teams just focusing towards the center. Yeah, please. keep going north.
Trailer
You go
park,
to like
baby.
over. Oh
Okay,
my goodness. Okay. As soon as I was
Okay.
about to say it ended up happening. Wolves, I want to see you get inside La Cobreria. Don't take long because everybody else is going to start rotating. And if this team can actually spot themselves a good position in a good building, it might allow Coops to do what you were saying, Dave, too, as well, where he's going to be able to frag out and he doesn't really have to worry about getting knocked. And if he does end up getting knocked, guess what? His teammates will be right there with cover to pick him up.
Yes, sir. It looks like they are going to be going to the city, or at least the outskirts, like you mentioned, 7. I mean, they got first picks, essentially, after that hard shift over there to the west side. VIP going to be rolling on in. A lot of teams on the east side just struggling to find a foothold here and have a safe rotation. A limb from Xforce popping out their vehicles from uptown with the red dot M4. Take some shots onto Alpha 7, who are trying to center up right now. And oh no, a run over as well in the elimination feed. Ayala going to be getting a bug splat. 1 point on the board. Trying to avoid the vehicle explosion here, though.
Good shots coming from range there. But, able to make it out of there. I love these vantage points. I'm always just waiting for the knockout of the vehicle because that is the absolute worst place you want to get stranded, is out in the middle of the desert. And he does connect. Vitali goes down. And he is going to be able to get that finish.
Got him.
Influence Rage. Lil Boy, he's feeling himself right now. 306 meters on that elimination. 7 Worlds Gaming. What do you think about that?
Yeah, right now, little boy, just try to stay alive. Please, you're currently trying to figure out, trying to allow Diego to get closer to you. Meanwhile, this is a team. I want them to finish off strong. VIOUS Gaming, they're only in 11th place, 69 points. Nice. Hopefully, they're going to be able to get more as Team Liquid trying to fend them off, too. I mean, Team Liquid having to worry not only just in regards to Influence Rage, we saw them being able to at least get 1 elimination, but now VIOUS Gaming. And VIOUS Gaming, if they decide to be aggressive here, too, they're also going to have to worry about what Influence Rage is going to end up doing. But overall, I'm happy. I'm happy that Wolves decided to actually send it into La Cobreria. I'm happy that they ended up getting something there before everybody else started crashing into it. And I'm hoping that they're going to be able to use that to their advantage, not just in regards to placement points, making sure that they collect a lot of points. And as I said that, in regards to another team from NA, I do end up seeing 24K getting knocked by Alpha 7. So that's a fight to keep a close eye on, because we know Alpha 7, if they see a weakness and if they see an opening, Dave, they're going to go for it.
They go for it without a doubt. You know what else I love? I know I've been talking about it a lot here besides the interviews. I love the player cams because you can really see the focus. You can see the gyro. You can see just, you know, the grips. And I saw one player, I kid you not, they had their phone like right up to their eyeballs, like they had some VR goggle on. I don't know who it is, but I'm still on the lookout for that. But you can see the laser focus here as the next circle does pop, goes over there to the east side. So Influence, BG, Team Liquid gonna be duking it out here. Diego from the high ground in the blue, 6 times M4, really trying to get that one. And 7, you called the heads up rotate from the Wolves. They're still going to be sitting pretty right now, fellas.
They already got 2 elims. They're able to defend it right there. Ooh, hold on. Is that the voice back from PUBG Mobile Power Bang? I got some flashbacks right there with that noise.
Yes, sir. We've got Xforce still a little bit of trouble here. And then I bet a lot of these engagements, though, have been like 300, 400 meters out. They're going to be challenging to get finishes on, but teams are finding a way. It's been impressive so far to watch, but all the rotates are coming on into the zone, and I'm really excited for a Northern Circle. I don't know about you guys, but I've never, ever seen one at Oasis. It seems like an area that's just taboo for that circle to finish on. We're getting close. La Cobreria in play here. And we got iNCO Gaming rotating over from there. And here's an interesting fight starting to develop between All Glory Gaming and Alpha 7. So definitely look for Alpha 7 to take the upper hand there. But starting to get pretty packed. Look at the mini-map here for Coops. It's getting a bit busy in here. Lots of neighbors to wave to and say hi.
Hey, PB, can I ask you a question real quick? I mean, kind of going back to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Going back to the nice, you know, voice pack, like when would be the perfect moment in game to hit him with the PB voice line of nice in game? Like, in your opinion?
Ooh.
Yeah, like when's the perfect time to hit him with that?
Right after the chicken dinner, man. You get that last elam. Nice.
Yeah, there it is. From the man himself.
Or after a pan, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or a 6 sniper shot, PB. I know you like the 6 sniper shots.
Yeah, where's that M24, man? It's just not in the meta, you know? That's what I want to see. A nice little bolty from range. I've never seen my favorite weapon used. Makes me want to cry, but that's okay. Ooh. Adrian, they're landing shots, and Loops now on the defensive. Intense Game is going to push the action, and they are able to pick up Vitin, and it's going to be a bit dicey for Loops to get out of there, but it looks like they may just escape.
Loops barely being able to escape there. One of the players that is going to end up getting eliminated, but we saw 2 of their anchor players starting to shoot there at IG, and on top of that, you got Xforce, Alim, very close, what it appears to be very close by, hopping back in the buggy and deciding to back off as there is another team very close by, and it's going to be none other than IG. Yeah, IG just making sure that Xforce doesn't try to do anything funny here. And luckily for Xforce, that terrain right there, allowing them just to get an angle on the player from IG. It's not going to end up being converted into an elimination, but it is damage that you're causing in case you do end up fighting those players later on. I'm intrigued to see how this is going to work out. So far, La Cubertia is still in. Wolves have been able to take advantage of it. I am actually enjoying the 2-2 split that Wolves is currently doing, and I am enjoying as well from Xforce that they have a bit of a 3-1 split. They have Valak on the back and making sure that nobody tries to surprise them.
Yeah, Valak with the mini as well. I believe Valak was the one that got that knock moments ago. So really laying down the suppression fire on the top of the crater, as it is still going to be in the zone. But United for Gaming, they got a duo. They're looking to push Rose of War, looking to flush them out, looking for the ricochet with that grenade. Hey, first one might not have worked, but we got 4 more to go, baby. 4 more to go. Could be a nice little come up for them. Looks like the revive was successful. I do see Loops down there in the distance as well, but not within grenade range. So, wow, looks like Rose of War just lucking out right there, because that member from United for Gaming just not looking to full commit there.
No, they're short on members, right? It's just him and Joaco here, so it's tough to make that full push. But honestly, I'm really surprised that Hate was able to stand out in the open and throw 4 grenades with how many people there are in this area. Buildings, ridges, I mean, so many different sight lines as the nades start to pour in from the wolves behind them. You know, he stuck himself out there for quite a while, realized it, and he's like, you know, I'm going to go back and join my buddy here. So they're not able to get that opening knock that they were looking for. But that's what I'm talking about. It's like you peek and you immediately get shot from somewhere, and somehow, some way, Hate was able to hang himself out there for a full minute and be just fine.
Yeah, I mean, they were bleeding out, right? Rules of War, and kind of going back to Hate. I mean, we're looking at UT. They're in 14th overall. We got 2 more games to go here for Phase 1, Week 1. Like, I feel like you're already committed to the play at that point. Just full on go for it, because what's the worst that can happen? You know, you get eliminated, and well, after this game, you're still in 14th, right? So I think the potential for the upward trend is a lot more with trying to get those eliminations, because then they would have overpassed 13th, right? So I think just committing to it would have been the play here.
For me, I'm looking at seeing if anybody else is going to end up overpicking. You mentioned it too, PB. At this point, with how many people are alive, with the circle that's currently we're working with, we have teams that are currently towards the top. In some mountains, they have the terrain towards their advantage. They have the high ground as well. If you're able to peek, you're going to get caught, and you're going to have to hope that none of the other teams that are close by you are going to make a push. And talking about making a push, something that was bound to happen, something that needed to happen is going to end up happening here, as Intense Game is going to be taking the action towards Xforce. Xforce having the high ground advantage. Can they actually convert on that? Can they actually use it to their advantage and win this fight, as Fate is going to get caught first?
Pedrino able to get a connection there for Intense Game, and he is the 3rd overall in elims in the entire lobby, and he's continuing to show why. Alim caught out from silence there, so they pinpointed the location of yet another Xforce player. So hard with all of these ridges and pockets to really figure out, where are we attacking? Where do we point our weapons? I mean, just all kinds of stuff going on. Pedrino goes down, silence goes down, and all of a sudden, Xforce able to defend. Adrian goes down. It's all up to just a final member of Intense Game. It's Grafa with low HP, not able to get it done. And the interesting thing with with this is, as Xforce shoots some boxes, they were headed the wrong way out of the zone because they had to try to secure their back. They wanted to edge their way in, but they knew they couldn't do it with Xforce behind them. So they headed up the hill, and it did not pan out for them. Xforce has got to build on this momentum. They've got 4 elims and all 4 members still up as we head in to Stage 6 here shortly.
Yeah, that's something that you want to see, especially with that kind of engagement. They had the high ground. For a second there, I was a little bit scared. Seeing Fate ended up getting knocked, but everybody able was to rally behind that squad and actually making sure that Intense Game didn't get any more points. They're in a way, they're helping some of the other teams that we've been looking at, guys. Not only is it going to help influence Rage, it's also going to help 9C because those are teams that are still fighting for that second place, still fighting for those extra points in the grand finals. Considering that today is the final day in regards to phase 1, we will be starting phase 2 on Sunday, so make sure you set an alarm for that. Tell everybody that's part of your family so they don't end up missing out. And here we go. This was the clutch moment. There you go. 24k, Dave.
Wow.
Sometimes clutch is up so much for this team. Sometimes we tend to talk about Fate over and over again, but every now and then 24k is like, yeah, I'm part of this team. This is why I'm part of this team.
Give them a DPS. That's all you need for some nice eliminations right there. And that was a great replay too. I was getting a little sketched out. Silence was like right on the other side of the hill and still had the grenades in hand, trying to toss some grenades over there. And I feel like having the shotgun lock and loaded ready to spray down would have been the play. But Intense Game, they got a comfortable lead. We see them on the overall leaderboard, so they're going to walk away, you know, not too scathed from that engagement. And Xforce really winning the most right there with those 4 elimination points. And hopefully, you know, kind of what they needed to kind of put some wind in their sails here on this Miramar game, as they're going to pretty much be the only team down there in the south. And remember, Valak with that mini, with the scope, might be able to spot out those Loops members not too far from them. So Xforce can be playing it nice and slow in the south. And if they get the circle shift towards them, they're going to be in an even better position for this Miramar game.
This is a big opportunity right now for the teams in 3rd through 5th. I'm looking at Influence Rage. I'm looking at 9Z. I'm looking at Loops. Intense Game is out of the lobby right now, so they are stuck where they're at from a points perspective, and there's still a 19-point gap between 3rd and 4th and 2nd place. Remember, 3 of those advantage points are there's a 3-point difference between 2nd and 3rd, so that's a big margin for free points here. So Influence Rage and 9Z definitely have an opportunity to close some ground, and 9Z still has all 4 players alive in the center of the zone. So I've got my eyes on them. I did pick them to win, but they've got a really interesting position, all of them in the same building. We'll see if that pans out for them, 7.
Let's hope they get blessed. Ooh, okay. All right. Hey, we're still cooking. We're still working with something here. They're still within the circle as well. We got to point out, Wolves is currently with that split that they were doing earlier. They're going to be within the circle. Alpha 7 being really spread out. I mean, Alpha 7 just continuing to play like they don't really care if anybody ends up pushing them. They'll be able to readjust quickly. Team Liquid now worrying about what VIOUS Gaming is going to be doing here. Is VIOUS Gaming a team that has been quite surprising today, bouncing back from yesterday, having to put up some eliminations so far today. Let's see if they're going to be able to put up even more eliminations. Ayala currently the player with Team Liquid with the only elimination. Remember, Team Liquid got a win earlier today in Erangel, but it was just with 2 eliminations. They want to be able to do more. The grenades are going to start coming in from VIOUS Gaming. Wow. There goes one. Mythic is going to get spotted. Can they connect back? Can Team Liquid bounce back from this fight, as VIOUS is going to be smelling blood in the water?
Yeah, this could be VIOUS too, trying to poke the bear when it comes to Team Liquid with their 2-2 split. Remember, we saw Xforce, Elim, and Fate kind of pressing the envelope to the southern part of the 2-2 split from Team Liquid. So Ayala kind of stuck on his lonesome here. BG trying to test it, trying to see if there's another squad mate behind that boulder, on that ridge, before committing to the push here. And honestly, the split from Team Liquid probably gonna do them in here, honestly, because we got 2 different squads looking to sandwich them here.
It's chaos right now, boys. We've got 54 players a moment ago, down to 44 right now, and S2S goes out. We're down to 42. Ayala gets taken down, and Team Liquid in trouble with just a couple of members remaining. things are getting a bit tense on the outskirts right now as these teams on the outer edge of the zone have to take care of each other before heading in to try to take on the inner circle teams inside of these compounds. But Xforce, they're hanging in there. All four still alive. Remember, we said they had to build on this momentum. They're starting to put out some pressure onto these other teams. They pick up a couple of knocks here, taking out Nunez, finishing Chief, and now Team Liquid on the verge of being eliminated here, 7.
Xforce making the life a little bit easier there out of iNCO Gaming. Team Liquid is going to get eliminated. Remember, they had that 2-2 split. It didn't end up working out, especially when you have to fight two different teams. iNCO Gaming, 2 alive, going up against VIOUS Gaming, currently up to 4 eliminations. Get to get more. There goes one knock. Can he connect with the other one? He's not going to be able to, and iNCO Gaming gets eliminated. 9C, a team that you've been picking, PB, they're just chilling. They're not having to worry about anything. And VIOUS Gaming now having to work with 2. Xforce needs to be chilling right now. You don't have to overstand. You don't have to do anything. I know it looks appetizing to maybe try to make that push, but you are currently looking good. You have so much control of this circle, especially towards the eastern side. Just wait it out and see what the next circle is going to be giving you as Savage gets eliminated as well. Just in a blink of an eye. Throughout the whole thing, throughout the whole fight, blink my eyes, 10 players, gone.
That's it. Hey, I'm going for an Xforce win. I know I picked, I don't know who I picked, but I'm going for Xforce now. I think that's, they're looking good here. They got VG right over that ridge, but they are going to be playing it nice and slow, trying to get the advantage. We see another knock over there. Fate trying to get within Molotov range, and well, there they go. So Xforce, listen, they're firing on all cylinders here on this Miramar map.
I'll tell you what Xforce needs to do here. If you have any vehicles, depending on how this terrain works, try to find a way to get a little bit closer towards the center of the circle. If not, make a push towards where Alpha 7 is. Yeah, you're going to leave the whole eastern side exposed. But if that next circle closes in, oh man, that is depending on how much utility you have to work with, that is going to be hard. And as I say that, guess what? A team that ended up doing exactly what I was just saying was Loops Esports Wolves. Now making the push here towards Alpha 7. Carrillo is going to end up getting knocked by 1 grenade. Wolves now having all 4 players arrive. This is a bit of a rematch of what we've seen in the past between Coops, between Carrillo, between Wolves, between Alpha 7. Who's going to end up taking it? Now Alpha 7 being forced to just push back as Wolves is just overwhelming them. Alpha 7 pain for just playing way too confident in that area, way too split, especially with so many teams still alive.
I was wondering the exact same thing with that split in 3 different buildings. I was like, Revo is completely on his own. Mafioso on his own on the other side. It does not pan out for them, but they're still in this fight. All 4 members up. They have not been wiped just yet. So Alpha 7 may be given a second wind here. You know who's big chilling though? 9Z. They don't have any damage at all done to their squad. They're still in that building, just waiting to see what happens. They picked up 1 elim, but look who's getting busy. It's Xforce. 8 elims on the board right now. We said that they needed to ride that momentum, and they are doing just that. Loops eliminated from the city. And just like that, we've got some more points on the board for 9Z as they move out, start to head to circle. This is an interesting one because the center of this zone, there is nothing. There's no cover, absolutely nowhere to hide, and everything on the edge is occupied. So this is going to be a really interesting strategy to see who kind of heads out first. Maybe there's a smoke wall. Maybe somebody sends a vehicle. I don't know what's going to go down, but I am getting the popcorn because it's about to be lit, Dave.
It is just death in the center here. So all these teams trying to fight it out here on the edge. Here comes the Wolves. Coop's going to be confirmed with a third party from downtown Valak with the mini, actually. It looks like the Wolves were looking to take a fight with Rose of War here on the edge. And there's still a couple members, well, all the members from A7 right up close and personal with Doran. So this is going to be a bloodbath. Next circle goes up. Xforce still in a really strong position on the high ground. They got some ledges, some ridges to work with for cover if they need be. And honestly, Xforce are going to be looking down. So Xforce need to make sure that 9Z don't take their position in backfill. So 9Z, they recognize, hey, that's the spot we want to be in. They're going to be pushing up this hill just a little bit. But meanwhile, the Wolves changing gears. They were looking at Rose of War. Now they're turning their eyes and their attention to Alpha 7. That was the team behind them. So let's see. Wancho, 1 grenade. That might be all it takes here. But Alpha 7, they all got their grenades out right now.
Mafioso being able to connect there with one grenade. Another grenade from Alpha 7 continuing to connect. And Wolves Esports did want to push there towards Row. But as soon as Coops ended up getting eliminated, they thought about it twice just because they didn't have the utility for it. And these two teams are just going to be in a world of hurt. Wolves Esports, they might be able to recover one player here, but that someone's going to be pushing in. Just switch out all this stuff that you currently have. Wancho there being able to get one knock, but it's not going to be able to confirm as the Blues are now pushing in even more. Xforce deciding to take control of this center circle as much as they can with the vehicles that they have to their advantage. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this as 9C is just throwing grenades? 9C taking the high ground advantage, and it's only 24k left here in the center, and none other than I believe it might be Valak just still getting that off angle, which he has been throughout the whole match. PB19 is looking great right now.
I think they're going to do it. They've got the position, and I think they realize because they had to finish that player down by the monster truck, I think they know that Valak is behind them. You saw them start to run out and immediately snap back to cover, and now they've seen him go out, and they'll feel like, okay, we can take a fight. They're going to go grab position now, and Aragod is going to be trying to do it once again for Royals of War, but A7 is still in this, and you can never, ever, ever count them out, Dave.
Take them out, man. Somebody take them out. Alpha 7 is just a duo. They can still win this game, but look at this. Kogo mowing them down with the 4x M4. There goes Royals of War, and there goes Alpha 7. 9Z. Winner, Miramar chicken dinner with 10 elimination points. There it is, baby. There it is. Dabs in the chat. Hey, we got him. Almost left them hanging.
Don't leave me hanging, he says. Impressive stuff there from 9Z Globant. They pick up a winner chicken dinner. The momentum starting to build, and boys, we might have a challenger for that second spot going after that 12 advantage points that will be given out after next game for their performance and consistency for this first week of our league stage of PMSL America's 2025 spring. So 7, Miramar, first game of the day. Incredible stuff from a lot of these teams. We saw Xforce put some things together. They didn't get the victory. They had to go up against a really, really tough 9Z team there that was pushing them, and I don't think they expected the push. Kind of caught them off guard a little bit while they were playing Overwatch, and I think they just rotated back just a wee bit too late. Unfortunate for them, but they did pick up quite a few elims this game. What'd you think of Game 5 here today?
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. I actually enjoyed especially what 9C was able to do. Usually, I mean, we've seen it before. I mentioned it earlier whenever VIP ended up winning too. Sometimes teams, when they're put in situations like that where they just have to chill throughout the whole match because the circle keeps blessing them over and over again, when it gets until the end of the match, they just keep on chilling. They're not really being proactive, but 9C didn't want to do that. 9C wanted to be the aggressors. Xforce having to be forced to push down the hill, and on top of that, fighting loops allowed the opening for 9C to just be able to move up and get those angles on them. And on top of that, one props that I do have to give as well, as we're looking at stats here from 9C Globant, it's none other than Wolves. Yes, Wolves, you didn't end up getting that win, but overall, the little plays here and there for this team to actually being able to use the utility and make it across the road, I was impressed by that. Sadly for this team, if they would have still had more utility, I felt like they would have actually taken on row 19, but just that utility not having that available, and Valak just getting the off angle stopped that in its tracks.
Absolutely. Taking a peek at the stats here from 9Z Globant here after our match 17. Shout out Remix, man. Not only did he lead the team in elims picking up 5, but what I'm most impressed by is he took almost 300 damage, but managed to stay alive until the end of the game. So this man's soaking up bullets, soaking up damage, but able to continue to dish it out. Nice balanced performance there from 9Z Globant. Take a peek there as they put up 20 points in this one. That is absolutely massive. You know why? And that's because Intense Game is nowhere on this first page. So with that, they may be challenging here to take over the second spot on this overall rankings. We'll point that out here in just a moment. But finally, someone other than Brazil making a charge here towards the top, Dave.
Yeah, happy to see Remix as well, like finding his foothold, you know, in the lobby. 5 elimination points that game for him alone. Colgo representing out here. I mean, these two players, just a killer duo here. And then also, you know, they got their other 2 squad mates, but you can tell their synergy, their back and forth is just on point. And Xforce, 10 eliminations here this game. Xforce on the come up right there. Okay, they slid up here a little bit. 73 total points. Oh, it's still going to be a challenge, though, to get onto the left-hand side and maybe bump out iNCO. But, hey, Xforce, if we can get, like, 10 more elimination points, maybe that final winner chicken dinner. Fellas, you never know. You never know.
Absolutely. Wolves needs to find that first letter in their name. That's W. They need a W that can get them onto the first page. We'll see. Alpha 7 still comfortably in first place, but we do indeed have a new second place team. It is 9Z Globant taking it over from Intense Game. Intense Game finishing in 16th in Miramar Match 1. And 9Z Globant finishing in first. So those are polar opposites right there. It's enough to close the gap, and Influence Rage is not far behind in fourth place right now. Remember, the top two teams have a significant advantage in the advantage points they'll receive after next match. So Alpha 7 and 9Z Globant currently sitting in a really good position. The Brazilian teams are looking strong. 5 of them in the top 7 right now. VIOUS Gaming is the only one that's on that second page, 7, and honestly, they've looked pretty good today. Maybe they make a run to that first page as well. We'll see if they can put things, put some points up on the board here in game number 6 today.
They have. The eliminations have been there. Just it comes down to those placement points. They haven't been able to fully clutch it up. I mean, we saw some third place finishes when it went to Erangel. We saw them a little bit doing able to like distract teams here and there on this last Miramar, but it's not quite there yet. And I'm glad you mentioned it too. Yeah, 9Z Globant being able to get that second place finish, that is impressive. Something to keep in mind too. And even though I don't want to talk about them that much, Alpha 7 crossing that 200 point mark. That is good to see. That is just absolutely impressive. In a way, I'm hoping that they don't slow down. I'm hoping that the throttle, just keep pushing it, Alpha 7. Keep doing that crazy stuff, because then some of the other teams are going to make you pay for it, like we did see there in the last match from Wolves.
Absolutely. So keep the pedal to the metal, says 7WG. We'll keep it going here. I got my eye on 9Z to kind of get things sorted here for our 6th game of the day. Remember, this is our 3rd and final day of week 1. After next match, we will be tallying up our advantage points that teams will take with them into the PMSL Americas finals. Got one more match of Miramar coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile PMSL America's Spring 2025 League Play. We're on day 3, and this is our final match of week 1, after which we will tally the scores and award some advantage points to everyone in the lobby. Obviously, the higher you finish on the leaderboard, the more advantage points you receive to take into the grand finals for PMSL America. Super exciting stuff. The top 3 from the grand finals will be moving on to the world stage, EWC, in late July to take on the best of the best in all of the world. My name's Powerbang. I'm your host of the broadcast, and I got to welcome back in my boys 7WG and Mustache Dave. Gentlemen, we are gearing up for our 6th and final match of the day. It's the 18th of the tournament. We've got a clear winner right now in Alpha 7, but the bad news for them is it doesn't matter after this next match. They got to do it all again next week, but obviously, 7, as you mentioned before the break, we want to see that pedal to the metal still. We want to see them continue to maintain that momentum. Do you think that they'll be able to do that here in Game 6 and beyond?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this team hasn't, I got to go back and check it, but this team hasn't finished out of a top 5 situation, I think, in the last 3 matches that we have played. And on top of that, I mean, we saw how they started off the day as well. The thing for some of these teams now become like, what is 9C going to be able to do, right? What is Intense Game going to be able to do? These are teams that are fighting for points, like an actual big difference in points. You mentioned it too. If you end up in 2nd place, you end up getting 12 points head start when we end up going to the finals. 3rd place, that's 9 points. That's a 3-point difference. You mentioned it too. It might not seem like a lot, but we have seen in the past where we end up having to go to a tiebreaker, where maybe one elimination would have been what took to get a team to go to the next level. So little things like that here and there. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that top and seeing who's going to end up where, because I'm enjoying LATAM is currently showing up as well. It's nice to see it's not just Brazil.
100%. We've talked a little bit about Alpha 7 at the top. Dave, let's talk a bit about the 2 teams below them. 9Z just passed up Intense Game, and they are sitting in 2nd place right now, heading into the final phase here. Final map of the first phase. Interestingly enough, 1 point separates these 2 teams, and it's 1 elim that also separates them. So we've essentially got a head-to-head for this final map. Whoever wins it will likely be taking those 12 bonus points. Talk to me, Dave. What are you seeing between these 2 teams today, and who do you think is going to take it?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great topic here, a very important topic with those advantage points that end off night here. I'm thinking 9Z, though. 9Z, I've just been seeing a lot more Gusta, I think, from them here tonight, and they're just all firing on all cylinders here. Their synergy on point, and we've seen the player cams just laser focused. Not to take away from IG, but I feel like IG have had a lot more like hot or cold games. Their rotations, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. They're still a top team in the lobby, but I feel like 9Z, they're just a little more put together here, at least tonight here, fellas.
Absolutely. 9Z taking our last Miramar match. They're going to try to repeat and do it again, or at the minimum, finish higher than Intense Game. Intense Game had an amazing day 1 of our first league phase. Day 2, they slipped a little bit, and day 3, man, they're doing okay, but they've lost some ground now that they previously had a pretty big gap. Will we see our first back-to-back winner of the day? That is the question. Can Alpha 7 put up their 2nd chicken dinner? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We're queuing up for our final match of the day and our final match of week 1. 7WG coming to you for the prediction. Who do you think's taking this one home?
Intense Game. I think Intense Game might be able to take it. This is what they're showing me exactly what they ended up doing on day 1 of this tournament, because during Erangel, it was a hit and miss, and then they ended up using Miramar to their advantage. That last circle didn't end up going their way, but I mean, for a team that has been able to showcase and prove that they can win as well in Miramar with the most eliminations that we have seen so far in this tournament, which was 18, I think this team might have what it takes. It just comes down to how quickly can they readjust to whatever the circle is going to give them, and that is a good playing path for everybody too.
That's a ton of elims. That playing path, super central. Dave, I'll come to you with a prediction. Who do you think's taking home the 6th match of the day?
Yeah, I'm going to go opposite 7 then. I'm going opposite. I'm going with 9Z here, PB. I'm taking a page from your playbook, all right? So 9Z, I got confidence in him here for the final Miramar map of week number 1.
I love it. And for me, I'm liking the momentum also that the Influence Rage Squad's riding today. So I'm going to take them for this game. They've dropped here towards Lazahar. little bit of a split drop here. They're all going to loot up and meet up, but they've got an interesting VIOUS squad dropping in the middle of them. See if that causes any problems. But our Game 6 is underway. It's our 18th match of the week. Chat, let us know who you're rooting for here and who you think is going to take that second overall spot today between Intense Game and 9Z Globant. Again, the second place team today will take 12 bonus points into the grand final that will be happening in a couple weeks' time. So with that, we follow 9Z into the battlegrounds right now. Reyes parachuting just so beautifully into the map, and we've got an interesting zone. Torre Ahumada still in play. Very interesting. Maybe even if we get lucky on the hard shifts, 7, we get a Campo Militar finish. Could be interesting.
We're just going to keep going north. All right,
Yep.
Last time we ended up going south yesterday. It was south and east. Right now, we're just going to stick to north, and let's see which team is going to be able to adjust. I know one team, Dave, that you're going to be happy about. 9C. I mean, this team was able to place themselves perfectly that last round, and they're going to be looking to do that, and they have to make sure they do it quickly because they are a little bit further away from that first circle. Milos, okay, there you go.
Can't park there.
I mean, you're gassing him up, and then he does that. It's like, come on. He made it, though. He made it.
There you go. It took him a little bit. He just had to fight there, reverse it, go back in, and you're good. Remix going to be chilling. I'm with you, PB. You mentioned earlier Remix being able to be the player with the most elims in that last match. He said it in the interview. He's only been playing with them for I think he said 1 month, so it's really not that much. Yeah, you might be able to create some type of chemistry, but it might not be of the likes that you had maybe with your previous team that you were able to play with longer. For him to be able to be popping off and putting up performances like that with the likes of Colega, with the likes of Reyes, with the likes of Milos in your squad, that is impressive, and that is something that 9C more than likely is going to be able to take over towards phase 2 starting Sunday.
You love to see it. I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, a month under the same roster is really not a long time. You've got teams like Alpha 7 out there that, you know, they're going on 3 or 4 years now with the same roster. I mean, they did have Squash come in to, replace one member, but the core has been around together for a long, long time now, and that is what these squads are up against, is that chemistry, and that's why I love that Alpha 7 is as dominant as they are, because chemistry plays such a huge factor in the success of a team. And especially from the North American region, it's like musical chairs sometimes. You know, they're always looking for the next best thing. The grass is always greener on the other side, and love a team that stays together for the long term, because it sure makes a heck of a difference, Dave.
Uh-oh.
Mini, can we get this fate? Can we get this? Oh, got pieced up big time right there. Swapping to the AKM, popping into the vehicle, but does look like we got him, fellas. So now we're going to be heading down here for the punch out, possibly. The BM punch out. You see him in comms. Like, I'm going to go punch this guy out.
Oh, weak.
Shot him.
Fate,
come
boo.
on, Fate. Come on,
Boo.
Fate. Deduct 2 points from them. But yeah, I mean, kind of going back to like the 9Z remix, like sometimes, you know, it takes all the pieces of the puzzle coming together and you have the beautiful work of art. And I feel like Remix finally finding himself a nice, you know, home on the squad of 9Z, and I'm looking forward to continuing to watch this team grow as a unit here tonight, because they've been popping off. I mean, I'm a fan.
He's been performing very well, too. I mean, if I look at the assists for the overall tournament lead, Remix is number 2 in the tournament right now in assists right now, only behind Mafioso from Alpha 7. So Remix is being, effective on the damage. He's in the top 10 overall in the tournament, 2 spots behind Colgoat, number 2 in assists. And he's even number 5 right now in elims. So Remix, you know, we didn't see this type of dominance from him in the NA tournament, but man, what a difference a different roster might make for a player like Remix.
That's right. I mean, it comes down to him being able to adjust quickly, and he has been able to do just that. Intense Game, a team that's looking to take back that second place. They've been able to beat that second place for a long time now, or at least within range. They want that back. Rafa gonna be driving around. All these teams just gonna be driving around, seeing what they can find. 9C still chilling though outside of the circle. They're not even worried about it. So I'm gonna be confident, Dave, for 9C in regards to, like, it looks like they have a plan. They don't seem to be in a hurry. They know exactly what they're gonna be doing. As IG ends up taking a bit of a positioning here, checking out, making sure that nobody's going to be near him. Nobody's going to end up surprising them.
I love that we're in the final game of week 1, and we have such a nice storyline. You know, who's going to get that second place, the 12 points? Because second and third, PB, I know you keep touching on it, that's 12 and 9 points. So I mean, that's a pretty decent gap between the two, and those points could be the points that really send you off to the top 3 to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup, right? So it's really coming down to the wire here. Only 1 point between 9Z and IG here as we continue to watch these teams try to survive and get some elimination points in the pocket here of the final match of the evening.
I mean, to elaborate slightly more on that, I don't know if everyone at home is picking up on the reason that second place is important. First place, obviously, you get 15 points, and that's 3 more than second, so there's a nice little gap there. Second has 3 more than third, but everywhere from third on down, there's 1 point difference between them and the place below them, if even that. Some of them have the same amount of points that you get. For example, if you finish in 7th, you get 5. If you finish in 8th, you get 5. If you finish in 11th, you get 3. If you finish in 12th, you get 3. So there's not that separation that you get with the other squads, but if you finish in the top 2, you do get quite a bit of separation, and it's actually meaningful, and it can offset a bad game that you might have in the finals. So getting into that top 2 position, really, really important. Another milestone I'm looking at, 7, for this particular game is I want 390 damage from Revo, because if he can hit it, that's 10,000 damage in the tournament so far, and he'd be the first to crack it, and also the first to crack 9,000, and the first to crack 8,000, and the first to crack 7,000. But 10,000 is what I'm looking at.
Nice.
I mean, he's just putting up a performance. I was even thinking back because I've been looking at some of the other PMSLs going on in Southeast Asia, and also CSA starting just this week. Nobody else has been able to put up those kind of numbers. Yeah, some people will say, well, it's because this region might be weaker. Brazil always dominates. Even with that, sometimes regions, sometimes certain areas of a region are able to dominate. And a performance of this caliber from just one player alone is impressive, and it needs to be highlighted. And for him to be able to close up already on almost 10k damage, and on top of that, he has 52 eliminations. I mean, he's playing lights out, and he's playing in a way that nobody else is being able to match him. The second place eliminations is currently up to 30, and that's one of his teammates. So that, you know, that he doesn't have an excuse. Rev was just been popping off, man.
I mean, look at it like this. There's 15 players in the entire lobby right now that have 20 elims or more. So 15 have 20. One player has, 2 players have 30, and Revo has 52. So it's absolutely bananas how far ahead he is of every other player in this lobby. So you can't just point at a quote-unquote weak lobby when you've got one player that's this far of an outlier. It's statistically not possible. The man is absolutely crushing it.
Uh-oh.
He has more elims than, I believe, 6 teams in the lobby. That's
combined.
insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. One player can have such an impact on a lobby. Baton, little wraparound right there, confirming the point onto Valak there. Looks like Valak was trying to find his squad a place to call home with this super north shift that we were able to see here. That's going to be spotted, tagged the bag, but Revo, we're looking for the 10k damage done. There goes a couple more points on the board here, PB. Not done yet, though. Taking shots at Chief, driving down there. So Revo's like, hey, PB wants me to get a 10k. I'm going to get 10k here. I'm going to get 10k.
He's up to 172 right now. Remember that the damage to beat, or 167, the damage to beat was like 390. So he's already almost halfway there. Lots of game left in this one, and lots of people out there. 58 still alive in the lobby. So Revo's going to have plenty of, I guess, shooting dummies to fire at here. Team Liquid, the next one's up, it looks like. I don't know if they're going to want to get into it here, but they may not know that this is Alpha 7-7.
Yeah, they are going to have to play this super cautious. I love it, man. Keep it with them right. Some people say that I'm an Alpha 7 fan just because of my name. Might be true.
I thought you're the CEO.
But they also are really good.
Are you not the CEO?
No. Definitely not. Definitely not. Let's not start those rumors, because some people
true. I'm totally joking. But
you'll be surprised how many times I get run up on global events saying, so are you part of Alpha 7 somehow? I'm like, no, I'm just they play really good. They've been playing for a long time.
Yeah.
But I think PB, I think he'll be able to get 10K. You know what? I think even a bigger challenge would be like, what happens if the man just absolutely crushes everybody in this lobby and ends up with 60 ilims? That'd be disgusting.
He could. He could. He's got 52 right now, and he's finished with 8 multiple times in this tournament so far. So it is entirely possible that Revo finishes with 60 elims, which would be absurd considering number 2 has 30 right now. But the zone continues to go north. It is centering up on Torre Ahumada. I thought that might be unlikely, but here we are. Hard shift maybe incoming. Nope.
There we
Still
go.
Centers up right on Torre Ahumada. And guess who's there? Alpha 7. Dead center zone. And the Wolves right across from them. See if they get into it once again. And up from the northeast side, Influence Rage. They may have an interesting position as well, but one wonders, will there be any cover here? You can see them on the main screen starting to drive in. They've got some nice terrain between them and the opposition right now, but it's about to get dicey for a lot of these teams. Remember, 57 still alive. We're in stage 3, and in 30 seconds, we'll have that play zone restrict one more time, but it's going to get interesting here. Notably, still 0 elims for 9Z and Intense Games. So we still have essentially a stalemate between those two teams as far as this round is concerned, 7. You got to wonder, Intense Game is taking a bit of damage here. We'll see if they can keep things going and keep the momentum going.
Yeah, they're currently working along the lines of what 9Z is doing. Two teams that are going to be very close, and 9Z is actually taking the fight over towards IG, keeping them in check in a way, not really fully pushing towards where they're at, but at least keeping that in mind and maybe gonna make it a little bit harder here. And this is exactly what 9C needs to do. If you are a 9C fan, which I know you are at the moment, Dave, you want to see them being able to perform like this. You want to see them being able to take the fight there to IG, as long as they don't overextend.
Yeah, hey, 9Z fan every damn day, all right? Every damn day. But yeah, it's a big fight, though, of 9Z and IG. They can kind of clash it out right here, right now. I mean, it might not be so exciting for storylines, but I mean, that would be the deciding factor, right? For the second place, for those 12 advantage points heading into the finals here. So they're going to be close to each other, but does look like Milo's going to be pulling back here just a little bit. Might have spotted out Frady, might be opting to get the elimination point over there. But both of the teams in second and in third are right next to each other on the map. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, you can't write this type of stuff.
Really can't. Looking to get things going here is Savage Esports, along with Shoot to Survive directly across the street. Savage down to their last member, Monty, here, trying to make things happen. And Shoot to Survive still has 4 up. Klaus pretty weak at the moment. But they're going to be back in the action here shortly. I'm rooting for them to get things going. We'll see if they can actually make this happen. So
we'll see if they're going to be able to Shoot to Survive. Now keeping a close eye there on Revo. Ooh, Revo is the one that we wanted to do the damage. He's going to end up getting done some damage on him. Shoot to Survive, a team that's currently 13 plays, has 2 eliminations to their name so far. And they are way too far away. I was going to say, can they maybe do something insane this match to try to go up to 13 plays? Or actually 12 plays? Might be a bit of a stretch, especially with how big that gap is. One team that is making sure that they don't end up losing any more spots is Influence Rage. They do have a bit of a point advantage in regards to Loops Esports sitting in 5th place. But if Loops Esports, for some reason, decides to pop off, it could end up passing Influence Rage as well. And this is not what you want to do here on the final game. You don't want to have a mulligan.
no mulligans allowed on this one. Got Revo taking a peek down. They've got that hard cover, and you know Alpha 7 and hard cover in the final circles always advantageous, but Wolves dead center, and this one, Dave, is this the game? Wolves finally get it going.
This is a good opportunity. The Wolves, they got 2 elimination points. The whole squad's still alive, still healthy, still feeling good. I do see Loops doing some scouting towards 9Z, but we'll get back to that because little boy, 2 grenades, Influence Rage up against Loops Esports here for a centralized position. Looks like little boy will be getting tagged up. Trying to get behind the boulder. There goes little boy. Almost knocked out the last remaining member for Influence Rage. I mean, my dude is by himself going for that 1v4 in the final game of the evening, but was spotted, tagged, and bagged him. There they go. Our 4th place team done and dusted. And that's going to open up this game for Loops. Loops, they have the opportunity now to overtake them and get that 4th place spot.
That's right. That is big for Loops Esports. Only ends up with just one elimination, as it was just one player that ended up pushing up there from Influence Rage. But now they have an opportunity. Now they have a chance of passing Influence Rage for that 4th place, as long as they're going to be able to get eliminations. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, I've been seeing Revo knock people over and over again. We got a chance to see him earlier too. I think he might have passed it, PB. I think he might have been able to get the amount of damage that he needed to get to 10K.
He did. He is the first player across 10,000 damage. That is an absolutely absurd amount of damage. He's at 608 right now for the match. And not only that, he's put 3 more eliminations on the board. So he's up to 55. I mean, the numbers coming from this guy are absolutely disgusting. And he's got position right now in hard cover. So don't look for it to stop now, Dave.
Look at this. Cardozo mini 4-time top 5 Bush. You don't even see him coming right there. And then Abete catching a couple bullets to the dome right here. But yeah, Revo just pumping out the numbers when it comes to the damage. 661. My goodness, not slowing down anytime soon. Got the 4x M4, has a nice position onto VG. VG, they don't have much room to work with. You got Revo looking at one angle, and right on top of the hill, you got Team Liquid trying to toss grenades at you, and then iNCO as well. So Revo might have an opportunity to get some nice little third-party shots over here on the VG here, racking up even more damage here, fellas.
That's right, Team Liquid trying to spot now a player from Alpha 7, but making sure Chief doesn't overextend as Mythic did. And VIOUS Gaming, Igor ends up spotting him, ends up knocking him, and now VIOUS, the pest. I feel like this team is honestly the pest for a lot of these teams, because when they expected the least, this team is aggressive. This team is Brazilian as well. They want to get into the action. They want to make sure they take the action over to you. It might not work sometimes for them, but they make life definitely more difficult for everybody else. Rogers of War, I wonder if he noticed that there was an iNCO player there so close. He's going to end up missing the grenade. Circle is going to be closing in. Wolves is going to be towards the middle. Alpha 7 as well. And another team that needs to make a move there, Dave. And PB is going to be 9C, as Team Liquid is just getting peppered here. And they're trying to fight back against VIOUS Gaming.
On fire. Ayala's on fire. Chief, though, with the high ground, with the M4 swapping to the pump. Can we get it done? There it goes. VIOUS Gaming doing a great job here tonight. 3 eliminations going their way. Team Liquid, though, not out of the thick of it yet. There's still a bunch of squads jam-packed on top of this current position. I mean, this is just a clown fiesta out here, PB.
Clown fiesta, indeed. Team Liquid, just when you think they're kind of out of it, they continue to hang around, continue to hold on. And that's got them in 6th place right now in the lobby. iNCO goes out, and number 8 is out of the lobby. So interestingly enough, things are starting to get heated. Half the lobby's almost out of here at this point. And we still have zeros up for 9Z, and intense games. So quite literally, it's anyone's game as 9Z suffers a knock. We'll see if that is a problem for them. But this could be the upper hand that intense game is looking for, 7.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one with the terrain that they're going to be working with. You can see 9C now having to fight. Not only the zone is going to be closing up, not only do you have a player from VIP up towards the north, you have Xforce to worry about, which if for some reason they're able to spot you, we've seen what Valak has been able to do. Luckily for them, guess what? Valak is no longer alive. At least I'm not seeing him. But Fate is, and Alim is, and there you go. Life just became a little bit easier there for 9C Globant, as Freddy, the last player standing from VIP, does end up getting eliminated. Meanwhile, Wolves, I'm actually enjoying this positioning, and I'm hoping that Coops, whatever you do, Coops, just don't overextend. Don't get too crazy here. This is good positioning for you guys. Maybe get a little bit closer to your team.
Wolves have got great position right now in the center zone, so they put themselves where they need to be, and now it's a matter of playing together to get those elims, secure those points, and hopefully get onto that first page. They're only 15 points behind iNCO right now, and iNCO is out of the lobby, so if there was ever a time to make that push to get on that first page, now is the time, and the Wolves have the most control of anyone in the zone right now, so this is an interesting kind of final-ish circle. We've got good position from Intense Game, from the Wolves, and from Alpha 7, everyone else kind of battling at this point. We've even got Shoot to Survive controlling the northern part of the circle. So 9Z trying to make their way across the road, secure that position. Reyes, the beachhead right now, able to cover them a little bit. They get to the ridge, and they might have just found a way to get to that next position in circle. So we'll see how this ends up, Dave.
Yeah, an intense game as well. Feeling a little confident now. They're going to be opting for that 2-2 split over here. So we'll see if they can rack up some eliminations. We're looking at this current position. They're going to be keeping 9Z at bay. 9Z, they got the road, they got the cover. They're solid for the time being. I believe IG recognizing like, okay, we need to get some elimination points, and that's why they got that split. But 9Z now looking for the rotation. I'm looking for the pullback from IG. They need all their members here for the defend. Milos downrange. Looks like the Molotov might be money right there. There goes Milo. So now here comes IG with the defense. IG down to just 2 members here. Silence.
We're getting blessed with the head-to-head. This is great.
Yep. This is it. This is what we wanted. Remix. Back up. Oh, there we go. Money all day. We got the mini swapping on over to the shotgun with the fadeaway. Padrino, last one alive for intense game. There goes another knock, but Padrino just not able to handle the pressure from behind. That was Remix. And now here comes Coops. Here comes the Wolves. Clean up on aisle 5 is what they said. And, well, there they go, fellas. But look at the total points. 4 eliminations for 9Z and 2 for IG.
I love it. It was earned. Head-to-head. 7, they went head-to-head. Ultimately 9Z winning the battle, and they do go out. Wolves able to finish the job there and send them both back into the lobby packing. But hey, they did enough. Second place should be well in hand now for 9Z. It was a big gap to climb today, but they did just that, and they'll secure those 12 bonus points.
It was, and now I'm going to be looking at what row. Yes, we end up seeing them being able to get these nades here and all this crazy stuff going on between these teams. But row is one of the teams that is still alive and one of the teams that can maybe end up moving up on the leaderboard as well. You can see them right there, 113.6 Ilum so far. Loops is dead. Influence Rage is dead. And Wolves now trying to fight. It's always NA on NA action. Why?
Juancho's always their last hope, too, and he gets so close every time, but we'll see if he's able to avoid the third party. He's running around like a crazy man. Can he get to cover? He opts to avoid the heal in order to get to safety. He's got to try to get this healed up. There is just no way. Shoot to survive. Oh, man. NA on NA on NA action here, and just like that, the Wolves are out of the lobby just when you thought that they were going to be in a position to maybe take one here. They're out of the lobby. Now it's back to Alpha 7 with all 4 members up in the center of zone controlling it.
Another win for A7. Is that what's happening here? I mean, all the
Rebel might get 60. He's got 5 already.
I thought that was a bit of a stretch, but I shouldn't have thought that. Why would I think that, right? Like, he's got 5. He's closing in on 1,000 damage. He needs 1 more bullet to land to get over 1,000. Yeesh. Alpha 7 at 2,400 damage as a squad, and they've still got plenty of targets left to shoot at.
Oh.
Well, there's your 1,000.
Absolutely disgusting, Rebel. Great grenade. On top of that, you get the player Melgar that had the smoke gun, so you're not going to be allowing them to position themselves even better.
Oh my
Gets
gosh.
Another knock, too. And that is just going to be waving a red flag to his team as well, saying we need to push this. And if they're able to get all of this, that's going to be up to 8 eliminations just for Rebel by himself.
What the heck is going on? He just 1v4, like, right in the face of the other team. He's just like, I'm just going to shoot everybody. Going to throw some nades, maybe throw in a 360. This is crazy.
Hey, G, don't put them against the wall here. They're on the defense here.
Rebels.
Well, they're going to be getting
like, I'm coming back.
Here comes Revo swapping to the DBS, trying to get some shots out there. The Molotov anticipates the revive behind the vehicle, going for the rotate around here. Mafioso now grouping up here, so it looks like they are going to be getting the pickup. Mafioso cooking the grenade, looking to toss it right over that hillside, looking to take out AGG, but Revo lock and loaded with the DBS here, fellas.
I can't even believe this. Revo ran off for a moment, like, you guys got this push, you can finish it up. And then Carrillo goes down. It starts getting a bit dicey. Rebel's like, I'm coming back. I'm going to revive you, and I'm going to take this fight. We're going to finish it.
Yeah, we're done. Yeah, I mean, you got Alpha 7 with shotguns knocking out your front door. I mean, you got to answer. You got to answer. Alpha 7, 11 eliminations, another chicken in their crosshairs.
Don't count out Shoot to Survive. All 4 members up. Maybe they can get something going here finally for NA. We'll see if it can happen. VIP Esports winning a game earlier today. S2S trying to join them in that effort. Klaus here leading the squad. We'll see. Hey, they're finally all together and not getting knocked out of vehicles one at a time. We'll see if they can take advantage of their numbers here at the end. Out in the open, though, is Klaus. This is going to be challenging going head-to-head with Alpha 7. And
for Shoot to Survive, being able to close the terrain there with Alpha 7, they were far enough that they weren't able to actually third-party that, but at least now you're within range. You're within range to start using that utility. We saw already Alpha 7 being able to use up a lot of utility earlier on whenever they were fighting AGG. Even though Revo made it look easy, Squash was like too hyped up. He was like, okay, this should be easy pickings. He ended up jumping out and got caught off guard, and that's why he's currently eliminated. Alpha 7 now up to 11 eliminations. Shoot to Survive, a team that's definitely wanting to get those points. Coming into this match, they were 14th place with 54 points, tied with United for Gaming with 54 points as well. Fate clutching up even more placement points for his squad, but I don't think he's really going to be able to do much. It's going to come down to Shoot to Survive in Alpha 7.
Dude, I don't know. I think Klaus extends an invite to Fate. Like, yo, bro, there's 5 NA players left up. I think you come play for the good guys for this one. Join us, and we'll take on Alpha 7. They've got 3, and that feels pretty mighty, pretty insurmountable. But we'll see what happens. Fate's probably not going to take the invite. We'll see.
I don't think he will, but he does have a vehicle to work with, and it looked like a vehicle that has 0 damage. And with this terrain here, you can see that little cliff there towards the right side of Casper at the moment. If he's able to time it right, if he waits for the right timing here, he is currently still within the circle. Actually, he's not within the circle, but if he's able to time it right, he might be able to even secure a 2nd place finish.
Looking at Casper, 6 grenades, had 7, tossed one out a little earlier on. I mean, one nice grenade could really do a lot of damage to A7, but A7 going to be rolling out here, a little buggy pickup service. Maybe trying to push their way into the circle just a little more here. Casper still down here, dark light, looking over there, anticipating the push from Mafioso possibly. But Shoot to Survive, they have the numbers advantage. But not only that, they got Big Bob on the high ground. You cannot count out Bob. I've seen Bob clutched out many times before. Now on the main stage at LAN. Let's see what Bob can do. Fate got the blue zone, going to be pushing him in just a little bit. I believe Fate is going to be spotted, hitting the dirt just in time before getting eliminated by the hands of Alpha 7.
This isn't scary at all for him. He's probably feeling really comfortable. Mafioso takes him down just like that. We have ourselves head-to-head between S2S and Alpha 7. It's a 4-on-3 advantage for the North American squad. They've got high ground, but will it matter? They're going up against the best team in the region. Revo taken down early. It's a 4v2, and this is what S2S needed to get this fight going. 7.
That's right, but Carrillo, the GOAT of NA, the GOAT of America, as some people like to say, being able to find some people, being able to connect with grenades. Now that is 2 grenades that he has connected with. Revo is knocked. I don't know if he's going to end up getting picked up. I think Mafioso went for the pickup. If he's able to revive him, that is going to be massive as long as Carrillo is going to be able to hold him off right here. Casper making sure that he backs up Carrillo. Carrillo being careful here, gaining on all the angles, causing some damage there to Shoot to Survive. And what looked like to possibly look like an easy win here for Shoot to Survive. There you go, getting Revo back, making it a 2v2 situation. It's still all the players are alive from Shoot to Survive. There you go, they get a full reset, and they might be able to get him. Casper's gonna have to switch here to
Mafioso got both
and connect with Carrillo.
Mafioso picked up both on the flank with the grenade. He pushed up to close range, lobbed it just over the ridge, and got 2. That left just 1 member of S2S in the back, and the casual celebration once again. Will they smile? Will they? I don't know what's going on there.
Hopefully.
It's pretty close. But eventually. Here we go. Alpha 7 clutching the last victory of the day. Who picked him? Dave, was that you picking Alpha 7? I can't remember. Impressive stuff from them all the way around. A7. showing their dominance here in game number 6. The good news for them is they left no doubt as to who deserves those 15 advantage points going into the final stage in a couple of weeks. But man, oh man, what an incredible Miramar action that was. We saw some wacky zones today, Seven, did we not?
Yeah, north. Yesterday we ended up seeing south, east. Today was just straight up north, and he ended up working out there for Alpha 7 on that last one. Overall, man, what a performance, too. I was shocked. I didn't even see Mafioso being able to pick up those grenade eliminations. That when I saw that it was only Carrillo left, and he ended up getting that elimination, and I saw Alpha 7's logo popped up, I was like, wait a second. I just missed a lot. How was that even possible?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Not only that, we saw Casper at the end. He's going to watch the VOD back, and he's going to wish he had his gun out, right? Casper was right there, had his grenade out, trying to get the grenade knock, and well, they didn't even know he was there at that point. That's just yeet it. That's a yeet right there, getting the run over from Team Liquid. And also, one other thing to mention, like Alpha 7, they're looking to secure some cash money because the league stage, you got 60K on line, and then the grand finals, you got 140K on the line. So Alpha 7 not only looking to get as many advantage points as possible, but also looking to put themselves in the situation where they get this cash money, baby.
Putting a few buckaroos in the pocket's never a bad thing. And I gotta say, you know, I'm a little disappointed, Revo. 1,263 damage, that's it. I mean, you fell 127 damage short of 11,000 damage for the tournament so far. We thought 10K was going to be the mark to reach. He almost hit 11,000. And incredible stuff from them. And look at the performance across the board. 70 limbs for Revo. 5 for Mafioso. Carrillo picks up 4. I mean, just massive damage from this squad. And they are not to be trifled with. They're looking like the clear-cut favorites to emerge from this region as we take a peek at our match standings. And just like the damage, just like the elims, Alpha 7 doubles up on the competition. But I will say, nice to see all those American flags in the top 5. Am I right? Shoot to Survive finishing 2nd place in this one with Xforce in 3rd. Wolves make it all the way to 5th here. So not a bad way to close the day for the NA squad. Don't know if it'll be enough to be on that first page of the overalls. But Dave, you got to like the way the North American squads close it out today.
Yeah, closing it out strong here on a good note heading into, you know, the next week. And like we keep talking about, the points, they kind of get a little mini reset here. So honestly, if you could just do a little bit of studying, maybe have a couple conversations tomorrow, you come into that next week looking good, feeling good, and just ready to have a different experience when it comes to the overall leaderboards and really try to take advantage. But 232 points. I mean, talk about the gap between 1st and 2nd. I mean, Alpha 7, they are the squad to beat here in our region, at least so far.
Yep, pretty clear.
86 points advantage over the next one. 137 eliminations there for Alpha 7. But I am happy to see that 9C Globant did end up clutching up that 2nd place. It wasn't just a lockout there from Brazil being able to be on the top 5. It's good to see a little bit of difference there. And for iNCO Gaming, congratulations. You are one of the NA teams that does end up being there within the top 8. They did end up slowing down massively when it came down, especially for today, but they did just enough to secure that 8th place.
Pretty impressive stuff there indeed. iNCO getting it done. Love to see it. Like the nice flag there representing Dominican Republic. So not a bad showing at all. Royals of War had a pretty good performance as well. Loops, Influence, Rage, Intense Game, all getting it done. Team Liquid, unfortunately for them, fell a little bit in the final couple of games down to 7th place. But hey, they came back after a pretty abysmal day 1, and they were able to secure that first page rank. So all is not lost for them. I will say, though, I don't know that I've been as impressed with a team or specifically a player in Revo that I have with Alpha 7 in a long time in PUBG Mobile. And I'm talking any region. This has been an incredibly dominant showing all of week 1. The good news for the lobby is, though, the team points reset to 0 after this week, and they're going to have to do it again next week in Phase 2. So that's going to be interesting to watch for sure. Got to ask you, Seven, what do you think of the way this went down today? Was it what you expected?
I was expecting Alpha 7 to continue on that performance. They were able to showcase it. I thought maybe they were going to end up slowing down a tiny bit. That was not the case. They end up closing out the phase 1 with 2 wins. On top of that, for Revo to end up getting 59 eliminations, one short. You were saying a little bit short in regards to the 11,000 damage. Just 1 elim short of that 60 elims. But I mean, even with that amount of elims, with the 59 elims from Revo alone, he got more elims than 7 teams in the lobby. That is ridiculous.
Another fun fact on Revo, if you add up all of the elims that the number 2 player in the lobby and the number 3 player in the lobby, it's the same amount as Revo. So he is quite literally number 2 and 3 combined. That's mind-boggling to me. Absolutely crazy. So why don't we take a look at how that reflects on the MVP leaderboard? Because I can imagine who's going to sit on the top of this one. It's no surprise. It's Revo with 59 elims and 17 assists to go with it. 10,873 damage. The gaps between first and second, between elims and damage, I've never seen anything like it in all of my days of casting PUBG Mobile 7. Have you?
I've seen close to it, but not like this. This is just out of the norm. This man is just, they need to check him, okay? They need to check him because he is absolutely just popping off. And in situations where it doesn't even look like he should be popping off, Dave, he was able to come back and still put up his team on his shoulders at times and continue to propel them whenever they needed him to. And this is why Alpha 7 not only having the best player, the best 3 out of 5 players in the lobby. On top of that, they get the first place, 86-point lead. That's not bad. Alpha 7 things.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
You got 3 players out of the top 5 in the whole lobby, and they have more elimination points than 4th place has in total on down, right? So this team, they were just popping off this week here, PB. Let's check out, I think we got a PB special right now. A PB special. Put it on this. What is this?
Hey, this is my graph after it was in the start of the game. I said, hey, this is crazy. Put it on screen. Obviously, we didn't have a graphic prep for that. And
they got the receipts.
And production says, no. And I said, but it's very pretty. And I asked in my super sweet voice, and what do you know? Just like that, I'm famous. I'm on screen. Mom, we did it. So look at this. I will say, absolutely bananas performance from Alpha 7 today. Pretty crazy. And with that, they're going to earn 15 head start points. But let's see where all of the other teams will land as far as points that they will be taking forward into the grand final of PMSL Americas. Alpha 7 gets 15. 9Z Globant gets that 10 or 12 points, and 10's game will finish in 3rd with 9. And then as you can see, it slowly trickles down from there. But even VIP Esports 7 is getting that 1 point.
Yeah, VIP Esports, even after they ended up getting the win today, they ultimately end up in that 16th place. We were talking about hopefully that day that they will have to rest. Use it to your advantage. Go back, do a lot of VOD review, see what you did wrong, and try to readjust. I know one team that's going to be doing that, even though they did end up at least clutching up, not being in last place. AGG with just 2 points, they're looking to do a lot of stuff differently.
Couldn't agree more. American flags, they're not quite on that first page, but hey, we've got iNCO Gaming representing the Dominican Republic. They did make it onto the first page, securing 8th place. Dave, they'll take 5 points forward into the grand final. And how do they think they feel about that?
Hey, I'll take him. I'll take any points I can get here for those advantage points, because you know what? I'm looking at the grand final. I'm looking ahead. These points might be like the throwaway game, right? So you have one bad game, you can kind of take these advantage points and kind of cancel it out almost. These top 3 teams, top 4 teams, they're probably not going to have bad matches, so it's going to be a challenge. But I mean, these advantage points so important come finals time. But 7 PB. It was a great day hanging out with you guys, man. I mean, we had some really good PUBG Mobile, a lot of action, some highlightable plays, in my opinion. Shout out to you two, and shout out to the observers in the sky. Shout out to the players. I mean, it was just a great day all around.
You guys crushed it on the production crew. Absolutely, for sure. Shout outs to observers. Dave, coming back to you. 18 games of PUBG Mobile in the books. What was your final takeaway for this first week 1 of action?
You already know, PB. Next week, week number 2, it's going to be all about North America. All right, I don't care what happened in week number 1. We coming back, baby. Week number 2, NA. We're looking good. We're feeling good. And we're going to be top 5 of the leaderboards. Mark my words, all right? We're coming back strong here, fellas, all right? I'm putting my mustache on it, or I'm putting Coops' mustache on it. Yeah.
Oh, he put his mustache on it first. I heard it. We heard it. NA on top or Mustache Dave loses the mustache. Coming to you, 7 final thoughts for week 1.
I got none. I can't wait to see that. If NA's not on top, Mustache Dave is shaving his mustache live on broadcast for the grand finals. I'm for it. I'm for it.
Awesome, brother. Well, hey, it was a pleasure to be on the broadcast with both of you guys as always, but we are not done yet. We are just halfway through the league phase of the PMSL America's 2025 spring season. For me, I was super impressed, obviously, with Alpha 7, but I also see an up-and-comer in 9Z Globant with our boy Remix filling in from the NA region, and they were impressive today. I liked the momentum. They even got a W. Pretty good balanced play with multiple teams winning chicken dinners today. Incredible action throughout. Shoutouts to PUBG Mobile for putting on amazing esports. Best in mobile gaming, in my opinion. Shoutouts to the production crew and the observers, as always. Shoutouts to you guys in chat, as always, for tuning in, cheering for your favorite teams. And we'll be back next week with Phase 2 of our league play. The points reset, and Alpha 7's got to prove it all over again. I'm Power Bang. I've been your host for PMSL America's Spring Season 2025. Until next time, we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Around Poppy Sour behind the boulder with the M4 going. We're going to have a all-out utility war right now in the northern half of, well, this isn't in the zone anymore.
They're going to be ready for a third party if possible, because it's just going to be
trying to get that jump going, trying to spot out the snake over here. Now here comes the blue zone. Here comes the and we might see it in the highlights. I think one member from Loops.
7, I feel like Savage needs a siren on that car. It was more like an
iNCO Gaming already has 3 players knocked. It's going to be none other than McGrellin. We know that he has experience. He's going to be able to get one. Can he get another one? He's going to start pushing up. He's able to get the second one. And
it looks like Team Liquid in the middle, so they're going to be on the...
Actually going to be Wolf trying to go for this third party, as Vitin is going to be hiding behind that tree. He's going to be able to connect with one. There goes one knock. Coops is going to get spotted. Vitin, somebody stop this man. He's just making sure he gets every single one. Can he actually cure it? He's not going to be able. They're not going to be able to, as VIOUS Gaming making that push. VIOUS Gaming, I feel like,
just now making their way north. So incredible stuff from them. The interesting thing about that fight is the second that they engaged, they left. Nice shots here from Reyes. 9Z starting to build some momentum, and Alim's
here as Rafinha is going to end up getting knocked. United for Gaming, a team that for them to be a little bit patient is when you do have a lot of ground to work with. But right now that
Brady spot out Squash, though, that's the question.
But none of the S12K shots land. But we got a little something.
Just moments ago, but now with their rotation, they're getting just...
This team could end up setting themselves up great. 9Z, Globant off angles. Carrillo is going to end up getting knocked by a wonderful grenade.
Because that all 4 players survived. They did it against Alpha 7 to survive.
Kind of hindering the power that Savage had. Octi, a player that was able to clock, barely missing out on Snacks. And Snacks, I mean, he's been using a lot of utility. Giving him 4 grenades ends up being the winning play for him as he used 2 alive. Going up against VIOUS Gaming. Currently up to 4-1 player here, but that someone's going to be pushing in. Just switch out all this stuff that you currently have. 1 grenades. 9C taking the high ground advantage, and it's only 24K.
There it is. Dabs in the chat. Hey, we got him. Yeah, it's crazy. One player can have such an impact on a lobby. Baton, little wrap north shift that we were able to see here. That's going to be spotted, attacked.
And another team that needs to make a move there, Dave. And PB.
Can we get it done? There it goes. Yeah, we're
going to have to switch here to a...
Mafioso got them both.
And connect with Korea.
1 member of S2S in the back, and the casual celebration